Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Look, I don't know how to actually open this because I'm on two different channels at once, but welcome to the Off-Label Podcast. It's your weekly dose of sanity in an insane world. Like I said, I'm getting back to work. I am on the Voice of the People channel on YouTube and Rumble only for Off-Label Podcast. I'm getting back to work already. So let's get started, shall we? I got a question for everybody out there. You remember all those food plants and everything that were starting to catch fire all over the place, and everybody was asking what was going on with that and everything. And then all of a sudden, the climate change thing started up again, how they were pushing for, electric vehicles, things like that. Well, guess what's having a problem now? That's right. All the batteries causing fires, lithium plants catching fire. Are we supposed to go to all electric? Are we supposed to rely on batteries when they burn down places, when a lithium plant goes up? How are we going to do that? I mean, that's one of the biggest things that are in batteries. Good question, ain't it? Let's take a look here. Batteries exploding and burning abandoned Illinois building. Okay, this comes on June 30th of 2021. Lithium batteries exploded loudly overnight inside a burning former paper mill in northern Illinois that officials had believed long abandoned, and fire officials have decided to let the blaze burn out because they fear trying to extinguish it could trigger more explosions, which is true, by the way. Like I said, this is from 2021. I just kind of want to show you guys that this is actually, it's not a one-off situation. The fire that started Morris Tuesday prompted city officials to order evacuations from 3,000 to 4,000 people in some nearby homes and a school, church, small businesses. On Wednesday, a thick black smoke continued to billow from the building. Police Chief Alicia Steffes said the evacuation order would remain in place at least till 9 p.m. and might be extended. So, there was a fire in an abandoned building that was storing batteries for some reason. I don't know. I guess the batteries actually overheated. Reading through it, from what they were saying, is the batteries had overheated and started to burst, and lithium mixed with water and caused a fire that goes out of control. In that kind of situation, yes, letting it burn is better, because if you put lithium to water, it does ignite even more. So this is just an abandoned paper mill. Why there was batteries stored there, I have no clue. That comes from like 2 years ago, right? Yeah, June 30th, 2021. That was 2 years ago. However, I want to show you all this. This is something that just caught my eye not too long ago. This was on 6/26. That was last Monday. It's been a week. I'm just now hearing about this. Even on like very few local news stations have reported this. Check this out.
Media by the Gaston County Scanner Radio. This morning, where a massive fire has broken out at a lithium plant in Bessemer City. Take a look at these incredible images. You can see that column of fire. Those images being posted to social media by the Gaston County Scanner Radio. Now, our sister station in Charlotte is on scene now. Officials say that the fire was reported at the Levent Corporation.
You see that plume of smoke?
Before 1:30 this morning. Despite those flames, authorities say no this morning.
Now, let's go into the real story here. Let's see, this is June 26th. That was 2023. This is, like I said, just last Monday. Crews contained large fire at a lithium plant in North Carolina. Gadsden County, North Carolina. A large fire that broke out in Gadsden County plant earlier Monday morning was allowed to burn down due to it involving water-reactive lithium, officials said. Like I said, it is the best thing to do. Lithium gets very volatile when it is mixed with water. So that's the best thing to actually do with that. That plant was part of the update provided roughly 10 hours after fire in Liviet Corporation, a lithium plant in Bessemer City. Officials said Highway 161 has since reopened to traffic. Scott Hunter, interim emergency management director of Gaston County, said crews got the call at 1:20 a.m. Monday. Eventually, 3 alarms were struck. What the fire crews encountered was lithium, Hunter said. He added that due to the water-reactive nature of lithium, no water could be applied, and the decision was made to allow the impacted section of the building to burn. Fire crews and plant employees that went in with forklifts to remove 200 drums of material from other parts of the plant, according to Hunter. When the lithium burned, it created a lava-type product that was contained to the property, Hunter said. County officials said that no evacuations have been deemed necessary and the smoke is not believed to be hazardous. What? Officials said no injuries have been reported and workers have been accounted for. Wait. It's not hazardous, but batteries in an abandoned plant 2 years ago, 3,000 to 4,000 people in some 950 nearby homes, a school and church, and small businesses were evacuated because batteries were burning. Yet somehow, 2 years later, there's no problem with it, right? It's not believed to be hazardous. How stupid do you believe I am? They literally evacuated 3,000 to 4,000 people 2 years ago because batteries were on fire. Actual pure lithium burns. It's not a problem. It's not hazardous, right? Yeah, no matter the actual health effects, breathing in burning lithium actually causes your lungs to fill with fluid. Yeah, you literally just I forget exactly what it's called, but your lungs fill with fluid and you pretty much drown in your own liquid, your own body, because of that reason. But you're going to tell me it's not hazardous, huh? For an entire plant of lithium to catch on fire. For you to let it burn, not hazardous. Officials said no injuries have been reported and all workers have been accounted for. It is not yet known what sparked the blaze. Harris Walker with Liviant Corporation said the fire has largely subsided except for some smoke and few smoldering pockets. We're so grateful that there have been no injuries to Liviant personnel for any first responders. That's a good thing that nobody got hurt. But don't straight up lie to my face and say that's not hazardous. Especially since 2 years ago, you evacuated 4,000 to 5,000 people for burning batteries. But pure lithium burns, that's not a problem, huh? Okay. Work at the lithium plant is suspended for the time being, staff says. Battery shortage now. Good job. Also, lithium is actually used in some pharmaceuticals, as a matter of fact. So there's going to be a shortage of that as well. Yeah, it's used in some psychotropics, and I think it's a heart blood pressure medication to it's used in some blood pressure medications to regulate blood pressure as well. So there's going to be a little bit of an issue with that now too, huh? Let's see. According to officials of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigations and the State Fire Marshal Office are assisting with the investigations. Hunter said part of the investigations will involve drones. The Charlotte Fire Department assisted multiple Gaston County crews. According to the city's website, the plant is a leading source of lithium-ion battery technology, producing components for the electric vehicle industry. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on now. So they want you to go to electric vehicles, right? Gas, climate change, all that. They want you to go to electric vehicles. And then things like this happen. It's going to cause a shortage in lithium-ion battery technology, producing components for electric vehicle industries. Yeah, there seems to be a little bit of a problem with that, isn't there? I mean, I don't know about y'all, but when things like this are happening, yes, granted, it can happen. It could be a freak accident, but start looking into everything, because this just isn't the only one. Now, here's the thing. I want to go to this right here. This comes from the Air Now map. This was Gaston County right here. Okay. At this little dot here, Bessemer City. This is as it stands right now. Okay. Now, this happened a week ago. Everything around it is clear. Except. Now, this also comes from the stuff over here in Canada. But look, Toronto ain't bright orange anymore. Or actually, it used to be purple. There was something there that I saw before that was actually incredibly purple. Yeah. And of course, you got New York. New York's always a shithole for air quality. Atlantic City, yeah, there's a lot of traffic and everything down there too. But you're going to sit there and tell me, where was it again? Here it is. You're going to sit there and tell me that right now, all of this is clear and all the fumes and everything from that lithium burning haven't gone elsewhere with the wind? Nah, I don't believe that at all. But this isn't the only one that's actually burned down, guys. This ain't the only one. There have been, throughout, 3 years looking into this, there have been at least 5 or 6 that have been reported, but nobody has said anything about it on news stations or anything like that. But go to electric vehicles, ladies and gentlemen. We're all supposed to be going to batteries. Batteries are the future as they burn the battery industry down. Now, of course I think that there is something going on with this, because there are way too many attacks to actually be happening. There are way too many coincidences to actually be happening in a rapid succession for it to be coincidence. It is statistically impossible, especially for all the food plants and everything that was burning down, and we had all those food shortages, and baby formula was being sent to the border for all the illegal immigrants that were coming across the border. Yet nobody here could find baby formula. Still to this day, in certain places, there is still a baby formula shortage. But you're going to sit there and tell me that at least, I know of 5 now that have happened within this year alone, that something's not going on here? Y'all remember the ammonium nitrate, that 60,000 pounds of ammonium nitrate that was stolen from a train and nobody knows where it went? Are we just losing our minds here and thinking like every single one of these things are coincidences? Is that what you want me to believe? Because I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that. I don't know whether it's government run or if it is actual terrorism. However, you do realize that Chinese nationals have been flooding this country through our southern border? Chinese nationals have been flooding the country through our southern border. Hold on. Coming through the southern border. Ba, 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 ba. Share this tab. More Chinese migrants are coming to the U.S. on foot, officials say. Chinese migrants worried about economic and government oppression are making dangerous journeys to the U.S. in large numbers than before. Two shared their stories with NBC. Now, here's the thing. For the most part, okay, cool. Because China is a horrible, horrible place. Yet we have caught known terrorists coming through the border as well from China. So all these people flooding through the border here at U.S. Customer Border Protection report that in the past 5 months, at least 4,300 Chinese undocumented migrants have been apprehended crossing the southern border, which amounts to more than double the number of all previous years. And this was on March 29th of 2023. And it's gotten a lot worse because as it stands right now, there are about 10,000 people that flood past our borders every single day, roughly from what they can estimate. Now, because of this open borders policy, you know, how they let Title 42 expire and let them just flood through. And if you take a look from Savannah Hernandez, Drew Hernandez, and some others that were down there, you could see what was going on. And you could see that they were just catching these people, stripping them of their book bags, throwing them in a dumpster, holding them there until the sun came up. And then the patrol officers, without making a single arrest, would just pack up and leave. And all the illegal immigrants and everything came through. They grabbed their book bags from the dumpster and took off into the fields to be released into the United States. Now, I'm not going to sit here and play stupid. I think something is going on. I'm going to put 2 and 2 together. Let's connect the fucking dots here for a minute. I'm going to put 2 and 2 together. Something is happening here. All these people flooding in through our borders, all these attacks happening, all these food plants burning down, the food storage burning down, and now it's lithium plants. Now it's batteries in an abandoned warehouse that make no sense to have there in the first place. 5 other or at least 4 other storage facilities that had lithium in it have been attacked and burnt. Are you going to sit here and tell me that nothing's happening? I refuse to believe that. I straight up refuse to believe that. Not to mention the ammonium nitrate that was stolen from the train. Nobody's ever heard anything about that. And then all of a sudden, these forest fires in Canada start popping up to where the air quality in all of the northern United States was pretty much fucked for a week. Yeah, it's even reached down here to Alabama where I live. And then you got this. But yeah, we're supposed to be making the environment better, right? Yeah, we're supposed to get off of these coal-fired power plants and everything like that don't push as much into the atmosphere in our country, or even the gas-powered cars pushing as much. I think it was like, what, 0.3% or 3%, somewhere around there of total of car CO2 emissions from our country alone, all of the country versus the whole world. But yeah, we got to clean up our air. We gotta do better while they continue to attack the infrastructure behind that. Okay. Like, I'm not going to sit here and play games with anybody. I'm not going to sit here and mix words. There is something going on. Whether it be our own government, which I wouldn't put them past it doing it, or whether it be an actual terroristic attack. Something is happening here in this United States, and it needs to be investigated. It needs to be looked into. But our CIA, our FBI, our all the three-letter agencies are just so worried about you. They're worried about the domestic extremist terrorisms for saying things like calling somebody a cuck, or for saying Stacy. Stacy is one of the words for racist comments now. Somehow I don't, whatever. But yeah, domestic violence extremism is on the rise, everybody. We need to worry about that, while our infrastructure for everything that we want to do continues to burn to the ground. Good job. Good job. Oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure, given a little bit amount of time, y'all will start seeing more of this happen here. So, just wanted to give you a little quick heads up, because that will be coming down the pipe a lot more often. So, while we are here, while we are doing this, I just wanted to start off with that to give you guys a little bit of heads up about what's going on. This part is just going to be a long segment here because stupidity has happened. Stupidity has happened on a grand scale and for the whole world to see. I want you all to see every bit of this because it's, oh my God. Now, for the Young Turks, we all know that they're just bullshit. Everything they say is bullshit. Like, they're just there for reactionary kind of scream, yell, holler that we ain't getting our way type situation. However, I will say Anna Kasparian has started to open her eyes a little bit and seeing, especially since seeing as how people came after her for saying, don't call me a birthing person. She's starting to see everything that what they call the right wing is talking about, and she's starting to understand exactly what's happening. So shout out to her. Even though politically your ideas are still fucked, you are starting to understand. However, we still got this small little player in the game called Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland from Majority Report, who just tends to lie about everything. Like, that's all they've ever done is just lie. Okay? So we got some things here that I want to show for you guys. This entire episode here is just, it's priceless. We're going to have to go through this whole damn thing because there's a lot I want to point out while this goes on, and then we'll show you more of the things that people were talking about with, you know, Sam Cedar doing all the little cuts and bullshit. But we're going to point it out to you, and we're going to show that to you. But, yeah. Let's go ahead and get started here with this one, because this is going to be fun. This comes from the Culture War, episode 18, Emma Vigeland and Sean Fitzgerald. Debating crime and social issues. Okay. Now, this was supposed to be actual justice warrior, Sean Fitzgerald, and Emma Vigeland from the Majority Report talking about crime and several other different things. I want you to understand, I have just started this. We are 1 minute and 47 seconds in. This is where they start announcing themselves. I want you to see exactly how this changes immediately.
Oh, I'm Sean Fitzgerald. I do YouTube at The Actual Justice Warrior. I cover primarily criminal justice related issues, and I'm happy to be here for your...
By the way, for anybody that doesn't know, you all need to go check out Actual Justice Warrior. He's great. It's like weaponized autism at its finest. It is fucking wonderful. But yes, keep checking this out.
maiden live voyage of the
Absolutely.
Culture War.
And Emma, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Emma Vigeland. I'm the co-host of the Majority Report. Thanks so much, Tim, for having me on. I know that it was a little dicey with you and Sam in terms of him coming on, but I'm happy that you had me on. Honestly.
Absolutely, I'm glad you came.
Yeah,
You know?
and it's. I just want to clear this up because I know that you didn't want to have Sam on because you called him a grifter, right?
Yeah.
And part of the reason that you called him that is because you said that we put your song through a filter on our show, and Just want you to know, I was hosting that day. We don't have the technology to do that, so I did not do that. So
We don't have the technology to do that. Okay. Let's let it run for a second.
there you go.
Yeah, it was
Clearing
like
that up for you.
the song. So that specific issue was the song we put out, played on your show, had like the mids ripped out of it.
We don't have the technological ability to do that. We're just a bunch of leftists in with like a soundboard. I promise you, not.
We're just a bunch of leftists in with a soundboard. Okay, so on that show that I do listen to once in a while because, well, they are fucking stupid. But how can you know what your enemy is talking about or what's important to them if you don't listen? But E4F. I don't know who that is. But anyway, appreciate it. But yeah, how can you know what your political enemy is talking about, what's important to them, if you don't listen? Okay, now nobody listens to anybody anymore. To be honest, I do listen to CNN. Oh, but I do. I don't remember the name, but anyway, sorry about that. Oh, Adam. Oh, what the hell, dude? Yeah, you should jump in with me sometime. That'd be a fun talk with you. Little old friend of mine, Adam, from real life friend. But yeah. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. If you don't listen to them, as crazy and as lunatic as they sound, how do you know where these spins come from? How do you know where the information is twisted from? How do you know anything about how they try to spin the narrative if you don't listen? Right? Now, she says she's just a bunch of leftists with a soundboard. Now, as I've counted on the show, I have seen, let's say 7, 8 mics, including with the people talking and everything, that have been active, and they have a soundboard. Well, guess what? I have a soundboard for 1 mic.
And I can change my voice.
I can change anything. All I have to do is just press buttons.
And you're gonna sit there and tell me you don't have this capability?
Are you serious? Because I just did it with just a press of a button. Now, I'm not going to show that whole thing because it's embarrassing as hell. Yes, they did rip the mids out of the whole thing. They turned down the mid gains on all of it, so it didn't sound anything normal, but she's just trying to cover her ass, and the smug look on her face tells it all. Let's just keep going.
Nothing was intentional.
You don't have Audacity? It's free.
Well, no, the issue here is likely
I don't really
that
know. I don't know anything about
if you
audio tech.
don't have proper ingestion, then like the audio is going through a TV or something, it's going to sound really bad.
Right.
So if we were to like play music on the TV and then put the mics up to it, everything would be ripped out from it. And then if we were
First of all, if you're going to do that, you're going to cause feedback in the mic. So yeah, they actually had the video and everything going through their system. They didn't just hook up a mic and throw it to a TV because that would have caused massive feedback and you would have heard that in a mic that everybody knows. Yeah.
were to say, listen how bad this sounds, it's misleading the average person
Right,
into thinking
well,
that
yeah.
that's what the song sounds like when it
But
doesn't.
but I played that, and look, I mean, we're here to have a great discussion. I think, but it's interesting that even though I played it, that was your justification for calling Sam a grifter.
Oh, it's not though. The issue
Oh, because I played it, Sam's a grifter. No, you already know what the issue is, but there's her justification for that. Oh, it was me that did it, so why are you attacking him?
issue with
Okay.
Sam was that I put out a tweet where I said, we try to invite people on the left all the time. They always say no. And then Sam tweeted challenge accepted or something to that effect, like, I'll come on. And I was like, oh, this is great because, you know, Sam was actually the first person to ever shout me out ever in my career,
Yeah.
praising me. And so I said, we will cover travel accommodation. We'll fly you out. We'll take care of everything. Let me know what day works for you. And he said something like the 13th. And I was like, this is fantastic. And then he DM'd me and was like, I'm not coming on your show. And I was
Yeah,
like,
it was because of COVID restrictions. I've seen the DMs.
Then why the fuck did he say it? Huh? Why did he say it? Why did he make a public spectacle of the whole thing and then in private saying, nah, it's not going to happen? Oh, COVID restrictions? Oh, yeah. That's a thing. That's a likely fucking excuse, right?
I told him he
Yeah,
should put it
sure.
on. I've told him he should put it on Twitter, but he's too good of a guy. I
Well-
mean, maybe
Well, no,
he
I
will.
published.
He's too good of a guy. Yeah. Does anybody remember when Ethan Klein and Steven Crowder were supposed to debate, and then Ethan Klein snuck Sam Cedar in? And then Sam Cedar's like, oh, you won't debate me. Everybody's scared of me. Maybe it's because of things like what we'll get into later on here after a while.
Just to
all the
clarify.
DMs.
Yeah.
Because then what he did was he then it's mostly water under the bridge, but he made some comment about me backing out or something, and I was like, what are you talking about? Like, and then I messaged him, I was like, are you kidding, dude? Like, we're gonna pay for everything. And then he was just like, no, I'm not doing it. Are you
Well,
crazy?
then just do it. Like, I mean, I'm sure he'd be down to come down soon, and you guys could actually hash
Well, the
it
issue
out.
has expanded more than that. I mean, so at the same time, there was Hassan Piker, who also responded to my tweet, and he said, I'd love to come. And I said, when can you come? And he said, let's figure out a date. And so I DM'd him, and he said, I got to be honest, I'm actually concerned about COVID. And I said, totally get it. No worries, man. Thanks for reaching out. And that was the end of it. Sam, however, used it on like a video and then started tweeting about it because it was drumming up a whole bunch of clicks and views. And I'm like, okay, dude, I get it. Interacting with this guy is just going to create drama that he uses to get clicks. I mean, the dude's got like 170 videos about Dave Rubin.
Yeah, we do
Yeah.
cover that. I mean, I think
Cover.
part of what we do.
Yes. Check this out. Let's see. They speak about things like this all the time. Videos. Let's see. Just in the recent time frame here where this would have been happening. Let's see. Tim Pool and co-host Ian clash over his bad faith sex debate with Emma. Huh? Yeah. We got that pulled up too. Tim Pool struggles answering simple questions about DeSantis and Trump. Look, 123, 58, 39, 24, 41, 214, 19, 68, 50, 30, 78, 166. Tim Pool struggles during military aid debate. 43, 74, 258. Tim Pool melts down when asked about influencing Texas shooter. That is the biggest part in this, and we will get into that shit. I think it's really fucking interesting that I actually see something in this that nobody else has actually understood so far. Again, 244 with something that doesn't consider anybody. Okay, well, 53, 65, 21, 27. You get it. You get it, right? Their show is a dying show because everybody knows that they're lying grifters. That's all they do is just bullshit. They sit there and just say the stupidest things on air to get attention. And they start fights with people just to have their show, or just to have clips that they take out of context. They switch it around, sometimes even cut up different parts of different segments to put them together to make a bad faith argument, which we will get into as well. But let's go back.
Do is we try to respond to some of the right-wing ecosystem on the internet because there's a vacuum truly left. You guys have a lot more money than the left-wing media space.
I'm just going to stop right there. You guys have a lot more money than the left-wing media space. Now, if you're talking about mainstream media, well, how many other right-wing platforms is there in mainstream media? Let's just be honest. Fox News has gone woke, so they're gone since that whole Tucker Carlson getting fired situation. They've always been controlled opposition as far as that's concerned. What, you got OAN, right-wing broadcasting company or something like that, and few other ones, very, very few other ones that don't get any traction, that don't get any looks, but yet CNN now is going under. CNN has always been a piece of shit. MSNBC, all these other legacy medias are all left leaning. But somehow she claims that the right has more money? When? When in recorded history has the right wing ever had money? Modern recorded history. Has the right wing ever had money for their shows and things like that? I mean, you got the Daily Wire and the Blaze right now. They're two major companies in that. You got Steven Crowder with the Mug Club that's trying to come up, and I do think Daily Wire is trying to shut them down as far as competition goes. But when? I mean, that's a serious question. When has that ever been a thing? No. What she's saying is you have more money than us because we're shitty fucking people. That's it.
We just try to combat it a little bit.
I think the issue with that, I can understand why you'd say that, but it looks like this is a great way to kick off the show, actually, like the start of the culture war. I actually don't think that whatever this space has more money, because this is a fractured independent space of varying ideologies.
Tim, I'm in your compound, right?
He's right. What people consider right wing is anybody that's not with this woke cult shit. We all have differing ideologies. We all have differing beliefs, and there's a lot of infighting going on. And, you know, people say they're tired of it, but how do you catch the real grifters like Eliza Blue and people like that? How do you catch them if there's no infighting going on? We're supposed to just let them go under the radar? Yeah, okay. But I'm in your compound, Tim.
Right now.
Yeah, I'm rich. What does
I
that,
live
what
in
does
a
that
one
mean?
bedroom. I mean, how did you get rich?
I started a website, took memberships, sold ads on videos.
Yeah, but the reason that you get ads and that we don't is because you more adequately serve capitalism and we challenge it.
I get
No, the reason why he gets ads and you don't is because your show is shit and nobody listens. Unless you drum up drama, clickbait, garbage bullshit. That's the only reason.
we get our ads pulled. What do you mean? There's whole organizations dedicated to getting all of our ads removed.
Right, but the proof is in the
Yes.
pudding and where I'm sitting right now.
So this is memberships. This
Okay.
is almost entirely because people pay to become members of our websites. You know, if the Majority Report, you guys have been around a lot longer than I have.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The inability to provide a product to a customer does not mean that one political faction has more or is granted more because of capitalism or anything like that.
Right.
Like if Sam is unable to, I mean, Sam's had way more subscribers than me for a long, long time.
Right.
And he just like and I'm not saying this to be like mean. I'm saying if he doesn't know how to turn revenue, the issue is more so you need like a COO or somebody who's going to say, here's how we provide something to a market that generates revenue so we can expand our business. So we're better at that here, I suppose, is the easy way to put it.
Well, no, because what you say here is more attractive to investors and advertisers. I mean, we're basically
no
only
investors.
members.
Really? Really? Hold on. So people who have even any kind of inkling against this woke cult shit is already demonetized, or their videos that gain traction are demonetized, and then as soon as they stop gaining traction are remonetized again. But your argument is what? And I love this. Hold on.
And okay, well, other right-wing media like the Daily Wire and stuff like that, and even what I'm looking at a Rumble, what I don't know, what do you call that logo right there?
Looks like a rectangle.
Yeah, I mean that's a David Sachs, that's a venture capital backed venture, I believe.
So what's that got to do with the damn thing? So is YouTube. It's not a David Sachs in venture capitalism, but it's the same thing you're talking about. Huh.
At the very least, Peter Thiel is involved and invested.
Wait,
There's no equivalent on the left.
Why wouldn't
Absolutely
you be able
not.
to get
YouTube. What the fuck are you talking about? There's no equivalent on the left. The platform right now that I'm going to with Voice of the People here, I've been shadow banned. I'm sorry. Visibility filtered. Because I dared to ask a question about a jab. No, I'm not even joking. I'm not. I got a warning for what was it? Inciting violence by covering protests that have been happening all over the world since 2018. I got a warning for that, even though they didn't tell me anything about what was inciting about that. Never said anything. I was just looking through protests that have happened all over the world and showing that protests do actually work even outside this country. So I got that. And then not too long after that, it was about a month or two after that, I had I had a question, because we were always seeing like heart attacks and things like that. I had a question. Could this be the issue? Medical misinformation for asking. Not saying it is, not in suggesting. I was asking, could that be the issue? And yep, the live is still there, but I took that little clip out of it, and it got one view. Within 15 minutes of it going live, it got one view and was struck down for medical misinformation. And I repealed it. I was like, what is medical misinformation about me asking this? Because I look at these and I put them together, and I started asking a question about it. How is that medical misinformation for asking a question? Of course, no, just comes down. So when you're sitting there talking about that kind of thing, now her whole point was investors. Okay. So investors are saying, hey, I like what you're doing. I want to give you some money for you to expand, for you to come up, make you better. And in return, I get more money back. That's what investing is. So if you're not getting investors into your business, it usually means that no one likes your business and what you're doing. So if the majority report isn't getting investors, it's because investors don't give a shit about what you're doing at all.
Advertisers, if like David Pakman and the Young Turks have advertisers, your content's not like too
We do have
dissimilar.
advertisers. We just have, advertisers that are a little bit more within our system of values, and we're trying to combat corporate greed. We don't have a ton of advertisers that I think align with leftist, or we have advertisers that we try to include in terms of like leftist values as well. But just by the nature of left versus right, it's asymmetrical warfare.
But you guys,
So you don't have investors who use capitalism to make money for their platforms investing in your company because you hate capitalism. How is this in any way, shape, or form? How does any of that make sense? Sorry. You want somebody who wants to use capitalism to grow their business, to invest money into somebody saying, hey, fuck capitalism. By the way, buy this product. What? That's fucking stupid.
But honestly,
you
Sam
just
should
said
just
you're-
put
you're
put those
passing on
DMs out there.
advertisers that don't align with your values. So
Yeah.
like you
But
have
we do the
those
same
options.
thing. We do literally say we have like 4 advertisers. We have
Right.
like 4.
Right. Okay.
So our website has no advertisers, and it's almost entirely membership funded.
Yeah.
So
I mean, look,
everything here is because people give us $10 a month.
we're really trying to cover politics on our program, and I think that that's what is like our central focus. I mean,
Why
you
make
talk
a
about,
video about me and music?
well, I mean, it was a little fun because it was kind of funny. But I mean, Sam comes from a comedy background as well. I would say
It was kind of funny to make a video about completely lying about everything. It was kind of funny to make fun of somebody just because we don't like you. It was kind of funny. Huh. Now, throughout this entire thing, I want you all to understand her mannerisms. I want you all to understand how she's interacting with these people. She's being very combative. She's being very contrarian. And she has no problems saying things in a sneaky, underhanded way to poke fun and take jabs at Sean and Tim. All of that changes in one simple segment. I want to point that out, and I want y'all to watch that.
Say that I think you misrepresent what our show actually does. The first hour, the free hour of our program before we go to the membership portion, is one that we literally have experts on Social Security, on international politics. It's not, honestly, something that is conducive to, it's dry. It's not conducive necessarily to a ton of capital investment.
Okay, she is right about that. It is incredibly dry, and it is incredibly fucking boring. Because you got Sam Cedar sitting there doing this to make a point. Now, if you're going to make any kind of arguments, maybe don't stare at the camera for 20, 30 seconds. Say half a sentence, and then stare at the camera again for another 20, 30 seconds. While people in the background cover up the dead air. I have a horrible Sam Cedar voice. I don't care. I'm just going to make fun of the dude. How about this? Wait a minute.
This right here will be my Sam Cedar voice. How about that? Or maybe this one.
But yeah.
Investment or advertisers. And
Right,
we're
so we
trying to
don't- we
make
don't
a
ha-
difference in the world.
We don't have investment or
Sure.
we have like 4 advertisers. Actually, we have 0 advertisers. So we got rid of them all. So
Okay.
we ended all of our advertisers. To be fair, on the podcast version of things, I think we have like 6. On the YouTube side of things, we've actually gotten rid of all advertisements. So now it's just like whatever YouTube does, they do.
Right.
And then we're starting our own companies. The reason
My wife
we
got
started our
mad at
coffee
me.
company, it's because I'm not going to say the name of this person, but there are organizations that lie in order to get our ads pulled. And so that's happened to us. One example is that there's, well, I don't get into too much of it, but there's a group that has argued that I have claimed that Donald Trump won in 2020, and they've used that to raise tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay.
I never said Donald Trump won in 2020. In fact,
No, we
since
never did.
Joe Biden got inaugurated, I said Trump lost, and these people need to accept it.
Right. Well, you said there might be a race war. There was that.
When did I say that?
I'm not sure, but you also said that
I don't think that's a true thing. Actually,
the 10-year-old who got an abortion who was
Oh, you said there might be a race war. When did I say that? I'm not sure, but the 10-year-old, yeah, you just tried to deflect from that. But yeah, this is great.
raped, you call that a hoax. Have you retracted that statement?
so there's very deep context to that. What we're talking about when
But
I
that's
say
been
hoax,
proven. I mean,
Right, right,
charged.
but
The
so-
rapist has been charged,
Right,
and
right.
the doctor who provided the
I love how in this segment right here, she just goes after the whole 10-year-old. She doesn't go after the whole story. She doesn't try to go any further than that whole story. She just goes for that.
abortion fine.
So this is a really good example of the problem in the culture war, I would say. See, you don't know what I actually said, because I didn't say what you're describing.
You did. I just watched it last night.
Right. And so what I said was the fact that they politicized this to win a political point is the hoax, not that the child was abused.
How does that constitute a hoax, Tim?
So like, let's say there's what's a good example of this? Ahmaud Arbery. Ahmaud Arbery is a really great example, right? So here's
No, I'm talking about this example though. The
Right,
one that
so-
I just brought up.
So, right. If I can't explain to you that manipulating a story for political gain is the hoax, then I don't know
What's
what
the
else to say.
manipulation?
Oh man, this is an old story. I have to pull it up. I think the issue was that they were
The manipulation was that the child who was assaulted and got pregnant by an illegal immigrant that shouldn't have been in the country. By the way, I think he was like 27 years old, something like that. And his mother knew it was happening, or her mother knew it was happening. The child got pregnant. And because of the situation that was going on, even though there are exceptions to the laws that were in there, she did have that exception. They would have performed an abortion on that child. They went a state over to get it done. And everybody's like, see, this is what happens when you take away abortions and ban them and things. That was what happened.
Were able to actually get the treatment in state, but because of the law, they decided to seek it elsewhere. And I said, that is a hoax. I didn't say that it was a hoax that the girl was abused. I said, if they could have sought treatment in state under the exemption, I think it was Ohio, right? There was an exemption
Yes.
saying in the cases of abuse, the treatments are permitted, but they decided to make a public statement and leave the state anyway. I said, that is a hoax.
It was not a public statement.
Well, but that's my point.
No, rape and incest exemptions are non-actionable. This is like well documented with abortion activists. How long do you think it takes to prove a rape or incest case before you're able to use that carve out
Well,
to
I don't-
actually get an
Well,
abortion?
doesn't it depend on how the law is written? Do you have to prove it, or does it have to be alleged?
I mean, first
So
of all,
let me
rape
just
is,
answer
rape
that
is one
point
of the
real quick so we can clarify the thing on.
Sure.
I never said it was a hoax that the girl was abused. That is
Okay.
incorrect.
But I mean, but honestly, this is a part and parcel of what you do is you put that kind of statement out there and then you put caveats in to protect yourself.
Like the fact that you ignored the fact that the adult who assaulted the child was a legal immigrant, or the mother of that child knew it was happening and allowed it to happen. You didn't give that part of the story. You just said a 10-year-old was assaulted and had an abortion in another state. And this is why these laws are a thing. This is why you can't take these things from us. I mean, you did the same damn thing that you're accusing him of, just in the opposite direction. Projection much?
But
Me
that's
saying that someone manipulating a story for political gain is a hoax is
it's not a manipulation. That is the kind of thing that's going to continue to happen as abortion restrictions happen throughout the country.
It's
It
an
was
opinion.
a particularly egregious example used to shine light on broader restrictions on abortion in this country. I mean, it's an opinion, but you haven't retracted it. It's false.
It's not false. If there is a story and the story is exaggerated or manipulated in an effort to sway people into believing one political faction over the other, you are engaging in a hoax.
I mean, isn't that what
Yes. If you were trying to exaggerate or straight up lie about a situation, that is a hoax. As a matter of fact, an act intended to deceive or trick, something that has been established or accepted by fraudulent means. By saying that child wouldn't have had an abortion in their state because of the laws passed, even though the law says that that would have been an exemption and it would have been completely capable of actually doing, for you to sit there and say that this is the reason why these laws can't be repealed. This is the thing. This is, oh my God, mind blow. It's a hoax. But yeah, this stupid bitch can't get a grasp on that. Why? Well, she understands it. She's just being contrarian here. She's just trying to go after. She's being incredibly hostile from the fucking jump. Now, mind you, this is supposed to be about crime. Sean Fitzgerald and Emma Vigeland talking about crime. That's what they agreed. Both of them agreed to come on the Culture War 4. And immediately after, hey, my name is Emma Vigeland, I do this and I do this. Tim, you're a piece of shit. Huh?
you guys do when you post like extreme videos of crime and things like
We
that?
don't do that. What are you talking about?
I mean, you respond to videos that are taken completely out of context, isolated
what?
instances.
I don't think you watch the show because that doesn't sound
I
like what
mean,
we
I do a little bit.
No, you don't. Because
Yeah,
we
I
don't
do.
do
No,
it.
she don't.
Yeah. Yes,
I-
you do.
Well, that's not true. 'Cause
As a matter of fact, nobody watches anybody else. But I want you all to, while we're going through this, I want you all to see the complexion on his face, right? I want you all to see that because that comes up later on. And it's a sneaky ass underhanded trick that they've done. But
because we don't do that. In fact, one of the points we make specifically is
You show
Especially
subway crime to talk about these inflated crime numbers. Crime is down in New York City in 2023, and by every metric.
Down compared to what?
Down compared to 2021 and
But don't
2022.
change the subject, right? You
I'm not.
accused us of publishing videos we don't publish.
If it's down in compared to 2021, and there was a giant year-over-year increase from 2020 to 2021, then you're talking about something that's
It wasn't
down.
giant. It was a small bump from the
A
pandemic.
47% increase in homicide in the city of New York is not a small bump.
It was homicides have been on a precipitous decline.
Homicides have been on a precipitous decline since then. Really? Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg lowers cases, charges, and grand larceny case sources. Apparently, Alvin Bragg has been lowering or completely dismissing cases altogether. So if you lower what a case is down to from a felony down to a misdemeanor, or you take away something like first degree murder and you make it something like let's say first degree murder versus unintentional manslaughter or something like that. I forget exactly what it is. Of course, you're taking away from a murder case and lowering it to something less fucking substantial. He's been doing that this entire time to make it look like crime is going down in New York City, but it has still been increasing over time. All you have to do is look at the ones that he's lowered or look at the ones that he has dismissed altogether and still account for that. And it's a thing. But yeah, she's going to use that as an excuse.
Since the 70s, since the 80s, since the 90s. There was a bump because of desperation in the pandemic, and now it's back down in 2023.
So,
that's irrefutable. That's the NYPD's own data.
Oh, I love that. Hold on. I'm going to make this point real quick before we continue. I'm sorry. But she says desperation during the pandemic. I love this argument. You know, stealing TVs. They have to steal the TVs to sell them to eat. All right. Hold up. If you were starving and you needed food, would you steal a TV that's a lot harder to steal than food is? Then take a second to find a buyer for said TV and then wait for the money to come to go buy food. Or would you just steal the food? I mean, let's take California, for example. They got that law that, you know, unless it's over $950, you're not going to prosecute. Wouldn't you get more food for $950 than you would a couple of TVs to sell than to just get the money and then just go buy food, which makes absolutely no fucking sense? No, you would steal the food. Problem fucking solved. You're eating immediately. Instead of stealing TVs, finding somebody to buy the TVs from you and then go buy food. Are we just totally retarded to this or no? What it is they're just trying to make excuses.
That's on all major crimes: murders, rapes, grand larcenies,
So this
robberies.
This is an argument I'm often confronted with, and it's actually pretty terrible. So crime is down from the peak for sure, right? In some years in New York City, we had 2,100 murders. I think that's the largest ever in the history of the city of New York. However, my standard it's not as bad as the worst time in the history of the city of New York. When I see murders jump year over year from about 319 to 469.
What do you mean year over year? The 2 years that I just
year
listed?
over year, as in from 2020 to 2021. That would be a year over year increase. That is a dramatic increase, and it's the largest since, I believe, 2010. The greatest year over year increase of all time in the city of New York, by the way. But it's all the way back to 2010 numbers.
It's down again.
It's down compared to the increase.
It's down again because Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg lowers charges in grand larceny cases. Sources. He's been doing that for pretty much everything, not just grand larceny. He's been doing that for pretty much everything. Yet this motherfucker goes after Trump for doing business the way it's supposed to be done and putting it in records the way it's supposed to be done. 36 fucking counts and 37, or I'm sorry, 37, and to link it all past the point of what is it? Statute of limitations. To go past statute of limitations, it has to be covering up for some other crime. It's a felony. What is that? Well, we don't have to fucking tell you. Yeah.
Increase, but it's not down compared to 2019.
This was a once in a lifetime pandemic where people's desperation and their mental health was severely harmed. People were out of work, and that kind of desperation leads to more crime. That's the reality of how crime works. Poverty leads to crime.
No. No. Crime leads to poverty. If you let criminals do whatever the fuck they want, businesses move out of an area, lowering the income of that area so that people can no longer afford to eat. So the TVs that they're stealing because they can lead to businesses evacuating that area because they have no backing, leading to people not being able to buy food.
Would imagine
This
that.
is inaccurate.
Why do you think 25 people got shoved in front of trains last year?
I don't know, dude.
Well, that's a legitimate.
You see that smug ass face?
Mental health was severely harmed. People were out of work, and that kind of desperation leads to more crime. That's the reality of how crime works. Poverty leads to crime. I would imagine
this is
that.
inaccurate.
Why do you think 25 people got shoved in front of trains last year?
I don't know, dude.
See that? So 25 people being shoved in front of a train is somehow because they're starving. And he asked her about it. I don't know. Why are you bringing this up? See that smug ass look on her face?
Well, that's a legitimate question. You're saying that poverty and desperation results in crime. I'm wondering why it is that you've had these homeless guys. They've been predominantly, I think it's almost entirely these homeless guys, shoving people in front of trains. Last year it was 25.
Right.
And so that is.
So that's a mental health problem. I mean, we do have a mental health problem in this country.
Yes, we have a mental health problem because people like you are espousing this bullshit all over the place, excusing crime for the fact, excusing murder because they're hungry. I mean, isn't that what AOC was saying not too long ago? People were getting murdered because people are hungry. They don't have bread to eat, so they're going to kill people.
We have an issue with not having socialized healthcare, where people are unable to access healthcare, mental health care in particular, but also every other kind of healthcare. I mean, 28 million uninsured people in this country. That's a massive problem. I mean, what is your stance on Medicare for all and healthcare?
I'm for universal healthcare.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, I think we'd have to have some kind.
Yeah, see, she was going to try and catch him on that. But she don't know who the fuck she's dealing with. Yeah, that's the thing. As a matter of fact, yes, there is a problem with mental issue here in the United States, and it has largely gone unchecked for a majority of the past. When did they close down the mental institutions, what we call insane asylums? When did they close them down? Since then. Yeah, because now granted there were a lot of abuse that was going on in these insane asylums, things like that. There was a lot of problems within that, but it caused a huge issue of crime being able to be on the rise because these people who should have been locked away were able to run the streets. I mean, anybody remember the duffel bag killer or the shopping cart killer over there in New York City? Explain that by saying they were hungry.
Kind of like basic coverage for universal standard, meaning like if you're having an episode, this is particularly where we bring you in, we help you. If you're
Sure.
broken bones, flu, things that it's like relatively simple and knowledge based. The challenge with it is that we got limited space, we got limited doctors, but I don't think we can function as a society if we have people just dying in the streets like we do with drug abuse and
Well, then
people
you should
losing their minds.
promote housing first policies on your program. Like in
Oh, you should just do whatever the fuck we want you to do because, yeah, you should be more like us, right? You should, hold on, housing first. You have a right to housing just because you exist. That's what the housing first thing they're talking about is. Just because you exist, you have a right to a roof over your head. Never mind the fact that the roof over your head has to be paid by somebody, has to be maintained by somebody, but just because you exist, you have a right to that roof over your head without a penny being paid in return. No. You do not have a right to a roof over your head just because you exist. Somebody had to make that roof over your head. Somebody has to keep the lights on that roof over your head. Somebody has to keep the water running in that roof over your head. But because you exist, you have the right to that? Yeah, fuck off.
in Houston, what they did, there was a pilot program under Obama. It was a HUD grant. And they reduced homelessness by 63% over 10 years because they guaranteed housing. Do you think that the 25 examples that you cite last year, and there's like over 2 million subway riders a day. So,
By the way, that 63% she's talking about also caused a huge deficit within New York City.
you cherry picking that, I feel like is
It's not cherry picking. It's you asked or you mentioned that desperation leads to crime.
yeah.
So I'm wondering why it is specifically that we saw this increase. Is it like someone's desperate, but why murder somebody? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, they're experiencing a mental health episode. We do not have adequate health care in this country, mental health care. I hear a lot of talk often after mass shootings that mental health is the most important thing in this country. Then we should have socialized health care so everyone can have access to it. And that paired with a housing first policy where cities don't become urban centers for just bridge and tunnelers who want to come in and see a show, or for restaurant associations, where places where people can actually live and there's guaranteed housing for people. If we were able to do that, we would be able to drastically reduce the crime that you guys are talking about.
So when you're
I also want to bring up this point because nobody has actually fucking presses her on this as far as that goes, because she would have played herself even further in this. How do you pay for that? How do you pay for socialized medicine where people just go in for the hypochondriacs? Oh, I sneezed. I must be sick. Let me go in and get a full checkup just to make sure. How do you pay for that? Housing first. Oh, I exist. Therefore, I should have a roof over my head no matter what. Even though the fact that I can't pay a damn dime on that. How do you pay for that? Oh, yeah, that's right. Her answer would be raising your taxes so that a son of a bitch who can exist in any other way, shape, or form is able to exist off your dime. Raising taxes to make it to where you, who pretty much lives paycheck to paycheck, most of us do, raising the taxes on us to make it harder for us to exist, to make it harder for us to make a living for ourselves and make it comfortable to live, so that other people who can't or won't function in society, who can't or won't get a job and work themselves, get to exist. That would be her answer.
You're talking about poverty leading to crime. Like, what is that based on? Because after Prohibition was
all of
repealed
human history.
during the Great Depression, crime fell. During the Great Recession, people with your line of thinking thought we would see a crime spike nationwide. It didn't happen. You can actually look at the crime wave if you wanted to pull it up. That didn't occur. and that was the largest recession
He's
in
actually
the history of
correct.
this country since the Great Depression. So what we've seen throughout American history is poverty not leading to crime. What we actually see is the opposite, that crime drives areas into poverty. We look at store closures across the country due to the fact that we have shoplifting. That leads to decaying in the neighborhoods. When people abandon the neighborhoods and you see this blight, that has a psychological impact on people, and that drives people to commit these crimes.
I mean, you're working backwards from the.
No, you're
massive-
actually working
Wait,
backwards.
but no. Poverty, clearly, this is a very simple concept, leads to something like shoplifting. Why would someone shoplift based on a personal pathology? They're shoplifting because they're desperate.
Not
They're shoplifting TVs because they can't eat instead of shoplifting the food to eat. They're shoplifting TVs. They're running places like Walgreens and a hotel. What was that hotel that left San Francisco? I think it was San Francisco. They're running these businesses out because California says we won't prosecute unless you go over $950. By the way, Lululemon, what was that one where they fired the workers for calling the cops on the people that ran in and stole a whole bunch of clothes and ran out? Yeah, these businesses are leaving because they can't turn a profit to keep the doors open, which means the people that are employed lose their jobs, which means they can't eat. If it was about hunger, you would steal food, not TV and clothing to go sell it off to spend money on food. You would steal the food. It makes sense, but it's a lot easier too. I mean, would you would you take the risk of running out of a store with a 50, 60, 75 inch TV on your back? Or would you just take a ham hock up in your fucking shirt and go? I mean, hands fucking down from somebody who was a thief while I was a little kid. Hands fucking down. I'd take that ham hock and go. I wouldn't take that TV. Because the TV's a lot more noticeable. What about me? What's going on, man? How you doing?
necessarily. Like, so we have a lot
Yeah.
of lax shoplifting laws in California, for example.
So they're
And what
doing it
they
just for
find is we
fun?
have a lot of organized retail theft because there's no consequences
I'm gonna let him finish.
for it.
It's profit.
For
I mean,
instance,
it's not.
There, people are trying to make money.
Well, so-
and they're
so-
desperate, and we have untold levels of income inequality in this country.
well,
You hear that? Her argument went from they're hungry to they're trying to make money. Instead of, by the way, instead of getting a job, which Joe Biden says they've created more jobs since the former administration. Community noted on Twitter, hey, all those jobs that he's talking about that he created were jobs that came back from the pandemic where it was shut down and people were lost their jobs. As a matter of fact, he's only created 2 million jobs, roughly around 2 million jobs since he took office, which equates to 55,000 a month. He shut down a lot of businesses. He's taken away a lot of jobs, but has only created 55,000 a month since he has taken office, roughly on average. I love this little still frame here. This is fucking epic. But anyway,
is
Since
it income
late
inequality or
since the late
poverty?
70s, 900%. That's the increase in CEO pay.
Chewing on
versus
the shepherd of
12%
pressure.
for the working class in this country.
That's
You
very
don't think
bad.
that leads to levels of desperation?
I don't
So
think-
wait, is income inequality?
I will say this. What about me? I'm still waiting for Batacalf care, but if this is the Batacalf care that he was talking about, I damn sure don't want it.
The cause, or is poverty the cause? Because those are two different things.
I mean, they go hand in hand.
They really don't.
Yes,
No, they
do.
don't.
Because
No,
all
not
the
at
wealth
all.
is going towards the CEOs and to the billionaires in this country.
But it's not a
and
zero-sum
trickling
economy.
down.
But
I don't
what is
know
it?
what
But
that
but
means.
also, if income
Whoa,
inequality,
whoa, hold up. I love this argument. All the wealth is going for the billionaires and the CEOs. Who the fuck do you think makes more stores? to employ the people that work in these areas. So if they don't get money to pump back into their businesses, if they don't get money to start up new businesses, if they don't get money to do other fucking things within their company, they don't bring employment into areas. Yet you got people like AOC who were saying, let's not take Amazon into our area, which honestly, you can argue was a good move or not. I'm going to argue actually, yeah, that was kind of a good move. But if these people cannot invest in their businesses, if they cannot gain the money needed to invest back into their businesses, they cannot grow as a company. Therefore, they cannot bring these jobs into other areas. But yes, let's tax the rich. Yes, let's take the billionaires to count. Let's tax them at 97% of their income so they can't bring businesses into other areas to create more job opportunities. You see how that works? Fuck, it's not rocket science, and it's damn sure not brain surgery.
Quality is the driver of crime, then how come we saw a giant crime decline after the mid-90s when income inequality was going up? In fact, we saw this happen all the way to 2019.
Can you repeat that?
We had a giant crime decline from around 1995, 1996 nationwide from all the way.
By the way, wasn't that under Rudy Giuliani for New York City? The giant the crime decline? Yeah. Let's see. Let's just check this out real quick. When did Rudy Giuliani is an American politician lawyer who served as 107th mayor of New York City from 1994 to 2001. So yes, the guy who everybody demonizes because he had hair dye running down his face is the reason why that happened. I should have switched it back, but yeah. It's the reason why that happened.
All the way to 2019, while income inequality was rising during that period of time.
Right.
So why would that occur if income inequality is driving crime?
I mean, I'm not exactly sure, you're the expert, but I do know that you're saying that there.
The dude covers nothing but crime for the most part. I'm not exactly sure you're the expert. You have no idea who the fuck you're talking to. Sean Fitzgerald, his channel covers 95% or more crime related statistics. Weaponized autism at its fucking finest for that. And you're gonna call him into question when the dude studies this shit day in, day out, looking for this kind of thing.
There was an increase in crime in 2021 and 2022,
Well,
and it doesn't matter now
I don't know
that
if
it's
you can see
going back
this.
down to 2023 levels.
This is just New York
I can't
City.
see this. Yeah,
I just pulled up New York City.
look at that. Right, exactly.
So at the start of 1990, crime was at its highest, and it dropped rather massively
Yes.
into
Because of
just
Rudy
before
Giuliani.
2000, where it continued to decline, and then from 2019 into
I want you all to take a look at that. What is it? Let me pull it back up. What was? God damn it! What did I just type? AULI. I don't even know how to spell the dude's name, but whatever. New York City from 1994 to 2001. Let's go back to this. From 1990, when it was at its highest. 1994, I'm guessing, is right here. To 2001, which would be roughly right after that 2000 mark. The biggest drop in murders in New York City happened under Rudy Giuliani.
2020, we see a huge increase. That's pre-pandemic.
Right.
So there's a couple interesting things to point out there.
No, to be clear, that's not
Also,
that's not
this
pre-pandemic. That's the year-over-year increase. So
Right.
it would be in the year 2020. To be clear, so 2019 would be
No,
the
no, no,
low
no.
number.
The increase actually the draw is before 2020, meaning that could be 2018 to 19 then, if that's the point you're making.
No, it's I've seen these numbers. I'm telling you, you're reading this chart wrong because in New York City, do they have the raw number of homicides on the side? If you
But this-
track
this-
it, you have around
yeah, this is just
because this
murders
is
too,
just
by the way.
murders right here.
Right.
You
Guys-
have about 300, and then it jumps to about 469.
I mean, crime dropped everywhere throughout the country since lead gasoline was outlawed. There is
Oh, yeah.
a massive connection, lead paint, lead gasoline predominantly affecting poor and lower income people, which probably did contribute to some of the increase in volatility in that
Well,
kind of instance.
I agree. I completely
You love that, don't you? She got destroyed on her whole point. And then, hey, lead paint, lead gasoline. That's what did it. Stats are easy to manipulate. More crime can be switched to police, investigated, than discovered. More crime and less crime, and they prevented crime occurring. Yes. Now, this one is grand larceny, but he's been doing it for everything, including murder in New York City.
it was fascinating that when we started taking lead out of the atmosphere,
Yeah.
crime started to drop. But that would also make the argument that it's not poverty driving crime; it was like chemical imbalance or something.
It's both. It's
You-
absolutely both.
Oh,
Well,
it's
I think it
both
would- I
now.
think it would
It's
play a
both
role,
now.
like the
Whoa,
lead-
whoa. It's both now. It's both now because he points out the fact that it's not poverty. It was something else that you had mentioned. Now it's both.
Would play a role because it was in gasoline, so it was in
Right,
the
it's air
air.
everywhere.
Yeah, so it's
And we
impacting
know
everyone.
it depresses brain function and things like that.
True.
Yeah.
But I think public policy has a huge impact as well because again, we saw a dramatic crime. This crime wave started in the 1960s, right? And this is when we started embracing this idea that poverty was the root cause of crime, that this was more the realm of the social workers, all things that sound really familiar to today. And from 1960 all the way to 1979, the incarceration rate, even though in raw numbers it was rising, was dropping per capita. So we saw this crime increase, and what you would end up getting in 1979 for murder on average was something like 5 years. For rape, it was something like 3.4 years. And obviously, like this created a problem because we just weren't prosecuting people. This is why we ended up going with the mass incarceration solution, which, by the way, did work. And all these other policies to get tough on crime. You laugh, but you're definitely
No, I mean,
wrong.
mass incarceration, we incarcerate more people than any other country.
We also have a problem with criminals more than any other country. I mean, hold on. Isn't one of the arguments against guns is because there are too many guns, so therefore it creates too many murders? But yet we shouldn't blame the people that pull the trigger. We should blame the gun itself. Instead of incarcerating these people, you would rather take the gun and let them back out on the streets to grab a knife and do the same fucking thing. Goddamn.
The highest rate of violent crime for any modern Western country.
I mean, I don't have that statistic in front of me, but we still so how does that connect to the mass incarceration point? If it worked, then what does the violent crime rate have to do with it? You just want to warehouse more people?
Considering that violent crime is okay. What is that? That's like 300. What is it? 300 people or so in I think it was New York City, keeping with New York City. 300 people or so are creating the majority of the violent crime in New York City. But yet you don't want to lock them up. It's either New York City or San Francisco or something like that.
No, I didn't say when I say it worked. We had we started expanding the prison population seriously in the 1980s to the 1990s. If you go to the Brennan Center for Criminal Justice, which is a left-wing organization, they say post the year 2000, mass incarceration lost its effectiveness. but most of the mass incarceration was pre the year 2000. So obviously it had some impact, and it ranges. Low estimates are about 6% on the crime rate, which is very low, but the high estimates are about 30%. And the reason it worked is because the philosophy behind mass incarceration is pretty simple. What you're trying to do is incapacitate criminals, because the same criminals are often reoffending. You brought up shoplifting earlier. You can actually pull up an article to find out that the same 300 people in New York City represent a third of the shoplifting arrests total for a single year.
Yes. So there you go. It is New York City. The same 300 people are still doing the same goddamn things because you won't incarcerate them.
Probably because
This
they're
is because they're
incredibly
repeat offenders.
impoverished and they need to find.
They need to eat. They're stealing TVs and clothings and shoes and all different types of things because they need to eat, ladies and gentlemen. Instead of robbing for food, which solves the issue, they're robbing for TVs and clothing and shoes to sell to somebody else to get the money to buy food. It would make more sense for your argument to say they're doing this to get money to pay their rent, which increasingly is insane. It would make more sense and you would have a harder fucking time refuting that point. But no, you say it's because they're hungry.
Find a way to actually sustain their livelihoods in this country.
That's put a very good way. That's phrased very well, to maintain their livelihoods.
Well,
So-
no, I mean, no, their life is a better way to maintain.
Sure. But like, I guess my point is, some of them certainly are desperate. But when
Yeah.
you see videos of a guy like shoveling stuff into a garbage bag, that's not desperation.
But again,
That's profit.
this is what you do, Tim. You return to
Oh.
anecdotal examples.
We're
When
talking
I'm
about three-
Anecdotal examples. There are hundreds, thousands of little TikTok videos, things that you can find on YouTube where there was even a dude who took a blowtorch to all the plastic bins for like deodorant and things like that in Walgreens. He was taking a blowtorch that took some time to melt the plastic so he could open it up to grab these items, to shove them in a garbage bag and walk out unimpeded. But it's anecdotal evidence. When you see this thing happen time and time and time again, it didn't happen once. It didn't happen to just one fucking person. It happens constantly, but it's anecdotal evidence to her because she just wants to be contrarian. And this is what you do, Tim.
trying to
people.
talk about,
We're talking about just the 300 people,
and I am talking
which is the
about
anecdotal evidence.
what 300 people.
He said the same
The-
300 people, the ones committing the crime. I said,
A
right.
third
these-
of the shoplifting
These
arrests in New York
specific
City.
individuals are doing it for profit.
Okay, so
not
we should have a
desperation.
system of mass incarceration because there are 300.
I didn't say that.
Because I'm talking to you now. There are 300 repeat offenders.
No, we should.
It would be mass incarceration to take those 300 people and shove them in jail? Are you dumb? That's that argument you're trying to make? I mean, that wouldn't even fill up a quarter. It wouldn't even fill up a fifth of one of the prisons in New York City. And it would drop New York City's crime rate by a massive amount.
Incapacitate repeat offenders so they stop offending.
Got
So
it.
if
So
you're
this is all
arrested-
about the fact that
if you're
you're not in
arrested for
favor
sho-
of bail reform because in New York State, which is now currently being rolled back, we decided that we weren't going to require cash bail for nonviolent felonies and for misdemeanors, and you think that that's a good policy?
To not require cash bail?
Yeah,
No.
I mean,
think
or
I think,
that we're rolling it back. You
I think
that's a good
look,
policy?
if you're concerned about people not being able to get out of jail,
Wait. I love that. And I hope y'all caught that too. She's saying she's not in favor of mass incarceration for violent offenders because if you do that, that takes all those non-violent offenders who have to have cash bail, that puts them in the system. How do you justify that? And I wish, Sean, you would have caught that, brother. I wish you would have caught that. She's saying, no, we shouldn't do mass incarceration for violent offenders because non-violent offenders stay in the system.
because of their financial means, then I can understand reducing or even eliminating the cash bail system. Because I understand if you don't have a lot of money, even though you really only have to throw down 10% for bail in most cases, unless it's a, like a set figure for the bond, then I get that argument. But what you need, and the state of New York desperately needs this, is some kind of threat assessment. Like, you should be able to hold somebody if they present themselves as a danger or a repeat offender, regardless of bail, without bail, so that they don't continue to reoffend.
Okay, but do you know what happens when people are held in Rikers, for example, in a pre-detention center? How many deaths have happened there?
Rikers Island. That's what she's talking about. Rikers Island, which is for the most violent, the most deadly, the worst of society. Now she's going back to the violent. Now she's going back to the worst of society. But yet, she tried to make the argument that locking up these violent offenders keeps the non-violent in prison. And now she's back in this. The mental jumping jacks in this shit.
Before they're even convicted of a crime.
Look, again, that's an issue for how the jailing system works in New York City, and I'm in favor of building out the jail capacity because
you're talking about cash bail, though. That is exactly the point that we're discussing here.
Yeah.
Right. So you're in favor of people being held before they're convicted of a crime.
Yes.
In Rikers.
Yes.
If they show a propensity to reoffend, 100%.
What is a propensity?
Yes. I mean, I wouldn't put somebody in Rikers Island like the Daniel Penny dude on the subway. I wouldn't put him in Rikers Island. But you're damn right, I would put Ted Kaczynski in Rikers Island, who just, by the way, he just died not too long ago. I would put Al Capone in Rikers Island. What the fuck are you talking about, Emma?
Propensity to reoffend.
A history, like being arrested over and over again, prior convictions, yes.
So you think that they should be held in a prison that has been...
It's a jail, but yes.
Or jail, excuse me. A jail that has been proven to be one of the worst conditions in the country.
Well, it doesn't have to be specifically Rikers Island.
Dozens of deaths just this year, even if they haven't been convicted of a crime.
Convicted of a crime. Yeah, for sure.
But
that's very anti-constitutional and anti-democratic.
I'm sorry. If you have murdered people over and over again, if you have violently attacked people over and over again, yes, you should be held in Rikers Island awaiting trial. Are you fucking retarded?
How is it anti-constitutional?
The Fourth Amendment. It violates the Fourth Amendment.
Protects you from illegal search and seizures.
Well, I mean, you are the right to a speedy trial. People are held there. Fifth Amendment. Yes.
I do think we should have reform on the speedy trial side, but the idea that it's unconstitutional to hold somebody pre-trial is ridiculous. Our law is based on English common law.
Damn.
Yeah,
we're all bad.
Our law is based on English common law, and the reason we have jails is that you would actually be held in a dungeon.
A right to a speedy trial. Oh, I gotta open the pickles for my wife. A right to a speedy trial. It's violating that to hold them in Rikers Island because they've committed murder after murder after murder after murder after murder. Oh my God. Right? Hold on. This is a problem. All right, let's do this. This is a trick. If you can't open a jar, oh, it probably won't because I'm on air. Yeah, see, it don't work now that I'm on air. Fucking hell. Hold on. I'm just going to let it play for a second while I take care of this.
Awaiting trial. So it's like built into the system. Bail is like a courtesy. It's actually a progressive reform in response to that, where you lay down some kind of capital in place of yourself.
How much money do you want to spend on jails in New York City?
As much as it takes.
So just warehousing people before they're convicted of anything.
Well, again, it's not warehousing everybody, but if you have a propensity to reoffend, I think judges should be able to have judgment. It's kind of in the name, and assess these people and hold them.
So you just want to give it to the judgment of the judges and it doesn't.
Yes, I would like the judges to have judgment. Yes.
Okay, but
I just got
there
pickle juice all
should
over me.
be guardrails in place to prevent judges from. I mean, judges are human beings; they can be unjust as well. I don't really put them
Well,
on
you
the
could
pedestal that you do.
obviously I'm not in favor of
Yeah, you're right. They can be unjust, just like Ketanji Brown Jackson, who 80% of her child assault cases she went lenient on, so that they reoffended every time. And she sits on the Supreme Court.
for like $1 million bond for somebody who's arrested for shoplifting, even if they're arrested 27 times. So yeah, you can have guardrails from the legislature, but they can't assess dangerousness right now in the state of New York.
They assess it in ways. The reason we put this law into place, which is now being rolled back, that were deemed inherently racist. They
How
deem
so?
that it was disproportionately black and brown people who are
Okay,
warehouse
but how's that
writers.
racist though?
Because at their discretion, it was implemented.
Okay, there is an argument to be made about this one. This was talking about the 1994 crime bill. That, by the way, Joe Biden had put into office, talking about if somebody was smoking crack, we should throw the book at him, while his son was smoking crack. Yes, it did disproportionately target black and brown people because disproportionately they create the most crime, the most violent crime. Like the black community creates 52%, 6% of the black community creates 52%, roughly around 52% of all violent crime here in the United States. So when you do the stop and frisk kind of thing, when you do that, it's going to disproportionately attack people who disproportionately create that amount of crime. I mean, it's a no-brainer with that when you actually look at it. You got 100 people in a room, and a person of a certain skin color creates a disproportionate amount, 52% of violent crime in that 100-person room. Who are you going to target? You ain't going to target the 60 to 70% of the people in that room that aren't doing anything. You're going to target the small percentage of people that are. And because you don't know who the small percentage of those people are, you're going to target everybody that looks like them. That was the problem with stop and frisk. And yes, it did disproportionately go after black people. But that is the reason why. Huh.
Implemented in a racist way. It's
But
the
if you
same
look
way
at the
that
crime
stop and frisk.
statistics, they're
Well, there you go. So
disproportionately
that's so
black and
you're
Hispanic.
this is what the reality is for you. Is you believe that black and Hispanic people.
I love the fact that she knew he was going to go ahead and do that. So she's going to go ahead with the racist claim. Let's back that up just a hair. 2758. Yeah, right here.
Proportionally black and brown people who are
Okay,
warehouse
but how's that
writers.
racist though?
Because at their discretion, it was implemented in a racist way. It's
But
the
if you
same
look
way
at the
that
crime
stop and frisk.
statistics, they're
Well, there you go. So
disproportionately black and Hispanic.
this is what the reality is for you. Is you believe that black and Hispanic people inherently are committing.
When did I say
more
inherently?
crimes. I mean,
I mean, statistically, it's true. 6% of the black community that makes up 13% of this country, 6% of the black community creates roughly around 52% of all violent crime here in the United States. So it's racist to go after those people, ladies and gentlemen. It's racist to go after those people. It's racist to stop people from committing violent crimes like rape, like murder, like homicide, like all of those. It's racist to go after them because of the color of their skin.
I mean, this
If
is.
you pull up like NYPD crime data, for instance, since you brought up stop and frisk, you can look at the shootings, like the shooting suspects in any given year. And if you find me a year where 92% or greater is not black or Hispanic in terms of the shooting suspects, then I mean, I would be shocked because I've looked at it for the past
suspects.
20 years.
So
Yes,
that's the cops'
suspects.
discretion. So
No,
you-
no.
Suspects. The people who are suspected. The people who are suspected of committing a crime. No, it's not a thing. Like if a call comes out saying, black man, 6'2", 350 pounds, you're not going to look for me. A white man, 5'7", 180. You're not looking for that. I'm not a suspect in that. But yet, she wants to say, oh, suspects. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, it's you get a report,
Right.
and you get a description of the suspect, and they are 92% every single year or above black or Hispanic.
Can I tell you guys a very famous New York story? There was a black cop, and he went to Central Park and started giving out tickets to white couples having picnics and drinking wine. And he said public alcohol consumption is a crime in the city, and he started giving these uppity yuppies tickets.
Right.
He got in serious trouble. The reason he did it was because the cops would go into the black neighborhoods and give people drinking 40s on their stoops tickets. And he said, how can these people at their own homes, on their own porches, get a ticket for drinking booze? Then when I go into Central Park and say, we're going to apply the same standard, I get in trouble for it. So New York's got serious problems. Even Bloomberg.
I mean, he is correct with that. He is correct. I mean, public consumption is anything outside of your house. So if you're sitting on your stoop drinking a beer, it is public consumption. It is at the discretion of the police officer, and most officers won't do that. When they do, it is a problem when you can go into a park for people who are having a picnic, like he said, and consuming alcoholic beverages. Therefore, that is public consumption. I would say in a park, public consumption would be a bigger concern than me sitting right outside of my door, drinking a beer, watching the neighborhood. Tim's got a point.
Like, that guy's awful. He made a bunch of, like, I'm not going to say that.
The reason I just want to cut you off because you mentioned Bloomberg, and I want to respond to what you said. Under Bloomberg, 90% of the stop and frisks that were done were, by the way, they didn't find anything, but 90% targeted black and brown people. So you're taking.
So the
90% targeted black and brown people because of crime statistics. As Sean had mentioned. But you obfuscate that. You literally just try to shut that down to try to make some kind of racist claim. Was the implementation of stop and frisk racist? There's an argument to be had about that. And I would actually honestly say yes. Because a 6% of the 13% that make up the black community, you want to look at in some kind of way? You want to look at 13% of the community, or 13% of the entire population of the United States, because 6% of that 13%, which 13% of the 350 million, that's 35, 3.55, 369, about 45 million people. And you want to look at, because 6% of that 45 million people create 52% of all crime, you're going to look at every single one of those 45 million. Yeah, there is a problem behind that. There is a serious problem behind that. But I understand why it happened.
highest number, by the way,
Legendary Lee Candy. What's up, Relish?
is 86%, not 90%, but go ahead.
You're taking the data and using what the cops did, where they over-police in certain areas, and then pretending like there's an overrepresentation inherently, criminally, in those kinds of populations, and it's
Okay.
a racist argument.
So you're wrong in a bunch of different ways.
It's a racist argument. It's a racist argument because it's talking about skin color. That's the only reason why it's racist, by the way.
So let me just run through them. So first and foremost, the highest year was 86%, and that was the year with the dramatic increase in stops. And if you ask me if I'm in favor of,
By the way, for everybody out there, let me just get this off my chest and we'll continue. For everybody out there, if 6%, all right, 13% of this country is black people. If 6% of that commit damn near 52% of all violent crimes, and white people make up 65% of this country, somewhere around that, and white people create a one-fourth of the total amount that 6% do. That is disproportionately black people creating a higher rate of crime, violent crime. Now we're talking about rape. We're talking about murder. We're talking about assault. We're talking about all of that. Black people disproportionately create that crime that white people don't. I'm going to look at, I know it sounds racist, but I'm going to look at, if anything happens, I'm going to look at somebody else's skin color than white, if that is concerned. Because of the rate. It has nothing to do with the color of skin. It has everything to do with the rate of crime. That has every bit to do with that. Now, if white people were doing the same amount, I would be looking at white people the same. If Asians were doing the same amount, I would look at Asians the same. But it's racist because it's black people. Shut up.
Just expanding stop and frisk, which is different from Giuliani's stop, question, and frisk, although, you know, you might not be interested in that specific difference, to the levels that Bloomberg did, I would say it's unnecessary. It aggravates people. It creates a whole bunch of problems. That being said, they're not over-targeted because, again, there is no year during the entire tenure of Bloomberg where the shooting suspects were any less than 92%. So what the NYPD does, because it's the most data-driven police force in the entire world, is they map crime through a system called ComStat. When there's a lot of shootings in a specific area, they send the police to those areas. The stops, questions, and frisks all relate to where the shootings are, and it just so happens to be those areas are black or Hispanic.
Right, but
by the
do you get accosted on the street by cops regularly in New York City?
It happens.
Do I create the same amount of crime? Do I create the same amount of crime? All you have to do is just look at the crime statistics and everything, even in your cities, even in your little towns. Look at it. Look at who they're looking for. It's not racist to point that shit the fuck out.
To me when I was younger, yes, but like not
okay,
now.
But do you understand?
But
how
to your point about
90%
hit rate, because you brought it up, hit rate was not the goal of stop, question, and frisk. Like this is one of the things where you're like, oh, well, this program didn't work because my standard that I look for arbitrarily shows that it was ineffective. That's like saying a plane doesn't work because it's not a good submarine.
No, it's
like
not
that doesn't
arbitrary.
make any sense.
90% of the stop and frisks came up with nothing.
True, but the point was to deter the carrying of firearms.
Have you done illegal drugs in your life?
Maybe.
Well, I don't understand why she goes into this tirade with it, but yeah, let's just listen.
I have. I could have been stopped and frisked, and I could have gone to prison, or I could have been held if I had a little bit less money in Rikers indefinitely.
No, you couldn't have been held in Rikers, you dumbass bitch. Not for drugs, unless you're a major drug dealer. You couldn't have been held in Rikers. You'd have gone to local fucking jail. But yet you use that as a callback to your own damn dumb shit. You wouldn't have been held in Rikers. Neither would have a black person for having a little bit of drugs on them.
Until my trial came. Because a cop just decided, hey, I'm going to stop and frisk you. But they wouldn't do that to me because I'm a white woman.
That's nice.
Well,
but anyway, it's about shootings. And the point of the program, and this is stated quite literally, to deter people from carrying illegal firearms.
And I'm gonna
it 100% is.
Are you in favor of gun control?
And so this is what I'm trying to say.
I'm a New Yorker, so I'm not like a big gun guy, but
Bro, let me. This is my point.
Target guns, and that's why.
Yeah, you definitely got to target illegal guns. I'm gonna agree with Emma,
but Emma's not.
Oh, I love that. Are you in favor of gun control? Are you in favor of gun control, Sean? No. Yeah, we got to target guns, and that's the problem. That's the problem as to why this occurred in the first place. She just owned herself in that whole damn thing because she's in favor of gun control. But yet, stop and frisk was a problem because they were looking for guns, and they over targeted the black community because of crime statistics. But yet, we need to take away guns. But yet, stop and frisk was a problem. What is this person's skin color whose mother was white and father was black? That'd be mixed race. And honestly, they could say either one. I'm a fucking mutt. I am. I got black in me. I got Hispanic in me. I got Asian in me. I got fucking European in me. I got Native American in me. I'm a fucking mutt. What can I claim? Every fucking thing. By today's standards, I can claim everything, even though I overwhelmingly look like a white Caucasian man. But yet my uncle looks overwhelmingly Cherokee.
Not going to agree with me. The idea that the police can decide to arbitrarily stop people because they might be carrying a firearm violates the Second and Fourth Amendments.
It does.
Stop and frisk is completely unconstitutional. in my
That's
opinion.
why
was.
Fourth Amendment was in my mind. I was
Well,
thinking about
again,
stop and frisk.
it's you're supposed to stop, question, and frisk, and usually
no.
it's based on reasonable suspicion, and they're
That
supposed
what
to
I'm
fo-
bearing arms
they're
under the
supposed
Constitution.
they're supposed to follow the Terry standard.
This idea.
Look, Tim got a win with that just off that. Just off that, Tim got that fucking win of all of y'all. Seriously. The right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed in any way, shape, or form. Every single law against arms in any way, shape, or form. They're not talking about bear arms, you dumb sons of bitches. No. They're talking about firearms. Anything included in that. Anything included in that. Now, would I say that people need to be carrying nukes? Fuck no. There's a huge problem in that, but you do have the ability to do so because of the Second Amendment, which, by the way, did not take that into account. I'm pretty sure if they knew what nuclear fucking weapons were, they would have wrote that shit the fuck off. They would have said, hey, no, let's not do that. But the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed means bump stock bans are illegal. Means these pistol braces are illegal. It also means that age restriction is illegal. Now, would I put a firearm in a toddler's hands? Absolutely fucking not. But that is my discretion to do so in any way because of the Second Amendment. Morality would dictate. Absolutely fucking not, because that kid is going to pull the trigger and hurt themselves or hurt other fucking people. Morality would dictate that shit. And that's why we don't do it. But any laws against that are actually unconstitutional. Now, there are some dumb sons of bitches out there that would do that. And I'm not going to sit there and say there aren't. Which is why I actually agree with some of those laws. But just like Hunter Biden throwing a fucking firearm in a dumpster less than 100 feet from a fucking school, but yet gets nothing for that. If I were to do it, I'd be thrown under the prison. Still unconstitutional, even though I agree with it.
That because a particular group of people may be carrying guns, we're going to go start stopping a whole bunch of them. I'm like, The Constitution protects our right to keep and bear arms in the first place. So now you're violating, you're using you're ignoring the Second Amendment and using that and by ignoring it, now you're violating the Fourth Amendment. I mean, it's absolutely nonsense.
This is why I'm actually critical of Bloomberg's expansion of the program, because the way it used to work is that if you had a shooting suspect, you would have a description, you'd send cops to the area, and they would stop people with that description, ask them questions, and if there was reasonable suspicion, they would.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Gentrification is a significant cause of a lot of these criminal stats in UK. Don't know if it's a tactic in the US, but I'm guessing it probably is. Gentrification. Look, I'm going to be honest with you in this. Gentrification. All right, gentrification is the whole fact of people moving into an area to up the property values, to up the ability of that area to generate income, to generate revenue, to generate property value into that thing. You do realize that you are talking to a white man who lives in a predominantly black neighborhood, who just a few years ago had drugs running rampant. People would shoot off guns, do stupid shit, break every fucking law imaginable. Just not even a year and a half, maybe even 2 years ago, put cameras up in his house, started talking to his neighborhood. The neighborhood on this road alone, more than half the houses now have cameras up, and nobody fucks around. That would be gentrification. But because his neighborhood is safer, and the things that have happened bringing this neighborhood safer, like the Toyota plant that just came up close to my neighborhood, property values have been raised without excluding a single black person in this neighborhood. Property values have been raised because the crime rate in our area has dropped, bringing more interest into the area so that businesses could move in, so that cost of living does increase a little bit, yes, but property values increase so that people get more money on their returns as far as buying this house. You talk about gentrification as far as that goes. Yes, there is a problem with that, because eventually it will kick out the impoverished and the unemployed. But I argue, with that included, still in this area, our block, the block across one of the streets from us, I'm not gonna say most, I'm gonna say roughly around 50% or so is Section 8 housing. Yet these people have Corvettes. Yet these people have Mercedes Benzes. These people have Teslas. You can tell who is Section 8 in our area and who owns their house simply by the cars that are parked in the driveway. Very few, like our neighbor right next to us, who got a Camaro from his grandmother for a graduation gift. He is excluded. You can tell in our area, more than likely, who is Section 8 and who is not, simply by the cars in their driveway. So when you're talking about gentrification, it can be a problem when it gets out of control, yes. But can it help? You're fucking right.
Would conduct a search. This is why under Giuliani, the maximum amount of stops in a year, and New York City of 8.5 million people was 90,000 people, and under Bloomberg, it was something like 700,000, maybe 800,000 people. So he dramatically expanded the program to the point where I do think it was constitutionally violative.
So you are kind of to the right of Donald Trump on this, who has been releasing
God, it smells like
nonviolent
pickle
offenders
juice everywhere in
Yeah,
your
oh no,
life.
Donald Trump's
Shit.
First Step Act is absolutely terrible. It sets up a bunch of incentives.
Well, I mean,
that
you're further
that's
right
less
than I'd
than the
imagine
proof, and
a
that's it.
ton of
Then
this
let-
audience is. I mean,
that's fine.
that's
like I'm not here
that's
to
extremist.
I'm not here to win over the audience. Well, I will win over the audience because I'm correct, but
No,
Our
yes.
audience is mostly
I mean, he
moderate.
is right.
No,
Yes.
Donald
I don't
Donald
know
Trump's
about that.
First Step Act had a lot of language about going soft on youthful offenders, and that's one of the reasons why a huge portion of the increase in homicide that we're seeing is among young men, and specifically among young black men in this country.
I want to bring your guys' attention to this chart because there's a lot that it shows. I know it's just murders,
Right.
but we're talking about, you mentioned something about the 60s. For some reason,
Again, 1994 is on this list. This is when Rudy Giuliani took effect. 1994 to 2001, roughly around right here. Look at that fucking dip. Now, everybody wants to scream about Rudy Giuliani. He's this. He denied the election, and he did this, and he did that. That motherfucker did excellent as far as that concerns. Now, this is New York murder rate, or I'm sorry, U.S. murder rate. But New York plays a huge fucking role in that, and that was under Rudy Giuliani. So go fuck yourself.
in 1962 to 64, we start seeing, from 1962 onward, a ridiculous spike in the murder rate, offenses per 100,000 population. I don't know exactly why. We can see around 1990, it starts to decline rapidly. There's a couple interesting points there. This is U.S. murder rate. So New York City's broken window policing has nothing to do with it. This is the entirety of the country. This could be one of two things.
No, it has everything to do with it. Honestly, Tim, it has everything to do with it. Offenses per 100,000 population. New York City has one of the biggest populations across the world, or across the country. New York City has one of the biggest populations across the country. So if this is offenses per 100,000 population, New York City takes a huge fucking dent into this.
The leaded gasoline, that was the, 80s, right?
I believe so, yeah.
We were getting rid of
And
it.
the last truck, I think for trucks, it was the 90s.
But this also coincides with one of the, if not the largest economic expansion, or I shouldn't say that now because who knows how you define it with the pandemic and all that stuff. But we had a massive economic boom in the 90s. So this would interestingly correlate with the idea that as people started to get more things, like their lives started to improve, crime, murder rate started to drop dramatically.
Yeah, and I would say that that was a temporary kind of sugar high based on neoliberal policies of Reagan and Clinton, where there was a lot of money that was released back into the public because of massive tax cuts. I mean, we can talk about confiscatory taxation if you'd like, and the top marginal tax rate. You know, the top marginal tax rate in 1961. It's funny that you brought up that figure. 1960, it's 91% compared to 37% now. But like
it went down in the 60s.
Reagan cut a bunch of taxes during that time period, and a lot of people got an influx in cash.
Crime
And then
did drop.
Sorry.
Crime did drop.
Well, right, but that was temporary. That was temporary. Right. And then the income inequality kind of set in, and the rich got richer and the poor got poorer. And that's mostly what I'm interested in talking about on my program.
Let me
And she does have a point with that. That is the only real fucking point that she makes in that. And yes, if looking at the statistics, looking at everything included, it does. But hold on. Hold on. This is a huge problem with her own thinking, because Emma Vigeland says we should tax more to give more to the community. But yet, crime statistics that you're talking about here, when you give money to the people, crime statistics drop. So we should tax more to put back into the community, but when we tax more, crime goes up. But yet, crime is a problem because of income inequality. You just fucked yourself and you have no idea that you just did it.
Show you guys something which will add some context to the current crime spike. So you see right here this drop off after it looks like about 2007. There's a major drop off in murder, and then it spikes in 2014. The problem with a chart like this is that it doesn't account for technology. The reason the murder rate declined in 2007 was cell phones. So when cell phones became ubiquitous, the ability to call emergency services.
I like that. He said, cell phones. And then
became instantaneous. So when people were victims of violent crime, you had emergency service notified immediately. And so this resulted in a drop in the murder rate, but not in a drop in violent crimes, not a direct correlation, meaning crime had been going down, but the murder rate dropped more than violent crime in general because people weren't dying. They were being stabbed, they were being robbed, they were being shot, and they were living. That's not murder, so it wasn't counted as murder.
Well, there is a chart, by the way, that you can look at because that actually pairs recessions with this murder chart. And again, the correlation is not really there. And as far as New York, you say that it had nothing to do with broken windows policing.
That map specifically was the U.S. So
yeah, no, I know, but you said it had nothing to do with broken windows policing, but that assumes that there isn't a greater decrease in crime in New York than nationwide, which
I've seen this multiple times.
Not the case. There was a greater decrease in the city of New York. Like Chicago had a decline too, but Chicago's homicide rate, which is almost on par with the city of New York, is 6 times higher per capita than the city of New York. And in terms of raw numbers, it's double, even though they're at a third of the population, which is the same thing that I just said with different math. So New York became the safest big city, and our crime rate actually declined. And in fact, Freakonomics actually attributes this to the legalization of abortion, which happened in the city of New York pre Roe versus Wade. It was one of the 6 states that had it legal electively. So this is like a known thing that people have talked about and speculated on what the result is. Now, also for the environmental
point. Wait, can I just ask you a question about that?
Sure.
What does the connection to what does crime
That's what
have
Freakonomics says, that the legalization of abortion, and they compare it to Ceausescu, whatever country he was the dictator of. They say that correlates with crime because they say all these unwanted children end up being born and then they end up committing crime.
That is certainly a claim. So that's how that works together then. You're saying that abortion should be illegal for that reason?
No. It would be legal abortion leads to less unwanted children being born. And again, you're smiling,
are you in favor
but
of abortion?
I'm actually pro-choice, but not for this reason. But you're smiling. But the thing is, this is what was proposed in Freakonomics. I actually disagree with their analysis. They leave a lot of things out. But
So
again, I use that as an example to show that the New York decline did start before the national decline.
I'm almost positive that study has been called into question.
It is.
Just to clarify, you're saying more abortions meant lower crime? Is that what you're saying?
That's what Freakonomics asserted. It's in their little movie and it's in their original book.
I think that makes sense. If you've got 2 parents, if you've got one parent, they got a baby, that baby's getting food. You know, like you could have no job, you could be homeless. Someone's going to find.
Well, you know what I would love to decrease desperation in terms of families in this country. I'm not sure if you've talked about it a ton on your program, Tim, but we should have made the child tax credit permanent that we expanded in the 2021 American Rescue Act.
Can you explain what that is?
Yeah. So there was a tax credit that was in place, but during the pandemic, it was expanded to be a monthly payment. It also, the amount was increased, so it was up to 30.
Oh, the child tax credit that took year-over-year child tax credit and divided it monthly. So that way at the end of the year, you didn't get that child tax credit at all. Which caused a whole bunch of people who's like, hell yeah, I'm getting money in my pocket at the end of the year. The fuck? Because people didn't understand, you got that tax credit monthly. It was divided monthly over the year. At the end of the year, you didn't get shit because it was divided up monthly.
$3,600 a month for 6 and under, $3,000 for 6 to 17, and then it also was expanded to include people who had too little income to qualify previously. We cut child poverty by nearly in half instantly. And the reason that we don't have it is because the entire Republican Party and Joe Manchin and Sinema essentially nixed it. But this is the kind of stuff that's possible in this.
Oh, they essentially nixed it. Why? Because everybody was up in arms about, hey, I got money all throughout the fucking year. Why do I don't get money at the end of the year? Because nobody understood what the fuck was happening with that. You dumb bitch. Nobody understood that. As a matter of fact, there are 7 people that I know personally that I had to tell them, look, you're going to get money monthly because of this, but you ain't going to get shit at the end of the fucking year. And lo and behold, they didn't. Why? Because it was given monthly. That wasn't told to people because people don't pay attention. They just thought they were going to get extra money, and at the end of the year, they could still claim that shit and still get more money.
This country to make people less desperate. If you want less crime, make society a broader, more beneficial place for people with a bigger safety net, so people don't have to turn to desperation.
Real quick, this is the crazy thing, because I think the only people who disagree with that are establishment Republicans, like the prominent Republican Party members.
But you should talk about it more on your show.
I mean, I think that I'll go extreme with it. If after your second kid, no more taxes, income tax 0. Have 2 kids, no taxes.
I mean, I know that.
None.
No. I mean, I agree with the principle altogether. But most of this country has 2 kids. How would we pay for even the basics of what we do? Fuck the thing in Ukraine. Fuck all that other bullshit that we fucking do. Fuck the fact that our military industrial complex spends more money than the next 26 countries combined. Fuck all that. How would we have the money to pay for the basics if damn near every single fucking person in this country has more than 2 kids or more? And you want to take away their taxes for that? Look, the federal government spends a lot of fucking money willy fucking nilly that we have absolutely no say in whatsoever. That is the problem. But to take away the taxes of every single person, this country would, I'm not going to say every single person, but most of this country would collapse this country permanently.
There have been certain proposals in places like Hungary that are like that, but they are heavily, heavily tilted towards heterosexual families as opposed to if a gay couple wants to adopt or have children. I don't agree with.
Here we go. How the fuck did this come about? Other than the fact that you want to take it into some gay transgender shit. Let's go.
That because I want more taxation, frankly, so that we could have socialized.
I love that. I want more taxation, frankly, but she just admitted that lowering taxes stops crime. It lowers crime rate. Lowering taxes lowers crime rate. But she would be in favor of raising taxes. So how do you quantify that? If lowering taxes on a population lowers the crime rate's a concern for you. You raise the taxes, which puts those people back into fucking poverty, which is what you think is the big concern with crime. But if you raise the taxes and it puts those people back in poverty, which makes them go ahead and commit more crime, how do you quantify the fact that you want to raise taxes on people? You dumb bitch.
Healthcare. We could have a college for all act, which honestly you could pay for with a tax on Wall Street speculation. It would be incredibly easy. It's only $48 billion a year, which is less than the military budget increase that we did in 21 to 22, which was around $71 billion. I want to do that kind of stuff. And so getting rid of income tax, I would not be in favor of it.
For families.
But if you want to create tax incentives for families so that they can raise their kids and they aren't in poverty, I am all for that, Tim.
But to
challenge-
your point about
But raising the taxes puts everybody back into fucking poverty. Because the more you tax, the less they have in their fucking pocket. You're all for raising taxes, which creates more crime, as far as you're concerned. Because if you put people in poverty, they commit crimes. But you want to raise taxes to put people in poverty to commit more crime. What?
Well, nobody would disagree. I would 100% disagree with that because, again,
You don't want tax
there-
credits for people that have babies?
there is not a demonstration that these policies that these work in reducing crime. In fact, we see the
Well,
opposite. If you put up that
not about
homicide
crime.
chart, it starts increasing during the war on poverty, which is the greatest
Wait.
increase in. It's
But
sorry, go ahead.
not talking about crime. In
Well,
relation,
she was. She said if you wanted to deal with crime, this is how.
Well,
you
I'm
do
trying
it.
to connect it to this, but like,
right.
Yeah, and he tried to call her out on that. He tried to call her out on that. But Tim, you fucking interrupted. You interrupted. He was about to smack her to fuck down, and you gave her an out.
Right.
But
in the
but
broader sense, I think
the most important thing to take away from this here is that every single Republican voted against the American Rescue Act and the expanded child tax credit. There is one party that is, look, it's not.
Number one, why did every single Republican do that? Maybe it's because in the bullshit that they throw in every single fucking bill, like, hey, the Save Puppies Act. We got to Save Puppies Act. Yeah, let's save the puppies. But in that bill, it says, hey, $90 fucking billion goes to some random shit that has absolutely nothing to do with saving puppies. So they strike it down and, oh, Republicans don't care about puppies. Because you motherfuckers are too goddamn dumb. So look at the bill itself.
But are you
Good enough.
saying?
I'm more obviously in the Bernie Sanders wing. I have
But real quick,
deep disagreements with Hillary Clinton-esque neoliberal politicians.
but
Yeah, it's the
are you
Democratic
saying-
Party in favor of policies that are going to be helping
The- the
people
Rep-
on a day-to-day basis like this.
the Republicans voted against a broad bill that included one thing in it. Is that what happened?
Yeah, but they also fought tooth and nail about the actual child tax credit. This was a part of the Inflation Reduction Act negotiations as well. They were not in
The Inflation Reduction Act. I love that. The Inflation Reduction Act. Do you know what was in that bill? What was it? Damn near $200 million to bring electricity into Native American communities that already had electricity. Somehow that's supposed to reduce inflation. The mass spending of money is the main proponent of what causes inflation, but the mass printing of money is somehow supposed to reduce inflation. Ladies and gentlemen, the leftist fucking brain in action.
favor of that too. And Joe Manchin, your senator, right? We're here in West
Oh, he's
Virginia.
awful. We hate him.
I mean, you gotta you're a celebrity here, right, Tim? In West Virginia, you should call on Joe Manchin and say, hey, why don't you do this? Why are you not in favor of the child tax
That
credit?
dude is neoliberal
Totally.
to perfection. It's like that nobody in West Virginia wants the guy.
Right. I mean,
And
he's
for-
very
for-
unpopular.
right.
Right.
That's not true. He's actually the most popular politician in West Virginia history.
Go talk to some
It's
people
just-
in West Virginia.
I'm sure you could find people.
Find
poll-
people, dude.
I get
I'm
what
here.
Poll
listen,
numbers are in the tank right
I'm
now.
in right wing nut job territory.
Listen.
No, this guy lost his mind.
I get why you're against him.
Maybe
because-
4 years ago he was popular because the state, like for whatever reason, but people are not happy with him today. I've
Tim
not
is right
met a
about this.
single person here who likes him.
I mean, they might be upset with him now, but he's
tanking in polling numbers in hypothetical
I mean, this
matchups
is-
with
You've
Jim
got-
Justice in the Senate. That's actually a fact.
West Virginia, 86%.
Yeah, Sean, you got to take that loss on that one. They are right. Both Tim and Emma are right.
Trump supporting state.
Yeah.
All of those people despise him for obvious reasons. But then you go and meet some of the more moderate, don't really care, middle of the road people, and they're just like, what happened to that guy? And so, look, man, I see what you're saying, but I'm telling you, like,
No, I get why you're against him.
it's
Because
not about me. I'm saying, like, we'll go hang out in any one of these and this is the Panhandle. Don't get me wrong, but we were hanging out in Charleston, 5 hours from here. Not a single person I've ever met in West Virginia is like, I like that guy. Not one. I've talked to people who are like, who have told me in West Virginia that they don't like Trump. They would rather have DeSantis. And then they say, Manchin's got to go. He's got to go. We got to get somebody else. He's awful. Because he's like, he's not a Democrat or a Republican at this point. It's like he's a corporate, that's it. It's like he's of the corporate party. He doesn't seem to be catering to anybody.
He has a fine line to walk, in my opinion, to hold a state like this as a Democrat. And this, like, I get why she, being more progressive, doesn't like him, but he's like one of the only Democrats that could have won here, which is why when they tried running progressive in the primary, like that person got slaughtered by him.
Manchin.
Yes. You kind of saved yourself in that a little bit, but still there's an L for you.
But I get why you would want to replace him. I want to replace him. The Republicans lost the Senate.
Jim Justice is very likely.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I just want to point this out. Off the top of my head, I think Manchin's numbers are like 55% disapproval right now.
I can't see him winning. I mean, look, I don't know for sure. I'm not psychic, but everyone I talk to, it's like you've got, I think it's, who is it, Mooney potentially, and Jim Justice. But Jim Justice seems very likely to get it. We'll see. I don't know for sure.
Well, you brought up Trump and DeSantis in West Virginia. I'm curious because I saw.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is one of the clips that they've taken. Let's see how this plays out.
Tim, you've been like upset a little bit about how DeSantis has been, or maybe not upset.
A little bit.
Okay.
No.
Oh, you're pissed. All right.
Yeah.
So I'll characterize it as you're a little pissed at how DeSantis has been using those AI images of Trump. Trump
used
hugging.
3 of them one time.
Yeah. What? I mean, can you expand on that thought?
Ron DeSantis' team, in order to smear Donald Trump, ran fake images of him kissing and hugging Fauci alongside real images, and then wrote real life Trump over the top.
Right.
And it's one thing to play politics, which I despise. When you get someone being like, Nancy Pelosi voted against this act. It's like the Saving Puppies Act, but it's actually a bill that like cuts taxes for oil companies, or the inverse where it's like,
You get it? Why you use the Saving Puppies thing?
Insert Republican voted for whatever. I despise all of that. But actually fabricating images, shrinking them down and placing them alongside real images and then writing real life Trump on it.
Can you pull up the image so I can see it?
Yeah. So, I mean, is that kind of the core of your, would you say as of now, if you were to vote today, you'd be voting for Trump?
Yeah.
But that's the core of your disagreement?
You're goddamn right. We all fight fake news. We all fight these stupid ass bitches like Emma Vigeland who come on here and just espouse goddamn stupid ass fucking beliefs and everything. We all fight this on a daily damn basis. So for you, as somebody who does that, to go ahead and run those images, now granted, he didn't do it, but he hasn't pulled it down. He hasn't done anything in the slight to say, I apologize for that. He's running fake fucking news to get himself elected. But we all fight fake fucking news on a daily goddamn basis. So for you to sit there and run that shit, for you to think it's okay, for you to get called out, and just like when Tim called for the whole thing with Jazz Jennings, which Jazz Jennings did have transition surgery under DeSantis's control, for your people to answer back, he doesn't have a time machine. You are the same fucking shit we fight on a daily goddamn basis. And for you to run images like that? Nah. Absolutely fucking not.
So, there's a lot more than that. Here, take a look at this. This is as I feel like this is campaign ending. I feel like this.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, it's funny to me.
The manufacture
it's silly,
of fake images to trick.
It's funny. It's silly to manufacture fake images and fake things just to gain political points. It's funny. It's silly. to manufacture fake news is funny to her.
People into voting for someone is, look, this is the open door. Ron DeSantis decided to be the person to stick his foot over the line and say, we will manufacture fake images
I'll be right
to
back.
win.
I mean, they do say that they're fake. Like I
No,
haven't seen this before.
no.
But people
This is
would
someone
probably miss
They
this.
don't say it's fake.
No, it says it right there. Fake.
This is an image calling out
okay.
the fake graphics. They wrote real life Trump, and this is NPR circling the fake images to call them out.
Right.
They ran it as real life Trump. Now, I understand if you scrutinize the images, you can tell they're fake. This one says Mahehap Wems. Okay, yeah, that's not English, and it's under the White House emblem. But when it's in a video that's a minute long, and you pass this, I've already had people tell me that they didn't realize it was fake, and I've already people say I talked to my parents about it, they thought it was real. And so what the DeSantis fans are doing now is they're like, can you believe Tim actually thought those were real? Like, dude, if you want to play that game and call me stupid and insult me for calling out DeSantis's campaign for doing this, I literally don't care. It changes nothing of my moral stance that this stepped well over the line. Now, I got to be honest. You go back in time to the first time a politician lied, and people were probably like, can you believe he actually lied to us? And we know that's bad, and I hate all of it. But this is the next level. This is like, holy, it's bad enough they're all lying.
Well, what's the core of your disagreement otherwise then? I mean,
I want to go back and kind of go back to that whole thing. All right. She says to manufacture fake news is funny to her. So manufacturing fake news that led up to the riots and everything in 2020, that led up to the defund the police movement, that took away police, made crime skyrocket across the fucking country. All of that is funny to her. Understand what you just said. Now, in this sense, it's funny to her because DeSantis ran some bullshit, fake fucking photos, and it's funny because you're fighting about it. But because there is fake shit running around, just like the fake shit of 2020 about the whole killing black people in the streets, the whole defund the police and all that shit that we dealt with not too long ago, that's funny to her as well.
Because if it's with COVID, I would say I'm more on Trump's side with that kind of stuff. I liked Operation Warp Speed. Look, I would have done a little differently for giving away government money for vaccines. That we should have nationalized them, and the intellectual property should have been waived so that everybody could have had access to it. Also in the
publicly funded should be publicly owned.
I'm in favor of that, Tim. So I mean, that's one thing that I think Trump is better. And look, just DeSantis is frankly an anti-LGBTQ demagogue.
Fuck it. I'm gonna go ahead and risk YouTube giving a strike again. It's probably 2 hours in. They're not gonna pay attention to anything right now. Publicly funded should be publicly owned. All right. You're talking about the SARS-CoV virus itself being patented before it existed. The mRNA technology to fight the SARS-CoV-2 virus being patented before it existed. Publicly owned, publicly traded. Are you fucking kidding me? That whole goddamn thing was fucking planned from the very beginning. Watch the Plandemic. Especially Plandemic 2, where they were talking about the whole, all this being, all of it being patented and everything before it existed kind of situation. The Fauci files where he did the gain of function research and everything. And then watch the little clips where Fauci is talking to people from the hood. Especially that clip where the dude's like, there isn't enough time for this to be something that I want to pay attention to. And Fauci's just like, well, you say there isn't enough time. You know how much time has gone into this? 20 years. By the way, that's roughly around the time when they got that patent for the SARS-CoV-2 vaccine. Look it up.
And that's where I think Trump's less
I don't
dangerous
think
than
he is.
DeSantis. Okay.
Like he is, but I think it's more so the Florida legislature that's doing it, and then he's latching onto it. Because I think when it comes to real issues related to this stuff, he's mum.
He's been anti-wokeness is the center of his campaign.
Yeah, he
Oh,
kind
Trump-
of made that at the forefront of his campaign.
No, for sure. I like DeSantis
Trump
in a
wouldn't
lot of
even
ways.
send the National Guard against the Black Lives Matter rioters.
That's a different question. That's not wokeness. That's like crime and law and stuff. DeSantis, I think, is mostly surface level. I like a lot of his policies. I think
What do you like about his policies?
I mean, at the beginning of COVID, it wasn't particularly good, right? He did a lot of what everyone else did. But to be fair, I was very much like, I guess, I was very much, Thomas Massey didn't want to do this big spending bill, and I said, this is crazy. The economy, like, we don't know what's going on. There are people dying. We're seeing videos of people dying in the street. And so I think, hindsight being 2020, I look back and I'm like, I probably should not have just gone along with all of that. That was probably stupid. Ron DeSantis did initially, but then changed and said, you know what, this is not making sense. We're reopening. And I think that made a lot more sense.
Yeah.
It was also under extreme pressure. Like Andrew Cuomo was the
Sure.
most promoted governor in the country, and he was the most attacked.
So DeSantis did well in not the first, but he did well in reopening things back up.
But what
and then-
policies do you like generally about him? I mean, besides the COVID stuff, what are the other policies like as governor? I mean, I
think-
you think it's just the state legislature that's putting together
yes.
these anti?
I
mean,
I
look,
think it's mostly
Tim,
them.
you
and
said
he's
that there
signing
was
off
a
on it.
grooming event happening at Club Q, and that was
Oh.
after the shooting, right?
Right.
Which is
Oh,
essentially kind of saying, well, look, they had it coming a little bit. I mean,
No.
you didn't say that, but that's the
I actually
implication.
said, how do we prevent these things from happening? If people, so I tweeted.
So you actually seem pretty aligned with DeSantis on the
Absolutely.
on
right.
the anti.
But I don't think it's him. I think it's the Florida legislature. And if DeSantis becomes president, you think Congress is going to vote for any of these things? As for the Club Q thing, I said, if people keep saying wood chippers, what did you think was going to happen, right? I am saying, stop saying these things.
saying what?
People keep going online and going, wood chippers, wood chippers, wood chippers. You know what that means, right?
For who, though?
For groomers.
Right. Okay.
And I'm like, what do you think is going to happen if you go online and keep calling for death? Like, don't do that. Stop that, right? We want to stop
Right.
child abuse. We want to stop violence. That's what we want.
So
not
that's
to
why
happen.
I hope you have dedicated so much of your program to talking about the Catholic Church, because
Oh, I love this. I love this. I love this fucking argument because it's not like every single person who came out, every single person, the Catholic Church that was abusing kids. It's not like people weren't fucking talking about that. It's not like even Catholics themselves were saying, this is fucked up and you shouldn't be doing it. It's not like everybody was talking about it. But yet, because you don't remember that, she gets to use that as ammunition.
that is the institution in this country right now that is most associated with child abuse.
Hands
and
down,
queer
yeah.
people, gay people, trans people, that is not a thing. What is your definition of
I mean,
child abuse?
they're most associated, but they're actually not more abusive than any other religious institution,
do
and
we-
they're
do
not
we have,
nearly as abusive
But
as
no.
the
I want
public
to
school
stay
system.
on this, and I also just
We
what
do. Where are the books at? Where did they get moved to?
Tim though. What policies about DeSantis do you like in terms of what he's running on for president?
You love that. You love to fucking see it. She tried to move on to say the Catholic Church, and then all of a sudden, and let's go back to DeSantis. No. Hold up. I wish y'all would have pushed her very fucking much more than that. Because everybody was up in arms about the Catholic Church. Everybody was up in arms when it came out that they were abusing children. Which is why the altar boy joke exists. Everybody was up in arms about that shit.
Culture war stuff mostly. But I think COVID policy
Hey,
was
plug
good.
for the show.
Oh, yeah.
Roll
Right, but
credits.
what's the culture war stuff that you like?
So, yes, but the reason why I've not been... So last year I was like, I think DeSantis is probably better for one simple reason.
No, what stuff do you like now? What do you like that he's running on?
Yeah, culture war stuff
But
predominantly.
but can you expand on that notion?
I think you want me to like pull up specific.
I mean, I don't know. It's like you
He
said
fired-
that
he
you said
fired
that
the,
you like certain things, that you're leaning more towards Trump because of AI images. I would hope that there's a little bit more substance to your
Well,
disagreement.
but every time I try and bring it up, you just ask me the same question again.
Because you're not answering my question.
So I'm trying to.
Okay, go ahead.
So now where was I before you jumped back in? First, the culture war stuff is obvious,
I
right?
smell fucking
Parental rights and education
pickles
bill.
everywhere.
Yes, that one's fairly obvious. I don't know about the Disney stuff. That's kind of absurd. What I was going to say is let's go back in time to why I said I was for Ron DeSantis in the first place and why where I'm at now is not. The first thing was last year I was having a conversation with the Daily Wire crew and I said Trump is brash. Many people don't like him. And he won't shut up about 2020. He's a sore loser. Ron DeSantis, at the very least, is dry and can get us something better than, say, Joe Biden.
I know, but I'm still not really hearing
Today.
a specific policy.
Right. So his
You
COVID policy was correct. Okay.
Wait,
These-
but you
these-
just
these are-
said
these are-
something with the beaches that you
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
like
yeah,
the
that one.
closure.
You can bring it over.
Like his presidential platform. Like,
I don't
what
know
are
if
the
he's
things?
got one. Does he?
Okay, so you're,
I've not been on his. I've not been on board with him. So we can look at what
and
happened.
you
in-
said parental rights. I'm curious what you mean by that.
Yeah,
Because
like,
I'm in
um,
favor of parental
Oh, I love this argument because he fucks her ass in every bit of this. Both of them do. This is fucking epic.
rights, right? Like, I want parents to be able to, if their child is transitioning, to be able to work with their doctor with a plan and make sure that children are not being driven to suicidal ideation and that parents aren't restricted by the state from
let's talk about one of his policies. in
from okay,
particular.
go ahead. I don't want parents to be restricted from the state from giving healthcare to their children.
If I open this book
Yeah.
on YouTube, the stream will get taken down.
Okay.
Did you ever read this book?
No.
This book is in middle schools in Florida.
No,
DeSantis
she
had it
hasn't
removed.
read it.
That's one simple policy he did. That's very good. You've never seen this book?
I've heard about it.
Have you ever looked inside of it?
No, but I mean, I don't believe in censorship.
If
so
I show you a
don't
picture of a
believe in book
blowjob, would
learning.
you be offended?
I mean,
Can I show you a picture of a blowjob
I
on
won't. I
camera?
wouldn't be offended. I mean, I think that
Disavow.
honestly, do you know, Tim, that the more children learn about sexual education in the way that's productive and done in schools, the less likely they are to be sexually abused because they know what is good and what
I
is
can't.
Now, she is right about that. But however, you dumbass, the more children learn about sexual education in school, the way we are doing it now opens them up to more abuse, which is why you have people chanting in the streets, "We're here, we're queer, we're coming for your kids." 2 days after, New Hampshire state representative was fucking arrested for child pornography, for having images of naked children from a daycare a day after 4 children were found locked in a fucking closet while a dead transgender was on the floor. A dude in a fucking wig said he was the children's father, and they screamed the next day, "We're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children." Sexual education in school is a good thing, but it has everything to do with how it is implemented. And what we are doing right now is not good. But go on. Dig yourself that hole.
Share this
Dad,
image on YouTube.
do you hear me though about that?
So I
The
think
more
I
children
think the issue
learn
is
about sexual education, the less likely they are to be victims of pedophilia and rape.
I think the issue is you're confusing sexual education with kink. Right. So I'm looking at this right now. I can't even hold it up because I can't point it at the camera. And I don't understand why school children should be taught how to perform blowjobs for an autoandrophile.
I don't believe they're being taught that. The
Why was
book
this
was
book in-
banned.
why was this
I
book
don't.
in
I
grade
don't
school?
really know. Again,
Amazon
because
said-
this is
right,
another
so-
case by case example.
No. You
where
asked
I
me
am
about
not
what
in
Ron
favor
DeSantis
of
did.
censorship.
You asked
I
me
am-
what Ron DeSantis did that I liked.
that he
Here's
banned genderqueer.
that he's removing pornographic and kink books from middle schools is a very, very good one.
Yep. She just wanted an example. He gave her one. And now she's trying to laugh about it.
And I would
Well, for me, my politics are a little broader than that, Tim. I gotta say.
so listen, if your argument to me is that I or anyone else should support your politics because you want to show blowjobs to children, you're going to lose.
Well, I don't think that is a policy done by teachers in this country. I think that this
book
is
was in schools in Florida,
there
which
are
is
a
why
ton of books that are in a ton of schools.
Oh, ton of books in a ton of schools. Pornography should be in schools because a ton of books are in a ton of schools.
I don't believe in censorship. That's not my bag.
So
Buddy.
you think children should have played.
Hold up. You don't believe in censorship. You don't believe that children should not have pornography in schools because it's censorship. But yet you're okay with To Kill a Mockingbird being removed from schools. You're okay with Uncle Tom's Cabin being removed from schools. You're okay with all of that, but you would rather children shown pornographic images in school. Because censorship, ladies and gentlemen.
Boy.
I don't really think so. No,
What about
because
Hustler?
that's pornography.
So you think a
Tim, you're in
blowjob-
favor of censorship.
Yes,
You are.
absolutely.
Oh, that's good to know.
If you watched the show, you'd know this.
Oh, you're okay. You're
We
pro
talk
censorship.
about
I
how
am.
we're
I
for-
am not. I
Right.
want children to be able to have all the information that they need in order to
Including
make.
pornography.
No, that's not pornography.
It's not pornography to show a children how to perform fellatio. It's not pornography to show children how to go on Grindr and get gay sex. It's not pornography, ladies and gentlemen. That's not pornography. That shouldn't be banned in schools.
We backup record everything, and
We'll still be recording.
I think we're back.
We are back?
Whoa.
Oh, it's,
Okay,
It's pretty
now-
stormy out.
It broke your
It's
saucer
stormy?
too.
Yeah, I mean
it's a little
it's
rainy.
rainy. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're live again.
Okay.
There we go. We're back.
Yes.
So the power just
went
fluctuated.
out. Yeah. That
We
was
have-
God striking you down.
That was the
Tim.
YouTube
Striking me
Show
down.
that.
You're the one arguing for.
You're the one
you go.
arguing for censorship.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really mind that stuff. I mean, are you in favor of children seeing?
She don't mind images of fellatio being shown to underage children because it's censorship.
Violence on television?
No.
That scares me a little bit more.
It depends. It's not so simple to say violence, right? But yes, censorship is a good thing, but when done bad is a bad thing.
Yeah.
For instance, Ian Crossland, who is a co-host on Timcast IRL, used to be a moderator for Minds.com, and he had to filter out graphic depictions of murder and rape and child abuse. Censorship is absolutely vital in that regard. So if we're talking about a book like, in particular, there was one called, there's a teacher who provided a book to her middle schoolers called This Book is Gay. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I have heard. That's actually a very good book.
And it provides instruction on children.
I want y'all to understand. She just said she has heard of it. That's actually a very good book.
For children, she provided instruction to children on how to use adult gay anonymous sex apps. Yeah, I don't think that's appropriate. Now, look, by all means, you can be in favor of them. I'm not
Maybe
telling you
she
you're
had
not
a
allowed to.
child. Maybe she had a child in her classroom
Who wanted to go on Grindr and have sex with adults? Is that your argument?
No, I mean I'm not saying that. First of all, I don't know. Again, this is
Why would a
another.
10-year-old need Grindr?
This is the thing that you do though, Tim.
Oh, that
You're-
I do.
This is the thing that you do, Tim. This is the thing that you do. I'm not for favorship. I would rather children see blowjobs in fucking school. I would rather them know about Grindr. I would rather them do all that. And the fact that you are not for that is a bad thing. I know about the book. I'm familiar with the book. Continue.
Picking specific examples that
You
are
asked me for
inflammatory.
one.
Asked for a specific
You asked me
example.
for one.
Okay, then go ahead. I
did.
don't
We
know
have the book.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
said
in
don't
fa-
show children blowjobs. You
Look,
said you appreciate
I'm
it.
not in favor of censorship. I'm not in
as
favor
an
of
objective
censorship.
observer that's sitting here, you asked for a specific example, he gave it to you, and then you try to say he's broadly in favor of censorship.
Yeah.
It's possibly to make a hypocrisy point later on when he complains about social media censorship or something like that.
No,
But
I
it's
just
like he's talking about this specific issue, and I remember I was working on an education series
Well done,
about about
Sean.
this kind of thing years before it
Well
was popular.
done.
Yes, I was ahead of my time. And yeah, these kind of things were popping up all over schools. And I am happy that DeSantis is like doing something.
We
about
had
it.
Asra Nomani on the show. She brought in, I think, like 70 books of all of the weird racist indoctrination and sex stuff that they're bringing in schools.
Yeah.
And I said, look, man, it's really simple for me. If someone comes to me and says that they think this book, which Amazon says is 18 up only,
Love you, baby.
should be given to children, I'll say, I will vote against you.
So
If-
should the Bible be banned from schools because it depicts
It is
sexual
banned
acts?
from schools, public schools.
The Bible
It is banned from public schools. You dumb son of a bitch. Separation of church and state was that fucking argument not too long ago. There is not a single Bible in any public school across this country because of that. Yes, you can bring it in. Yes, you can read it. But is it given to the children in their libraries for public use? No.
Bible probably is not appropriate for children for a lot of reasons. And I am not a Christian, so I don't particularly care about whether or not they're going to give a book to children that has something like Deuteronomy 23:20 in it. I don't think kids should be reading that kind of stuff.
Okay.
However, I'm in favor of the parents deciding when it is appropriate for their kids, which comes with very difficult moral questions in that my morality is different from the morality of each individual parent. So that's why I'm kind of like, the government probably shouldn't be the one doing it.
Have you had an expert on sexual education on your program to talk about this kind of stuff?
Yes.
Now, I want to go ahead and reiterate the point from the very beginning. This was supposed to be Sean Fitzgerald and Emma Vigeland talking about crime and social issues. This entire time, all she has done is gone after Tim.
What did they say?
And
And are you in favor of abstinence only?
No, it's been a very, very long time.
You're not in favor of abstinence only
I
education.
think abstinence only is
So
silly.
you're kind of hinging on this book that has pornographic material in it that like okay.
There's a difference between sex and kink, right?
Okay, sure.
So the
Okay, sure. There's a difference between sex and kink. There 100% is. I mean, if I were to hang my wife from the rafters in this fucking house and do whatever I want to her, that's kink. But if I were to have normal copulation, that is sex. How is this so fucking hard for your stupid ass brain? Other than the fact that you are a contrarian, how is that so hard for your stupid ass brain to comprehend?
many individuals on the left have made arguments in favor of kink for kids, which is weird to me, and I think is inappropriate. I think kids should learn about sex. I think the parents should decide when it's appropriate. This is why typically at schools they would give out notice to the parents like, we're intending on doing sex ed. Here's the subjects we're going to cover.
Nothing's changing.
The
that
issue
way.
with Florida was that they had a policy where they would not instruct parents and actually were told not to talk to the parents if the kids were suffering identity issues. Now, the state should not intervene and take away the rights of the parents in that in that way.
Wait, can you say that again? That the state, what about gender identity issues?
So in Florida, what prompts a bill like this, and it also happened with stuff in like Nashville, was that the schools, and I think they do this in like Washington and Colorado, the schools were actually telling teachers not to talk to the parents if the children were having some kind of identity issue. And so this led to suicides.
No. What leads to suicides is that children are being told that they cannot operate and be who they are as the gender that is who they are in their heart.
That is a 100% fucking lie. 100% lie. 42%. 42% after gender affirming care begins. 42% is the suicide fucking rate for transgenders. Not doing shit reduces that amount because 64 to 95, 90-something% grow out of it. If you don't do a damn thing, but yet once you say yes you are, put you on hormone blockers, put you on hormone therapy, put you on, let's chop your fucking dick off. Once people realize I've been lied to, there's no coming back. That's what fucking happens. But you're too goddamn stupid to understand that. You want to look at surface level shit. You don't want to look at beyond that. You don't want to look at anything other than what the fuck you want to think. You look for every opportunity to make sure that your argument is valid, and everything beyond that doesn't fucking exist. This is going to be her entire argument this entire time. Watch.
It's leading to
But
suicides.
I'm talking about one specific. Well, I think it's like
Again, you're talking about one specific example. I'm talking about broader.
Like
I talk about politics, Tim. I don't talk about
Well,
anecdotes.
he's talking about policy that they would not.
You asked me
disclose
what the
gender
policy was.
talking
differences to
about
the
school
parents.
district policy. I
Okay.
cover national
You asked me to.
politics. Yeah, all right.
You can't ask me a question, then when I explain where the policy came from, be like, no, that makes no
because
sense.
you go into
But you asked him about a
individual
state level
anecdotes.
policy.
I'm
to
telling you
talk
why
about-
the policy was written.
Okay, go ahead, Tim.
That's why the policy was written, because there were children who were having identity issues, and the schools were instructed, the teachers were told not to tell the parents. This led to, I think it was a suicide attempt. The parents got angry.
Who had a suicide attempt?
A little girl tried to kill herself.
Okay, again, this is one case. Go
and,
ahead.
And there was also another, right. I'm not talking about, look at this anecdote, let's set policy. I'm saying Florida set a law because, okay? I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm saying a thing led to a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
My position is that parents should be fully informed about what's going on with their children, and teachers should not withhold that information from them. It is not up to the state to decide what is best for the kid. There are certain
But the
exceptions.
state is deciding what is best for the kid in these instances. They are essentially saying that children, take Florida, for example. You're talking about Florida. Let's talk about it. They're saying that children cannot, under the supervision of their doctor and with their parental consent. None of this happens, by the way, without parental consent. It's illegal. They cannot work with their doctor on a healthcare plan for them to transition into their
I'm not
gender.
talking about that. I mean,
You're talking about children who still pick their fucking nose and eat the goddamn boogers, who don't even know what the fucking color blue is. You're talking about those motherfuckers who were able to cut their dicks off and scoop out the fucking uterus. You're talking about all that goddamn shit. And that's okay to you. That's okay to you. Because the parents, like the parents of Jazz Jennings, who started transitioning their children way beforehand. Jazz is in her fucking mid-20s now. Started doing this at 2 fucking years old. Kids that don't know a fucking thing. You're talking about sex changes for kids who don't even know what the fuck's going on.
You're talking about medical intervention. I'm talking
Right,
about
but you
like,
have spoken about this on your
knowledge about
program
their-
before.
Yeah, I think like if a doctor prescribed a lobotomy to a kid, the government
my
should stop
wife
it.
It's
is
not a
moving off
lobotomy.
because
That's not
of
what
that.
it is.
I'm saying that there are certain things in the medical world that we've prohibited.
Right, but this is not what
it's one
should.
of them.
But the American
You
Journal.
disagree? You think it shouldn't be?
No,
I'm not arguing you're wrong.
every single expert that is reputable on this front disagrees. The American Journal of Pediatrics did a study about transitioning children.
Apparently my wife
They
says
studied them
she's
over
just tired of
5
sitting
years.
here.
94% of the children continued to identify as the gender that they were choosing to identify with at
placed
the
on- For
beginning.
5 whole
Then-
years?
Yeah, yes.
Wow.
When
And
placed on Lupron.
no, then the 6%.
When placed on Lupron, the same drug used in fucking chemical castration for pedophiles.
That were remaining 3.5% identified as cisgender, 2.5% went back, yes, but they were heavily
You
weighted
are
under the age
correct.
of 10 years old,
this is
where
not
they
material to what
never
I was
had
talking about.
any medical intervention. This is how actually trans care actually goes, Tim. 8 to 13 years old, you're put on puberty blockers. Those are entirely reversible. Then
No, they are not entirely reversible. It's reversible when it's used sparingly, very, very, very sparingly for precocious puberty, which is puberty that happens way before the time frame, which my wife went through. I mean, Jesus Christ. She was already sporting fucking C cups in elementary. That's precocious puberty. For you to use that sparingly to offset that so they don't go through puberty at such a fucking young age, yes, it is 100% reversible. But when you use it because a little kid doesn't feel like their dick and balls is a thing because their parents pushed them into this fucking stupid ass ideology, You keep them on that shit, just like Abel Garcia, and it is 100% irreversible because they don't develop.
After that,
I'm sorry.
that is
That's-
100% true.
It's just not true.
That's 100%
They're
true.
not entirely
Then
reversible.
16
to a certain degree,
then-
they can be.
Then why are they used in instances where
They're
someone
off-label
has
use.
puberty that
Precocious
Yeah, that's
puberty.
precocious
right,
puberty.
exactly. And there's a carve out for that in the Florida bill, by the way. So cis kids can have it, but trans kids can't.
Because that's
then
the primary
That is some fucking bullshit, made up fucking shit. 100% that is bullshit. Cis kids can have it, but trans kids can't. Maybe it's because you might grow out of it. Maybe that's part of the fucking problem, you goddamn dumbass, retarded, fucking inbred hillbilly hick. Maybe it's because kids grow out of it at an alarming fucking rate. But you would rather cut off a kid's dick and balls. You would rather cut out a kid's uterus because they say so.
16 years
That's the
old.
primary use of the drug.
Okay, but
But-
that's
but-
not what
but-
doctors say. No. Then 16 years old, that's when hormones happen. Very, very, very
Bullshit.
rarely are there any.
Bull fucking shit. You can look up case after case after case after case, including Abel Garcia, who I started Voice of the People channel with. Bull fucking shit. Chloe Cole. Bull fucking shit. You stupid ass bitch. These motherfuckers were given the whole thing to transition, given the right of way to transition with just a single fucking therapy session. I'm done with that goddamn dumb shit.
Any surgeries under the age of 18. I don't hear you talking about rhinoplasties under the age of 18 on your program.
We have.
Oh.
Maybe you haven't heard it because you don't watch the show.
Okay.
I've also said child beauty pageants are wrong and they're disgusting. I've also said Hooters
Yes.
is inappropriate for kids. And I said we shouldn't be giving minors any kind of cosmetic surgery. I don't even like tattoos or piercings. So when it comes
It's
to
quite puritanical of you, Tim. I'm surprised. You have a lot
yes,
of swords
I don't think
and
children
beards and stuff in here.
I don't think children should make.
Too bad that's not the
should
thing.
be altering their bodies.
But you just said parental rights. So if
Oh, she just opened the door. Let's go.
you're 18, parents have to give consent for piercings and tattoos. And
Do you think a
for
mom should have the
rhinoplasties.
right to remove the salivary glands of her child?
No. Are
Or the
you for
doctor
parental
prescribes
rights or not?
See, this is a
Every right has limits.
Well, this is actually interesting because what you're asking, we've actually talked
He's
in
right.
great depth about.
Every
on
right has
Suggest IRL.
limits.
That
Are you
the-
for parental rights or not? I just asked.
that question right there leads in two different directions, which is again we've addressed. If you watched the show, you'd have heard the statement we've made about
Well, I heard you 5 minutes ago say you were
Right.
for parental rights, and now
it.
you're
Does a
saying you're
pa-
not.
Where do
Well, this bitch just likes to run her fucking mouth and try to catch her in some kind of shit, but it doesn't go out. Anyway, for her, she actually backs herself into a corner and beats her own fucking ass.
parents' rights begin and where do they end is strictly a moral question based on the moral frameworks of an individual. If there is someone who goes to a doctor in, say, Saudi Arabia and the doctor prescribes female circumcision, they're going to argue it's the parents' rights. We would argue
Another
against that.
hypothetical. I'm
And-
talking
but,
about
but
reality.
these things literally do happen in other countries.
But it wouldn't
The
be a
point-
But I'm talking
doctor.
about this
It would-
country, and I'm
Right.
talking
And
about
so I'm
parental
making
rights.
a point.
Oh, yeah. Let's go ahead because I know I'm about to get my ass fucking ripped apart. Literally, Mandingo shoving balls fucking deep right now into my asshole. And I know it's happening. Let's go ahead and walk the fuck back.
Right. The point is, the idea that parents have a right is limited to what our moral limits are. Meaning, if you morally are okay with a child sex change, then you're going to argue in favor of parents' rights. If I say you shouldn't be able to mandate vaccinations, you'd probably argue against the parents' right, right? Should a school be allowed to mandate vaccines for children?
Yes.
But what about the parents'
Boom! What about the parents' fucking rights?
rights? Are you for parents' rights?
Well, I'm for public health.
But you're not for parents' rights. You see, that question leads to
No, I mean, look, Tim, I've never been made parental rights a plank of my own politics. I'm saying this within the
Oh, no, bitch. You just fucking started with, I'm all for parental rights. They should be able to do whatever the fuck they want. And then you try to walk it back. No, that's not a thing. Shut the fuck up.
Context of what you just said 5 minutes ago.
And
where
I'm
you
explaining.
Yes,
Parental
so you-
rights extends to my morality.
So, right, your morality says that you think that trans children and parents, even if they agree with their child and the doctor is supervising this kind of transition, you're essentially saying
You're talking about the doctor who supervised the transition, knowing full fucking well these people will be put on hormones for the rest of their fucking life. They'll have to have medical care for the rest of their fucking life. You're talking about all that creates money for the medical industry. That is, by the way, not in your best interest, because if they cure you, you are not a patient. If they make sure that you don't have a problem, you will never come back to give them another dime. Oh, shit. Let's not bring that up, right, Emma?
that you don't believe that they should have the power and ability and that the state should intervene. That sounds like big government to me.
Yeah, I'm not, I don't know if you know who I am.
Well, okay, then there you go. That the state should intervene because you don't believe that parents should, and their children, they're in agreement.
So at first, my position was, early on, if the doctors are prescribing it and it's the best thing they can do, I think we're looking at, in the past 4 years, about 50,000 or so cases of cross-sex hormones for kids. So be it. Then we started seeing like the Tavistock scandal. We saw Finland, Denmark, Sweden start pulling this. The research coming out showed that it was not particularly effective. And then we also had multiple studies showing that.
That is true. That is 100% true. That is 100 fucking percent true. They pulled that shit. Look at her face. Look at her face. She knows she's fucking been destroyed. She knows. She knows that asshole was ripped the fuck apart. No, it is 100% true. They pulled that shit back because it was causing a problem within their fucking community. They saw that it was actually causing the transgenocide that everybody wants to scream about. They know it was causing that. So therefore, they pulled all that shit back.
Desistance rates for those who did not take any, who did not receive intervention, was actually upwards of 95%.
Oh, I love this.
And then my position became,
I love
it probably
this
is the appropriate thing for the legislature to say, we're not going to allow this anymore.
Okay, I just listed the American Journal of Pediatrics. That's incredibly reputable.
It's incredibly reputable, ladies and gentlemen. The American Journal of Pediatrics that actually said that sugar was good for your kids. The American Journal of Pediatrics that told you that your children should have these cereals that are 100% damn near all sugar, but it's healthy. And you wonder why ADHD exists, ladies and gentlemen. Fuck, American Journal of Pediatrics told you. It's okay.
Really reputable. 94% of children continued care after age. Take a Netherlands study. This is Lancet. 98% continued hormone therapy and follow-up.
Lancet also said that the COVID jab does not exacerbate antiphospholipid syndrome within people that already have antiphospholipid syndrome. So therefore, the COVID jab cannot create antiphospholipid syndrome in healthy fucking patients. That's like saying AIDS patients who already have AIDS injected with an AIDS contaminated needle does not have their AIDS case exacerbated. So therefore, healthy people who are injected with an AIDS contaminated needle cannot contract AIDS.
After what?
So you no, but the other one's a 5-year study. This is just a secondary
after
one.
what point?
Well, no. So this is the issue, right? Those studies were based upon whether a child was placed on puberty blockers or not. When a child is placed on puberty blockers, they tend not to desist. When a child is left alone, they tend to desist. So the issue is then if, according to 10 prospective follow-up studies from child and adolescents found desistance ranging from 61 to 90%, then the safety of the children would lean towards non-intervention.
I'm Go ahead.
I-
You
I-
can-
I-
again, we should probably
I-
agree to look at these kinds of studies before we're going to pull them up for a debate, because what I'm pulling up and what I'm referencing is inherently reputable, and you can find any information that you want on the internet. I am with
And
a majority.
And you can find any information that you want on the internet. Anything that you want. You're right. You're 100% right, Emma. Anything that you want can be found on the internet. Anything to back up your claims can be found on the internet, including studies, including reputable fucking studies, can be found on the internet. By the same token, anything that you want to disagree can be found in the same studies by the same fucking people. What the fuck is you talking about?
Majority of doctors on this front.
I mean, that's a broad statement. I don't know about that.
No. That is actually a fact. That is 100% a fact.
Well, I've seen this movie before. So what's happening is you're referencing detransition under a system where they wouldn't be put on puberty blockers necessarily, and then they would go through the cross-sex hormone. So everybody who would have desisted at the point of puberty, which is what you're referencing, is already excluded from her sample. So and I don't even think you would disagree with that once they're actually past the point of puberty and they still think they're in the opposite body or whatever, and they go through the process, there's a very low detransition rate. But you're specifically talking about desistance.
Look,
and I remember this because this happened when you argue with the serfs.
This is what it boils down to. I'm not a moralist. I don't have the arrogance to believe that my personal preferences for how my life would be lived should be imposed on other people. I'm trying to make a argument for a case for I'm trying to make a case for a broad set of policies that are going to make sure people are as happy as they can possibly be and can live their life to the fullest. So if you want to impose your morality on people, it sounds like fundamentalism. For me, I'm in favor of
a real argument.
But if most
I am having a real
that's
argument.
not a real
you
argument.
You just said your morality
here's
is
a study.
Oh man.
Here's a study that shows desistance rates up to 95%. Hold on. Desistance rate.
She's laughing because she knows she's backed herself into a corner at this point. She's laughing because this is the only thing she's got left right now is to say, hey, your morality is being pushed right now. Yet she's okay with vaccine mandates. She's okay with the health of every single person who should be vaccinated, who should be safe, being at risk because you don't. Oh.
Rates are shown up to 95% with non-intervention. So then we would lean towards non-intervention. And you said you're a fundamentalist. You didn't make an argument.
No, earlier you talked about how your morality is what you want to dictate in terms of this policy.
Wait,
you see, this is what I was talking about with Sam.
Wait.
Okay.
Hold on.
Right?
I can now put a face and voice to one of those getting smoked with someone in the Robert G's chat. Can't remember who it usually is though. Zulu, maybe Ray Epstein. Huh? I'm not sure what that's referencing.
The inability to grasp philosophical concepts. When I explain to you that you are opposed to parental rights because you're in favor of vaccine mandates, right? I don't think you can understand the duality of the statement you're making. Are you in favor of parental rights can go in one of two moral directions? You do have a moral stance.
I wasn't talking about
Oh, I wasn't talking about parental rights in that because I brought up something that happened beforehand. No, this has nothing to do with the argument, right? Let's see how this goes.
Parental rights. I was using that as a way to talk about your
My
statement
point
on
is,
parental rights.
If
and I
you
fully
have a moral
concepts
position
of
on public
morality.
health
Tim,
and you want to impose that, then you too would be a fundamentalist and you've made a nonsensical statement.
Yes!
If you want to make an argument about why me using this data is incorrect, I'm all ears. If you want to tell me I'm a fundamentalist.
I haven't seen the data, so I can't.
Well, then don't make an argument about it if you don't know the data.
No, I do know the data. I use the American Journal of Pediatrics. I don't know the data that you just pulled up.
You did not look up desistance rates. You did not look up anything other than what fits your narrative.
Tim, what you just said is that you want your morality to dictate policy.
No, I didn't.
I want people to have freedom to
certainly
do what
did not.
they want.
That's just not true.
No,
I said
it is not true.
everyone's
not true.
View on a question like parental rights is dictated by their morality. You do have one as well. People have a moral framework. You've told me that you're in favor of public health. That is a moral stance.
Yes.
So are you a fundamentalist? Do you want to
I
Yes.
talk
impose your
about
moral?
politics. I don't talk about things that are so abstract. I talk.
Oh, you talk about politics. You don't talk about things that are so abstract. Yet you say you were a leftist that wants more taxes involved to pay for things like healthcare and everything, but yet raising taxes raises the crime rate because it puts people in poverty, and those people that are in poverty are committing the crimes because they are in poverty. It seems to me that your whole fucking argument throughout this entire episode is breaking the fuck down right there in front of you.
You're in
about
favor
what's
of vaccine
in-
mandates or not?
Of course.
That's a moral position,
Yep.
not a
it's
scientific one.
No, it is a public health position.
Well,
No.
it's sure.
No, it is not a public health position. Because if you get vaccinated, there's supposedly no way you can get it, right? So if somebody doesn't take that vaccine and they get sick, they shouldn't be able to infect you. It's not a public health crisis. It is a moral crisis. That's all it is. That's all that shit is. It's a moral crisis. If I get vaccinated against something and you get sick with said something, you shouldn't be able to infect me with said something, right? But with COVID, we didn't see that. As a matter of fact, people who have gotten vaccinated with COVID are now filling up the hospitals. They're now the people that are dying at a more substantial rate. So you tell me what's going on with that. By the way, I've had COVID 2 times positive. 1 time I can guarantee you I was, but it was never a thing because I got infected before the whole damn thing started. And that was the most horrible part of it. The last time, it felt like a hangover for 3 days. But yet those who were vaccinated are now seeing a lot of fucking problems. And I have raised this issue. Antiphospholipid syndrome. Because of Pfizer's own admission with mRNA, it does make your RNA within your cells produce antibodies. What happens when those antibodies are given the wrong instructions? Antiphospholipid syndrome. Abnormal antibodies that attack the proteins on your red blood cells and the inner linings of your veins. Basically, your body attacks itself because it was given the wrong information and goes after whatever the fuck it wants, causing things like deep vein thrombosis, heart attack, stroke, miscarriage, things like that. Everything that we've been seeing. I'm pretty much safe in this because we've been so long into this and YouTube ain't gonna check shit.
Your morality dictates that the government can impose a medication on people against their will.
Because I'm trying to create a
That's
society.
a moral question.
No, because I'm trying to
That's
create.
moral.
Sure, I think I am more moral.
But you just said you weren't. You said you were not a moral.
I love that. I love that. You're a moralist, Tim. You want your morals to be pushed on the entire population. But I'm more moral than you are.
No, I'm not. I am dealing in politics, and politics can create outcomes that are moral or immoral, and I'm dealing in the ones that I think will create the most,
So you're a
the
moralist.
best outcome.
What about me? That is actually probably, that's probably true. That's probably true. As a matter of fact, I can no longer comment for another 20 19, 20 hours or something because I went after somebody who posted a little video, a little short. As a matter of fact, let's hold on. Hold on. I went after somebody on this. We're going to take a little pause here. I'm going to show you this. Sirens go out. Cop runs. Fucking police motorcade going through. This looks like a presidential or motorcade for some high-level official. Let's look at the comments. Seemed like the cop wasn't paying enough attention, acted too late. Cop could have been prepared, started stopping sooner, blah, blah, blah. Looks like he singled him out. What about the others that were going through? Now, I have been blocked from commenting from 24 hours because of this. Wow, really? So what is the cop supposed to do? Teleport? Shut the fuck up. Now the cop's back here. This bike lane is right here. He sees a few people go past and he runs up to try and stop them because these motherfuckers are coming through. Now, because of alarms going off, because of sirens going off, if that shit happens in every state across the fucking country, you're supposed to stop and pull over for emergency vehicles. Doesn't matter if you're in a car, doesn't matter if you're on foot, doesn't matter if you're on bike. You're supposed to let the emergency vehicles go through. So what is he supposed to do? Fucking teleport to the people? Wow. Was this like a parade? I can see fire engines, police motorcade, typical lawbreaker biker. Stopped. I mean, the police did the right thing in this case. Biker broke the law. Did he? I agree. Did he? If he did, then the others went through the same time. I didn't see him tackle them. Cop never tried to say stop or anything, just went straight through, straight to pushing. Cops was in the wrong in this one. Was he? Again, is he fucking supposed to teleport across the fucking street? And of course, because I call that shit out, it's erased from that. I did have to call it out on a different account. But yeah. Yeah. I got blocked for that, yes. Because I said, okay, so what's cop supposed to do? Teleport and not let the son of a or teleport over there so the son of a bitch doesn't get run over? I didn't say son of a bitch. I said, okay, so what's the cop supposed to do? Teleport so he doesn't get run over? 24-hour ban from commenting. You gotta love it. Sorry, I swallowed my own spit. Let's continue.
No. Moralism,
understand.
moralism in the way that I was referencing it is one that falls back on notions of fundamentalism and imposing morality that is individual to you on
I'm
the
not
rest
talking
of
about
society.
imposing morality.
I am talking about
I'm talking
creating
about
a society
data that shows
creating
children-
a society that gives people the freedom that they
Moralism.
that's
You want
politics.
to create a society that does a works towards a goal of your personal perspective.
Yes.
What you are talking about is imposing your narrow.
What you're talking about is imposing your narrow view on the world, but what I'm talking about is posting my normal view in the world. That is not the same thing, Tim. It's not the same thing. I would rather you get jabbed for something so I don't get sick for something that doesn't work for you. You should have the fact to get jabbed and have all these problems that come along with the jab, because I'm so fucking scared of it. I mean, if it worked in the first fucking place, you wouldn't have a problem with it. But hey. Yeah, that is moralism. She just got fucking owned. I'm going to let it go. I got to take a piss again.
Set of ideas about how society should be, or
Based on the
how
scientific
things-
research I pulled up.
No. It's
I literally pulled a study
No,
up.
you want to restrict people's ability to do what they want to do with their bodies. That's what you want to do.
Do you think
I don't
that people
believe
should
that.
cut their hands off?
I don't deal in abstract, ridiculous hypotheticals because I deal in reality.
Do
I
you
cover
think
politics.
so? You're in favor of female circumcision?
That doesn't happen in the United States.
How much do you
So
want to
what?
bet? How much do you, no? You're wrong. It does happen.
There are
does,
very
but, like-
small amounts. I am not in
So
favor.
you're in favor of it?
I wouldn't.
If you want to restrict what people do with their own children, you're against parental rights?
That's
Don't
not
play
the
stupid
same
games.
thing. Is a doctor?
You want to talk about
looking
Dearborn,
over-
Michigan? I've
No,
actually
no.
gone there and done the research. I've actually done the boots on the ground journalism in this story. Okay. Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, right. Because female circumcision is a bad thing. We do not want these things to be happening. And even the parents were going to doctors to get it prescribed. There are limits. There's the famous story of the Kennedy. They got the Kennedy got it lobotomized because the doctors prescribed it. Just because there's current scientific research that leans one direction doesn't mean we move absolutely in one direction. What we have here is
100%.
a very prominent set of studies, which we've referenced on the show numerous times, showing desistance rates for minors who do not receive intervention in terms of affirmation or gender sex change is upwards of 95%, in which case science dictates we do not intervene. If you look at the 5% chance that we then intervene in these children's lives, and that can result in even one kid being harmed, that sounds like an immoral action.
Now, these are extremely
is.
specific hypotheticals that you are maximizing
no,
in this
this is a
current
study I
instance,
pulled up.
and I am interested in creating a society that is not that is more, yes, moral, but it's based on outcomes.
Now, remember, she did say, I am more moral than you because I want you to get jabbed because I'm scared. But you're a moralist because you want to push your morality onto people. The fuck?
Not just
That's what I just pulled up. Like, I mean, I can read to you again.
right, but pull up the American Pediatrics study.
but
that
we're
I just
talking
referenced.
about
Can I ask a
resistance.
hypothetical?
Pull up everything that affirms everything that I'm saying, no matter the fact, because we obfuscate the data and we twist everything around to make it seem like it's a good fucking thing. Even though the detransition community is becoming overwhelming at this point. But no, let's not pay attention to that because chop off your dick and balls. Because it's a good thing for society. Oh. You know, now that I say that, do you remember after the Roe versus Wade decision, everybody was talking about getting a vasectomy for men because it can be reversed, even though 3 to 4 years is your window. After that, your chances of producing a kid diminish severely. You remember when that was a whole argument? Chop off your dick and balls, ladies and gentlemen, because women just want to be whores and become dumpsters for everybody, and they should never be accountable for their own actions. Holy shit. Now, I know I just went in a way different left field from what they're arguing, but yes.
Hypothetical while you pulled that up. If it is true that prescribing puberty blockers prevents people from hitting that point of puberty where they would decide, and largely they would decide to desist, right, when they hit the point of puberty, would you be in favor of removing that from the gender protocol? Because this only is talking about desistance at the point of puberty. So, like, what he's concerned about is that if you stop people from going through puberty, you stop the changes in their bodies and all that, and then they can't, like, rationally make that choice because they haven't hit that point in their development.
I don't have the kind of, I guess, arrogance, I would say, to
I mean, I
know
asked you,
that I know
I asked you a
more
hypothetical,
about,
like, hypothetical.
I don't have the arrogance to say that. I don't have the arrogance to state shit that is true. I don't have the arrogance to turn around on my position with more information being given to me that I'm not okay with. I don't have the arrogance to maybe rethink my position. Wow.
Right, but again, this is exactly what reactionary conservatives do.
You know, it's a red
Is
flag
you
from
Come on, make arguments. Stop
if
name
you
throwing.
deal with hypotheticals, because when you actually deal with the practical reality and the outcomes that you're dealing with and that you're prescribing onto society, it creates an inherently unjust society.
So let me
You know,
just,
as the right wing conservative Destiny said recently when he was debating the left wing pro lifers,
Hold on.
is
Sean, fucking epic, dude. Oh my god, I remember that. Throughout this entire thing, I want you all to listen to this shit. And Destiny was kind of arguing this point, and everybody was calling him a fucking right-wing extremist right after this shit. I remember this. Let it play.
a definite red flag when somebody is unwilling completely to engage with the hypothetical. If you want to say why the hypothetical doesn't apply, that is totally fine.
No,
But
because I
for you
want
to-
Hold on. I will admit with this. Tim, in a lot of situations, says, I don't deal with hypotheticals. But yet he wants to argue with a hypothetical in this. Yes, in this one, he is being hypocritical. He is being a fucking piece of shit in that whole fucking thought. But he don't deal with hypotheticals when it goes against what he wants to say. I will give Tim a little bit of pushback with that because, dude, your shit's fucked up. And you're only doing that to be argumentative against the fact that maybe your points can be argued with a hypothetical that may obfuscate what you're trying to say. But in this situation right here, where she's arguing, I don't deal with hypotheticals, you want to go hypothetical, it is a fucking issue.
to
Talk
just
about
like say, oh,
reality.
it's a hypothetical, I can't
Okay,
talk about it,
I
as
don't
if you
think
don't
so.
know what a thought
Because-
experiment is. It's kind of odd.
look, I've asked you, we have here, I literally just pulled up detransition Wikipedia. We pulled up this study.
Oh,
that
I love
shows
this.
that without
I love
intervention,
this.
desistance rates are from 61 to 98%.
And here I have
And,
general acceptance of standards of care. The overwhelming weight of medical authority supports treatment of transgender
That has nothing to do with
patients
what I'm
with
talking about.
GnRH agonists and cross-sex hormones in appropriate circumstances. Organizations who have formally recognized this include American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, American Academy of Family Physicians, American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, American College of Physicians, American Medical Association, American Pediatric Association. Dozens and
Remember
dozens
when doctors
of the
said
most...
smoking was good for you? You're not citing science, you're citing government approval.
No,
He is completely 100% correct because if you look at every single thing, every single one of these studies, who they are backed by, most of them are backed by the administration that is in power. And if you look back in all those studies, a lot of the times when you look back at them, they will say one thing, another administration gets into an office, and they will say the complete fucking opposite because they are backed by that administration pushing that propaganda. You dumb cunt. But here we go.
I'm not. I am citing
And that's fine.
What does
but-
that? What does the government have to do with it? These are medical organizations.
Okay, sure. Fair point. You're citing medical organizations, despite the fact that there have been numerous instances throughout history. In fact,
This is one of the clips right here that we're going to bring up in a little bit later after this is done.
basically all of them, where we've been like, hey, we were wrong about that. Like, maybe we shouldn't drink mercury if you get syphilis. But what I'm referring to specifically is if there is no intervention of a trans child, desistance rates are from 61 to 98%, showing the majority of kids are better off not receiving
No, look, I
puberty
mean, you're
blockers.
Now, mind you, throughout this entire thing, Tim is arguing desistance. She is arguing transition. There is a huge obfuscation between the two. Without any kind of intervention, 64 to 98%, grow out of it. And it is a huge range simply because we haven't studied it long enough. What she is arguing is once affirming care begins, people don't look back. Until the point that 42% of them commit suicide.
On detransition Wikipedia, I just listed a list of
two
dozen
studies.
of,
Again,
of
he mentioned
half a dozen.
desistance, not detransition. This is like very important that we nail down what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
right. What I'm saying is, if you have a trans child, or a child who is suffering from gender identity disorder or dysphoria,
You know what? Fuck it. I'm smoking. I don't
and
care.
you do nothing,
This shit
there
becomes
is a 61 to
retarded.
98% chance they age out of it and grow up and are happy and fine.
That's made up.
It's literally right there. What are you
It's made the fuck up, even though she can see it. It's made up. God, the fucking. The mental jumping jacks in this whole damn thing right here. The cognitive dissonance. No, I'm going to say it. The mental retardation you have to go through. Say it's made up, even though you see that. The mental fucking retardation you have to go through to say just because it doesn't say what I want it to say, it's made up. Fuck.
talking about?
On Wikipedia.
At the point of
That's interesting.
No, I
puberty is
pulled
what
up
he's
the
talking
NIH and
about.
you said you can pull up anything. Yeah, so here you go.
Tim,
NIH.gov.
Tim,
Here you go.
Tim.
Are you happy?
Tim,
NIH.gov.
deal with what I just said about
medical
the level of
organizations-
medical organizations.
That's
You're saying that they're
fine.
all wrong and that you have some
Deal with what I just said. The level of medical organizations. Deal with what I just said. Deal with it. Deal with it. Even though that NIH.gov says the same thing, which is above all your other shit, which takes into account all your other shit. Deal with what I just said. Deal with what I just said because of reasons.
some sort of like special knowledge that you can supersede their expertise.
No,
in
he's
this
not.
area.
You're cherry picking American
Now you're making an appeal to
organizations.
authority.
I just first of all, I just cited one from the Netherlands, but American Academy of Pediatrics, American
Appeal to
Academy
authority.
of Child
Appeal
and
to authority. Appeal to authority. Keep
no,
doing it.
I mean,
But not even that.
I've
but
got.
I'm not in a medical authority, and neither are you. So why
all
wouldn't
I
you
can
appeal
do
to
is
the
point to a
authority?
study and say, "Wow, if this study is true, I'm opposed to this." Right?
But there's also all these European organizations that are getting rid of this specific practice that he's focusing on, which is the puberty blockers, and like for some reason they're not on your list.
No,
which is
we are
interesting.
properly
you
assessing
cherry-picked.
when intervention is appropriate here. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
But why would they suspend in these better healthcare systems in Europe? Why would they suspend this specific practice that we're
I
arguing
mean, you
about?
listed Sweden and Finland. They've just
Well, he listed a
elected
whole bunch of
far right
them.
governments, but
Oh, they elected far right government, so everything is fucking wrong, ladies and gentlemen. They elected far right government. Oh, the Colin guy. The Colin guy. Go fuck yourself. No one gives a fuck what you think. No one ever gives a fuck what you think. Because you're a little you're one of those crybaby whiny little bitches. No one gives a fuck what you think.
I mean,
But anyway,
These
like
things continue.
again, this is what I'm interested in talking about in terms of politics. I want to create a more equitable society for people. We should have socialized healthcare, Medicare for all. You should talk about that more on your program. You say you're in favor of it.
We
I
talk about
haven't
it quite a
really
bit.
seen. I haven't
Look,
seen much.
when you guys
I haven't seen much. I haven't seen much because I don't watch your shit. Meanwhile, somebody who, like me, works for a fucking living, has a little Bluetooth in my ear, listening to everything I fucking can from every single person because part of my job is going through news, whether it be independent media, mainstream media, catching the lies, catching the obfuscation. So that way, when something fucking changes, I can tell you where it comes from. But they elected far right governments, ladies and gentlemen, because they don't agree with what I said.
cherry pick stuff to talk about
we
music
should talk
or
about
whatever. and,
ending
like-
child poverty. I mean, it's just funny. You should talk about ending
but,
child
but you could
poverty.
have talked about my position on universal healthcare any one of these times. You never do.
Oh, no. Hold up. If something like Ebola came here and there was a vaccine for it, you'd be knocking people over to get online for it. You realize you practically just talking to yourself, right? No, you stupid son of a bitch. I'm talking to you. I'm fucking talking to you. I'm talking to myself. I'm fucking talking to you, you retarded asshole. While you're out there running your fucking mouth. But again, you are the same fucking person that I call out. You are the same sons of bitches that I call out. I'm fucking talking to you, you stupid asshole. If you would let the synapses in your fucking brain just register for once in your fucking pathetic life, you would understand. But no, you don't. If something like Ebola, oh, you talking about the liquidation of your insides? Yeah, I would line up for that fucking vaccine. I would line up for that. Because I don't want my insides to fucking liquefy, you stupid fucking shit. But for something to give me maybe a heart attack, maybe deep vein thrombosis, I can't get pregnant. So miscarriages aren't a thing. Yeah, I'm not going to line up for that, you fucking retarded ass monkey. Shut the fuck up. I'm going to ignore you stupid ass from here on out. Because you are retarded and there is no point in your existence.
Why? It's not going to get traffic for you.
Well, I mean, you don't clip anything about universal healthcare. You should focus more
What are you
on it,
talking
and then
about?
we would focus on it.
Because, like,
What we try to do
when are we going to
is
be
to,
like, for
in
no
real
reason, let's just make a
time-
universal healthcare thing?
What we try to do in real time is correct right-wing lies, whether
talk
it's
about
you
abortion a
or
lot.
Dave Rubin or Steven Crowder. We do talk about abortion a lot.
Yeah.
We do.
What's my abortion position?
I'm not sure.
Everything I just said to the common guy. He replies back, I know you are, but what am I? So we go back to the kindergarten bullshit? I'm rubber, you're glue, whatever sticks to me, or whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks to you. Wow. That's your argument. Good job. You fail. Moving on.
Why? You've not watched any of the 8,000 segments we've done on it?
I do know that you called that 10-year-old case a hoax, a political hoax.
The
if you want to
political
do it.
maneuvers around it to change the law was a hoax.
Yeah.
Sure. So, well, how do you not know my position on abortion? I mean, you watch the show. You watch at any point. You can see the arguments we have.
I don't
He
have
did
a ton
too.
of time to watch all
You
your show.
specifically covered his episode with the serfs where they talked about it in depth. So it's weird.
By the
that you
way-
don't
Well,
know.
reiterate your abortion position for me. and
Thank
I'll respond
you
to it.
for
Okay. In
I
what
think-
way?
helping the
I think Roe v.
algorithm
Wade
a
was
bit
the right decision.
on
Okay.
Mumble.
I think
It's
that
great.
life should be federal, should be mandated, should be protected under
Fucking
the Constitution at the
stupid
federal
ass.
level, and that it probably does make sense for the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, but that means Congress.
Your
needs to
mother
codify
sucks
it.
at it.
Okay, but
And
that's
she's
not gonna
been doing it
happen,
for a
and
lot
that's
longer
because we
than
don't
I've been
have
doing
the-
this.
Well, that's a different question.
Because we need filibuster reform. So,
So I
I'm
think
not really
that,
interested in process. I'm interested in outcomes as we get back to, again, the differences that we clearly have here.
By the way, you comb-covered cunt cake top twat waffle. Your mother should have fucking taken it in the ass the day you were fucking conceived. That way, she wouldn't have to regret half her fucking life. And we wouldn't have to put up with your retardation. Are we moving on, Colin Guy? You've been smacked the fuck around already. It's time for you to shut the fuck up.
I don't really care who imposes the right to abortion in this country. I just care that we have a right to abortion in this country, and we don't.
Well, right.
It is a cancer stick that I'm puffing on, but is that a dick you're sucking on because you can't fucking keep the goddamn Cheeto out of your mouth to save your fucking life? Moving on. I'm done with you. I'm not even looking at that fucking shit right now.
Yeah, I think at first when Roe v. Wade was overturned, I thought that it was probably good it would go to legislation because the Supreme Court arbitrarily setting law is probably dangerous. But however, since then, I've looked at it and said it's a 14th Amendment question, the right to life. And, looking back on that now and understanding Roe v. Wade actually was a pretty good decision. I think now at this point, you'd need some kind of codification. I don't know how the Supreme Court's going to go back on it, but that's a political conversation, not a personal perspective on abortion. So my view is pre-viability, it's individual discretion. Post-viability, it's probably going to require some kind of, depending on the circumstances.
Where do you draw the line of viability?
Can the baby survive on its own?
Okay. Well, 90% of abortions happen in the first trimester, which is the first 12 weeks.
Yeah.
99% happen in the first 20 weeks. The rest that happen, the 1% that you're talking about, which is overrepresented constantly for fear-mongering purposes, is
On both
the
sides.
1% that happen when the life of the mother is in danger or there's a issue with the fetus.
Well, there's no question.
So there's no
Overrepresenting examples of this shit. Overrepresenting examples in a broad spectrum of things. You were talking about, what is it? God, I forget the exact representation of it, but 8% of abortions are the exemptions that everybody makes. Life of the mother, incest, rape. 8% of abortions happen to that. 92% of abortions happen just because people don't feel like maybe they're capable of financially supporting, or they just don't want it because shit. I'm just gonna leave it at that. But yeah.
need to parse and draw arbitrary lines, because what that does is it essentially, especially with rape and incest exemptions, which you speak about, it makes it seem like
I'm not in favor of incest exemptions.
Okay, the one that we spoke about earlier. Okay, the rate. I'm not even speaking about your specific opinion about this. I'm talking generally about the notions of abortion. You can't have rape and incest exemptions because it takes so long to prove those cases that it would completely nullify the need for an abortion, because as the pregnancy is going along, you would be unable to perform the abortion in the time that it takes to prove that kind of stuff. So
she is actually absolutely 100% correct in this. I will admit that. She is correct. From the time it takes to say, hey, I was raped and I proved that case. Hey, this is incest and I proved that. It is 100% beyond the limit from what most places say. She does have an argument there.
Right.
When that stuff is put into legislation, what it does is it waters down and makes the public seem like, oh, we're not so barbaric. That's why we should not be intervening in what doctors and patients are doing. I want people to be.
Oh, let me go ahead and hit this. Have you ever thought of hair club for men? Answer the question, loser. Is somebody pushing 40? Somebody pushing 40 years old. Yeah, I'm supposed to have a receding hairline. You got a fucking problem with it? You can take this dick, shove it down your fucking throat, and let me come straight into your fucking stomach, bitch. You got a problem? You can deep throat this dick. What about it?
Empowered over their own health care. Same thing with trans kids.
So you disagree with Roe v.
Same
Wade
thing
in
with
that
abortion. Sorry?
Do you disagree with Roe v. Wade in that regard?
Well, no, I want there to be an abortion.
Would you prefer Roe v. Wade stood?
Of course.
So then you would be against abortion after a certain amount of time.
I mean, Roe v. Wade essentially
Set the
created the
viability
viability standard, right?
So
But
then you have a 14th Amendment question, whereas
no,
you would need some kind of government intervention post viability.
Yeah, I believe that doctors should be able to make these determinations, and it should not be. We should have a right to an abortion.
So just like that person that was oh goddamn, who was it? Who was that son of a bitch that said, if the baby survived an abortion, we should give birth and the mother, it should be taken and kept comfortable while the mother decides if they should end their life post birth. Who was that son of a bitch? I forget the exact name. But yeah.
Abortion broadly, and doctors
I
can make a
think-
decision.
To be
real
clear,
quick, I think you're in favor of the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
No, I'm not, because I
But-
would
but-
never
but
want to
look.
overturn something to go backwards and then
No,
bring
but
it up to
listen.
the legislature where we have
Be-
crazies and
because of
Republican
the
nut
over-
jobs in the Senate,
listen.
and there's a
Republican
filibuster
nut
that doesn't
jobs.
provide us the
Republican
ability
nut
to codify
jobs.
it.
Because of the overturning of Roe v. Wade, you now have states like Colorado removing restrictions.
No. This is inaccurate. So Roe versus Wade protected at a constitutional level up to the second trimester for elective abortions.
Thank you, Sean, for clearing this up. You were 100% fucking right in what you were saying here.
And then
Correct.
afterwards, it was up to the states. So like,
Okay, so it's even. It's not
so
even-
like they
right.
Colorado could have extended this prior to. In fact, Andrew Cuomo
Okay, I stand corrected.
did this before. So like, just to clarify that.
Okay, never mind. I stand corrected. I thought that it was because I remember reading what was the guy's name? He wrote about 14th Amendment kicks in upon viability, and then you have a constitutional right to life and all of these things, and there's questions
Now,
around that.
Colorado may have passed that law in response to Roe versus Wade, but they weren't prohibited from doing so before. It's because Roe versus Wade says at this point the states have no
Interesting.
issue. It's a constitutional issue.
Right.
And then in third trimester, which is why Roe versus Wade constitutionally is a ridiculous decision, they're like it's a states' rights issue because the Constitution obviously delegates the trimesters in the 57th Amendment somewhere.
And again, Tim, like the reality is I don't like, you've been perfectly nice to me here. I don't really care about you personally. I care when you say things that are harmful.
I want y'all to remember that. She says, you've been perfectly nice to me. I don't really care. But
harmful and
Like what?
wrong, like the hoax statement about
That wasn't wrong. That was an opinion.
It was wrong.
It's
It
not,
was
though.
completely factually inaccurate.
It's not factually
you
accurate.
you called it a hoax because you know that your audience is going to feed into it, and then
oh, you called it a hoax because you know the audience is going to feed into it. Even though the fact that the child could have gotten an abortion in her own fucking state, but because the political climate and the fucking mother who knew that there was a illegal immigrant raping her child took the child out of state to get an abortion. But that's a hoax, ladies and gentlemen. Even though the child could have gotten an abortion in her state because of the circumstances, taking it out of state to create a political whirlwind in this, see, this is what happens kind of situation, that's a hoax.
then you parse it later so you have plausible
Well, that's your opinion,
deniability
but
about it.
But specifically, what I said was,
Yeah.
and we talk about it in depth. I think the issue is just you don't watch the show. To be fair, I don't watch Majority Report. But if like I'm not gonna come out here and be like, you said this one time, this one thing. I've not watched the show, so I don't know exactly what you're talking about. But I said, yeah, the idea that you would take a tragic circumstance like this and then create a political story, put it out to the super PACs to try and change laws, that's a hoax.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
How about the fact that you called the
The grooming event.
shooter in the neo-Nazi Texas shooter who watched your program, you called that a false flag? And
Oh, this is where it gets really fucking deep. This is where it gets really fucking deep. And I'm going to show you later how Sean Fitzgerald fucking rips her a new asshole.
Because you don't even know anything about that story.
I do.
It was four clips of the episode, and you can see in the images he wasn't even subscribed to the channel.
Yeah, but he watched your show.
No, he didn't. He watched one guy.
No,
Yeah, have you ever
you
went to
just
those
opened
time
a
codes?
fucking can of
he was highlighting
worms.
specific, and I won't name the guest from the guest.
But
like,
he
I've
did
seen
watch
that.
your show.
Like this is
So
like
you're saying
a
he watched an
nasty
episode?
smear.
Sure, but do you
Oh,
understand
come
why?
on.
And he posted about
That one.
it.
Who was that one guy who
why
watched
do you
Majority
think-
Report and then commented on what Sam did?
Why do you think that? But he no, this was a neo-Nazi. Why do you think your content appeals to neo-Nazis?
Are you kidding me right now?
No, I'm just wondering why you think that.
Have you
Okay,
ever?
I'm gonna do something I don't normally do, but that was an egregious over the line statement where I don't know if you are intentionally trying to just generate clips that are nonsensical, or you're just really that stupid.
Oh man.
The idea that because a Nazi watched your show appeals to Nazis is like, look, if you want to have a real conversation, we have a real conversation. If you want to come up here and do exactly what the majority,
flag, though?
you want to.
No. Hold on. I know it just took a piss, but I've seen this multiple fucking times. I want y'all to pay attention. The number one, she's been combative through this entire thing. She's been trying to stand her ground this entire time. Watch as this progresses, how her fucking demeanor goes from, but I'm right. I'm sorry I triggered you. I'm sorry I triggered you. Not to mention the fact, this comes from the actual The Culture World podcast. This comes from their YouTube channel. Take a look at Tim's face. Take a look at the redness in Tim's face. And when I go further, when I go into the majority report, taking that, take a look at Tim's face then. The saturation within just Tim alone is obfuscated a bit to make him look a lot more red than he is.
To do what the majority report does, and exactly why Sam isn't welcome on my and many other shows. Feel free to do it, and I'm willing to have you on here. Did you know that? You know that, like, I don't know about you specifically, but this is exactly why people don't like your show. Okay.
I think people like our show.
Yeah, maybe ask why some of these higher profile personalities and networks won't have Sam on anymore. And he can
they're
cry.
afraid of him.
Oh, they're afraid of him. How about it's because you just claimed that my show appeals to Nazis, which it
He
clearly
watched your
doesn't.
show.
Because this show is predominantly like moderate libertarian leaning types.
No,
but you don't
say
even
that,
watch
and
it.
that you say that because you're trying to draw a line and make the really far right people that watch your show feel like their positions are a little bit more close to the mainstream than they actually are.
Okay, let's say.
I'm gonna go ahead and fucking tell you. 100 fucking percent. Dealing with some of the people that are Tim's audience, talking with Scrooge McGoats that broke Tim, I can go ahead and tell you, it's not for neo-Nazis, you dumb son of a bitch, but that's your claim. So let's see how this plays out.
Let's say for
So
a
you called it a false flag, and then when you were proven wrong the next day, you
Called what a
said
false
you thought
flag?
it was funny.
Called what a false flag?
You called
Oh. Called what a false flag. And you thought it was funny. Let's see.
the claims that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your show a false flag.
Scroats
I don't
is
know
in
if I
there.
said that.
Look at
That
him.
sounds awfully specific.
I don't have the exact quote in
That's the motherfucker that broke Tim Pool. That's the motherfucker that broke Tim Pool. Ladies and gentlemen, Scroats, you're awesome.
front of me, Tim. But
So you don't
that
know
was-
what I said? Where did
Yes,
you
I
hear
do.
that?
I listened to you.
Did you say something like, it sounds like, I said, it sounds like a psyop to have this profile appear one day after the shooting where it's got like a bunch of screenshots on it or something?
Sure.
It really does sound to me like someone told you to say things and you don't know what you're referencing.
I'm not shocked that that is the only way that you're going to try to react to this.
I'm not shocked that that's your fucking answer because you've got absolutely nothing to say for that.
To react to what? Okay, no, this is fairly obvious. So I'm willing to bet Sam was like, hey, ask him about this and say these exact
No, I
things.
came up with, I mean,
Come up with original thoughts. Come on.
it is my original thought.
So
No, it
it's-
isn't.
it's
some guy posts a screenshot of one episode of a show he's not subscribed to, and you think that's an attack vector for something political, but it's a personal snipe that has no bearing on any of the arguments we've made the entire show.
Right.
I disagree.
Yeah,
You disagree with what? With what? Elaborate.
I disagree that it has no bearing on what you've said throughout your entire show.
Like what? What did I say?
This is
Come
what,
on, come on,
this
come
was the
on.
claim
Let's
that you
hear
made.
it. Let's hear it.
Yeah.
I
let's hear
believe
it.
that your program appeals to a right-wing audience, and there's a reason that
A right-wing audience. You mean anybody that's not for this woke fucking agenda that you yourself tries to fucking push? That's the right wing? Yeah, it does appear to that. because people want to know what the real fucking truth is. And despite whether they agree with him or not, they still listen. Why? Well, because there is a lot of truth to what these people on the show are saying. But because it conflicts with what the fuck you want to push, it conflicts with everything that the Young Turks and the Majority Report and
Sam Cedar talking about all the bullshit.
because it conflicts with that. Yeah, it's right wing.
The neo-Nazi shooter watched your program
And how do you know he watched the program?
because he posted about it.
What did he post?
Tim,
What did he post?
he posted parts of an interview that you did.
No, he didn't. You're wrong.
He had 4
So you must be a Trump supporter, calling guy. You realize he looks at people like you with disgust. Oh. So he looks at people like me, who hate the fat fucking bastard, with disgust? Oh, that sounds about right. See? You cost yourself. You fucking stupid son of a bitch. Because somebody doesn't agree with you, they must be a Trump supporter. Because somebody insults you the way you try to insult, they must be a Trump supporter. Because you take underhanded fucking shots at somebody, and because they take overhanded shots at you, overt shots at you, they must be a Trump supporter. You want to play fucking victim when you've attacked somebody and they come back and fucking destroy you, turn your fucking insides to fucking goo, and make you wear a colostomy fucking bag verbally, they must be a Trump supporter. Good fucking job at playing yourself, you faggot fuck.
screenshots on his phone from
You
the
don't
same
even know what
episode.
you're talking about, and all you can do is laugh and
No,
say,
it's because you get
some
specific
guy,
to obscure
some
the fact.
guy
You called it
posted
a
one thing one time, and that's the only argument you have.
He's
Did you go to
right.
the time codes that were
He's
in that episode?
fucking
Because
right.
I did. I ran this down, and one of them was a clip of Elijah Schaefer, and like weirdly for this like neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter, he like it's Elijah saying that we shouldn't be
He had a
emphasizing
swastika
race
tattoo.
specifically. No, he's a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
Right, but Tim called it a false flag and then corrected himself.
Because Elijah Schaefer was saying we shouldn't be playing race up. He had a swastika tattoo, ladies and gentlemen. So therefore, because he posted screenshots of a show with Elijah Schaefer in it, somehow that's Tim Pool radicalizing neo-Nazis. This dumb bitch was fucking coached by Sam Cedar.
You know, Sam Cedar, this motherfucker,
To say these things.
The next day and then said he thought it was funny after a mass shooting.
I think that
I mean, people were
someone
calling
told you
him
to say this, and you don't actually know what you're talking about.
I think that it's not shocking that you think that based on my gender.
Okay, you're not saying anything anymore.
But like I screen grab when
No, she's
because I
not.
do YouTube clips, so I will screen grab a time code so I know where to go later. So like when I saw that, I knew, or I had a feeling because obviously he's dead. So or was he captured or was he killed?
I think he was killed.
Yeah, so he's dead, so he can't tell us. But like I think people screenshot because this is why I do it, and you can find them in my phone, moments in things so that they can go back and reference that clip. And I ran down both of those time codes. Neither
look,
one.
I get it, but look, man, this is the Majority Report. This
Yeah, but
why,
it
this
is
why,
it is a nasty smear. Like you're doing it on purpose.
and
without
it's,
yeah,
it's
running
not a
she
out of
political
is.
statement. It's not a
It's
political
a
argument.
fact.
You're like he
Argues
watched an
nothing.
episode of her show.
It's a fact. It's only a fact that he had a neo-Nazi tattoo. It's only a fact that he posted screenshots of one episode with Elijah Schaefer. Those are the only facts. By the way, he posted these screenshots on a very low-key Russian social media site, which is kind of questionable in of itself from the time frames that those things were happening to when it actually happened. Could it have been somebody else trying to point the finger? I mean, juror number 77 in the E. Jean Carroll case, they were trying to get rid of a juror because he watched 10, 15 minutes of an episode of Timcast IRL, which they weren't even talking about anything about that, but they were trying to get rid of the son of a bitch who voted that Trump was guilty of defamation. Y'all are fucking dumb.
I'm sorry, of his show. Like that's
There was that one guy who posted Sam Cedar a whole bunch. Remember the guy who killed all those people at the bar in Ohio?
I don't remember that case specifically.
Why did that guy watch Sam Cedar so much?
Why did Gavin?
Why do you guys appeal to mass shooters? Why do mass shooters
There's a
talk
qualitative
about
difference.
Sam Cedar being so inspirational to them?
Why did Gavin?
Why is Emma?
Oh! Let him fucking talk, Tim. Let him fucking talk.
Vigilant inspiring mass shooters?
Why did Gavin Long?
Why are you okay with porn being shown to children? Look, if you want to play a game of nonsense statements for political brownie points, feel free to do so. But I'll say it again.
Tim, I didn't mean to upset you.
I didn't mean to upset you. Now this is what a lot of people say. I don't mean to trigger you. But I'm going to take underhanded fucking shots until the point to where you kind of get pissed. I'm going to take these obfuscated, underhanded, cheeky shots to where you get pissed. And then I didn't mean to upset you because I'm going to play the victim after all the fucking attacks, after everything. I'm going to play the victim when I get what I want. Just like the calling guy is trying to do here in the Rumble chat. Yeah, I know your fucking tactics because I'll play them too, you faggot fuck.
Exactly why Sam is not welcome on my show. But it's not something that I just one day was like, you know what? No, it's because I had serious conversations with networks and other high profile individuals. And I love.
Can you name the high profile individuals?
That's their business. But I absolutely love how the response is, they're scared of Sam. It's like, no, they despise him. He's a bad faith actor who does exactly what.
I love that face. She tries to look stoic, but she's like, can you name the high profile individuals? That's their business, which it is fucking 100% their business. But you ain't naming somebody. So you must be lying.
You just did. We're having a conversation about scientific research, data, my position on what I like about DeSantis, and then you go, your show's for neo-Nazis. It's like, okay, dude, are you stupid?
Yes, she is.
Stating facts.
Have you ever? Okay, this is like low brow. This is why you guys have 170 Dave Rubin videos. Do you think the average person cares about Dave Rubin?
No,
but you guys get clicks by doing it. Hey, how about you guys run a video about how Tim Pool got into an argument with a pro-lifer about how he's in favor of pro-choice policy? You didn't run that, did you? Because you guys are grifters. This is what you do. I can invite you on for a real conversation, and what do? Your show's for neo-Nazis. This is why you guys don't get invited places, because you're not having real conversations.
I don't really care about getting invited places.
Yeah, right.
But yet there are a lot of instances where you're complaining and grifting and bullshitting about how you don't get invited to places. What the fuck? If you watch Majority Report in any way, they complain that people won't fucking debate them. They complain that people won't fucking have them on their show. They complain about it all the fucking time. Yet they bullshit like this.
Right, so go live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can play songs with bad audio and then say, whoopsie.
I'm sorry, that audio thing really upset you.
Wait, have you ever covered
what upsets
the Gavin?
me is when I talk about Ron DeSantis making fake things to trick people, and that's what you guys do. It's kind of like, how about that?
We do AI.
Aw, well, I may have to leave. You're about to lose 8% of your audience. That's a big hit to take. You think I give a fuck? You think I'm here to pander to your dumb shit? You think I'm here to speak what you want me to fucking hear? You think I'm here for you? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? Oh, you're the little faggot that's running around thinking everything should be about them. You're the little piece of shit running around thinking that everything is about them. that they must be affirmed, that their view must be parroted. Yet you take these underhanded fucking shots at anybody that speaks anything different. And when they fucking turn your fucking insides to liquid, to where you're wearing a fucking colostomy bag verbally, yeah, this is your audience. Yeah, go fuck yourself. No one gives a shit. No one really gives a shit. You want to have a conversation, that's fine. We can have a conversation. But when you come in here talking shit from the very fucking beginning, and then you try to play victim when that person that you're talking shit about comes back at you, don't play fucking victim, asshole. Walk the fuck on.
Images?
When you run audio that sounds bad to make a nonsensical video where you're like, Tim Pool sounds like Nickelback. It's like what you're doing is just trying to generate rage drama. It is internet blood sports level garbage. It doesn't answer any questions about the questions of pro-life and pro-choice, progressive tax policy. It doesn't answer questions about how we're going to protect or we're going to help kids. All it does is drum up support from your base so they can hoot and holler and give you clicks. Then you complain, we can't get any advertisers. Maybe it's because you make lowbrow drama garbage.
No,
Yes.
I mean, the first hour
Yes,
of
they
our
do.
program is the one that's free.
For
and
neo-Nazis,
that's-
you mean? The one where that mass shooter watched Majority Report? Is that what you're talking about?
Boom!
The first hour of our program will usually
was that guy's
have
name?
Social Security and Medicare
can't remember that
like
guy's
kind of discussions, or we'll essentially talk to an expert on, say, policy in Latin America, that kind of thing. The stuff that's behind the paywall and then gets clipped is stuff where we respond to right wingers. We want to get into the
He got really mad when I said that he got kicked off of Bob's Burgers.
oh no, that's funny. He's
But-
that you know
That's funny. That's funny. No. He was incredibly pissed when they removed him from Bob's Burgers. He was the health inspector for Bob's Burgers. He voiced the dude for that. And he got pissed because they removed that character. He was pissed. It wasn't funny. No, he was fucking pissed.
he was joking, right? He was being sarcastic.
I didn't watch the clip. I just know that.
Yeah, he was
got mad.
hilarious. He first of all, the creator is one of his best friends. Sam's like,
I don't know. Sam came to me and said he was upset that they kicked him up. They were removing his role from the show.
I think he was joking.
But
No,
used
he
to be at
wasn't joking, you
TYT, and
stupid fucking
Gavin
whore.
Long, who was the Bat
He was
Rouge
never
shooter,
joking.
Watched, reposted, and did reactions to Young Turk's videos. A lot of them were straight misinformation. There was one in particular where they were going after a cop who slammed a woman, which, by the way, the cop acted inappropriately, but they wildly speculated.
I love this. And this is something we're going to get into a little bit later because Sean fucking owns it. Fucking owns it with this. But yeah.
That it was a black woman. It turned out to be a white woman. And there was a call in the video of like, what do you do if you see a pregnant black woman being assaulted by a cop? Gavin Long said he's going to step up. You can watch these videos. They're available online. And he shot four cops.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't my comment.
What-
I didn't say,
about-
no, hold on. I didn't say it was your commentary, but you're saying screenshots on this guy's phone. Big problem. I got to bring it up right here. But have you ever covered at all what inspired Gavin Long?
Because
He killed 4 police officers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Hey, baby,
that wasn't my coverage, so I don't know. I was basically
What about
joking.
the guy in Dallas?
That was a different
Sam,
No, I know.
I'm sorry. I
Right.
really didn't mean to trigger you. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean
I'm
to
just
trigger
curious
you.
where your standards are. Like, have you gone?
You notice that? You notice that? I didn't mean to trigger you. I didn't mean to trigger you. My back's against the wall. All this shit. I didn't mean to trigger you, even though I brought it the fuck up to try to own you in this whole thing. But I didn't mean to trigger you. Playing the fucking victim, just like the calling guy here in Rumble Chat. You take these underhanded, sneaky ass fucking attacks so that when somebody comes at you overtly, you can play the victim. I know you game because I play it too, bitch.
On
Look at
after
this.
the
She's
host on the Young Turks for
clip
that one?
harvesting, clip farming. Is that what you're doing?
I
Yeah.
don't know what you mean.
Like,
You don't
okay,
know what you mean.
your demeanor changes before the show to all of a sudden now you're going, what do you mean? I'm so sorry I triggered you. Oh, geez.
Well, I mean,
get it. You guys
I'm
are going to
just-
make clips.
I'm
You
trying
guys
to
are
do-
lowbrow grifter drama garbage.
I'm trying to
You want
just
to talk about
speak
the
in a
merits
calming
of policy?
tone, so maybe that it calms you down a little bit.
You want to
Oh, the entire time she's been combative as fuck. The entire time she's brought up everything. The entire time she's interrupted. Yes, Tim does interrupt a lot. I will admit that. The entire time she's just tried to make her fucking point. But when it comes to this, I'm sorry, I triggered you.
talk about policy, or do you want to just insult people?
I would love to talk about policy.
So continue, Sean.
Yeah, so the if screenshots, which are of clips that weren't even him speaking, is Tim Pool inspiring the shooter, then how come you've like never done this commentary at a place you used to work at of direct inspiration? Like he saw a clip, cuts to himself saying, "I'm gonna step up because I'm the real one."
I've
Like-
never heard of this, so.
Oh,
Why
that's
not?
interesting that you never heard of
Well,
that.
so it happened. Why do you think it is that your former program appealed to mass shooters so much?
I cover right-wingers, and I know that right-wing terrorism in this country dwarfs any kind of left-wing terrorism by like a 9-to-1 figure.
What does that do
I
with
might-
9-to-1 figure. Whoa. 9-to-1 figure. 9-to-1 figure. Okay. If 97% of all riots in the United States were mostly peaceful during the Summer of Love, and there were over 6,000 protests, 3% of that would still bring it to what? 612, 180, close to 200, close to 200 that were fiery but mostly peaceful. There were over 30 people that lost their lives, hundreds of fucking businesses ransacked, hundreds of fucking businesses burnt to the fucking ground, but 97% of that was mostly peaceful, ladies and gentlemen. But right-wing terrorism, who has done absolutely fucking nothing but shown guns at protests to stand there at most low ready and defend themselves from Antifa. By the way, did you know that there were over 50 FBI or FBI informants that were involved in the instigation of January 6th, brought up in by the Proud Boys cases? Yep, that's right. 60 plus fucking days of the Proud Boys case found 50 plus fucking federal informants or feds themselves instigating. And yet 4 of the 5 were found guilty of sedition. Wow.
I'd be
just asked.
underestimating because I cover the real threat in this country, which is right-wing terrorism.
Sure. So I'll ask again, I guess. Like, why do you think it is this mass shooter was inspired by your former program?
I would have to look into it to make a smarter.
Do you feel
comment
bad that
on
he
it.
was inspired directly and admitted he was?
Sure. I mean, it's not.
Do you take
Sure. I don't know.
responsibility?
It wasn't even my program. I worked there, but yeah.
So you were providing material support. Wow. You
I don't know if she was.
Yeah. You gave her an out on this, Sean, but you were providing material support. Wow. You were the one that was backing up what they were saying. Oh. You were the one that inspired the shooter.
Was there at the time,
No,
to be
look,
fair to you.
I don't think I was.
But I will say, it is interesting because the Young Turks did cover this shooting. And even though, again, reacted specifically to Young Turks videos covering the cops very poorly, propaganda inspired him to commit this violence, in my opinion.
If you want to talk about the Young
Hold
Turks,
on.
you should talk to them.
I
mean,
would
yeah.
love to at some point in my life. But so he does this, but the Young Turks coverage of it called him just a sovereign citizen. So this
Yeah.
would be categorized as that right-wing terrorism,
This
even
is-
though
this-
he
this
was
is the thing, right?
inspired by a left-wing news organization,
Let's-
specifically left-wing
I'll do a semi
Yes. And Sean does cover that, and we will cover that too. But goddamn, he fucking owned.
segue, and I'll talk about what irks me is like the Burisma scandal, for instance. Any kind of reasonable assessment over the story pre Hunter Biden anything is pretty shocking. But it's not something you see in any of these quote unquote left-wing media sources for like no reason. I think the best example is it is so omitted from the narrative that when we had Hunter Avalon on the show, he didn't even believe that Joe Biden admitted to engaging in the quid pro quo. And so I played the video for
I
him.
love this.
You know, so what's troublesome is
What are you talking about?
He's talking about the fire the prosecutor clip from Joe Biden specifically. If you,
but I'm
remember
not
that.
surprised you're not familiar with it, right? It doesn't exist in the left's echo chamber.
Well, it's funny. You call it the leftist echo chamber. I mean, I am a consumer of leftist news sources, but also I read right-wing ones just to check in on it. Centrist news organizations. I think this is a very, very specific echo chamber that I can't speak to. The Burisma thing, I look, I'm not going to defend Joe Biden. I mean, I'm a leftist. I'm to the left of Joe Biden. But this story, I mean, it's pretty much a nothing burger. The Durham investigation essentially had, or not the Durham, sorry, I misspoke. The investigation being done in the House right now is like looking into the whistleblower who's suspiciously gone missing, and they have an FBI tip for 17 different calls between Hunter Biden and this oligarch.
That's weird.
It's all completely gobbledygook made up. But at the same time,
but why are you defending Joe Biden like that?
No,
like, why not just say, yeah, sure.
Well,
you know,
I'd love to criticize him on things that I think are actually real, like the fact that he's continued Trump's border policy and ramped it up, honestly, with Title 42.
Oh, hold on. You mean Title 42 that actually stopped a lot of fucking illegal immigration? Oh, he did away with that and ramped it the fuck up. Ramped it up. Ramped it the fuck up. No, you dumb bitch. Hold up. He ramped it the fuck up. All you have to do is look at all these fucking images that are coming out from independent media sources. Oh, you fucking look at news sources all day. The approved ones? You damn sure ain't looking at any fucking thing that comes out from anybody else but approved fucking sources. Yeah.
42, where he did sunset that because it was a part of the emergency and during COVID,
Trump,
but he's largely continued militarism around the border.
If Trump is the nominee, do you think he'll win?
No, I don't, but I think he will be the nominee.
So wouldn't you rather have, say, Bernie Sanders as the candidate for the Democrats?
Of course.
So isn't it in your interest then to say, by all means, investigate Joe Biden? If he's corrupt, get rid of him.
Well, I don't think, sure, you can do an investigation. Everything that's come out so far seems like it's bullshit, but I would rather.
It seems like it's bullshit. Really? It seems like it's bullshit that this motherfucker had 1,850 fucking boxes of classified documents all over every fucking where. It seems like it's bullshit that this motherfucker had classified documents in the Penn Biden Center, and then all of a sudden, throughout the course of a year, had $5 million from the Chinese government wired to him after these documents had hit the Penn Biden Center. It's fucking amazing. It's fucking amazing and a coincidence that Hunter Biden had that text leaked out. Hey, Zhang, we need to fucking talk. I'm sitting here next to the big guy himself. Anybody else, go fuck yourself. It's fucking amazing how all of this comes out, and I love the fact that I got this retarded fucking face of him Vigeland. Fucking pause right here. It's fucking amazing that all that fucking happens, but yet you run interference for that shit and talk about how Trump had fucking 12 documents in Mar-a-Lago that the fucking government knew that was there. The fucking government, the FBI actually fucking locked the fucking door them goddamn selves. It's fucking amazing how that happens, right? You dumb cunt.
Criticize him on things I find more substantive.
Like, so I can tell you definitively and factually, it's not BS. I mean, certainly there are political elements of it, But I mean, Joe Biden. This is what I was talking about with Hunter Evelyn. That Joe Biden's literally on camera saying that he threatened. To
I mean,
withhold
that is the
congressionally approved loan
majority
guarantees
report. In a
unless they
fucking
fired
nutshell.
Victor Shokin. Victor Shokin signed a sworn affidavit saying this was intentionally to protect Burisma from
No, this was
investigation.
stated U.S. policy to fire Shokin. This was not a quid pro quo outside of
Joe
the United
Biden
States.
said if you don't fire the prosecutor, you're not getting the loan guarantees. That is illegal.
I love this fact, and I will go ahead and interject here and say, Tim, when she presses you on that quid pro quo, you missed the whole fucking opportunity to say the quid pro quo is his son was sitting on the board of Burisma. His son was sitting on the board of Burisma where he was gaining money for shit that he had absolutely no fucking expertise in any way, shape, or form. He was gaining money for him and his father. His father shared a bank account with Hunter Biden. His father was having so-called bills, like $50,000 on a fucking house that was worth $2-3 a fucking month. He was laundering fucking money through his father as part of this Burisma scandal. Where if you don't fire the prosecutor, you ain't getting the $1 billion fucking loan guarantee that you have absolutely no fucking say in. You missed that opportunity.
Okay.
That the vice president does not have the authority to withhold loan guarantees from a foreign nation that have been approved by Congress.
It was not because they were investigating Burisma. It was because of European policy.
Well, intent is immaterial.
But you're claiming it's a quid pro quo.
It is a quid pro quo.
It is European policy. It is European policy to fire a investigator that is looking into corruption because the son of the vice president is sitting on the board who is extracting money just because of the name. The fuck?
Well, for Joe Biden to literally say on camera, which he did, fire the prosecutor
No,
or you're
it's
not getting the
not,
loans.
though. No, it's not.
It's actually
This is weird.
No,
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 defending. I mean, it is.
He might. So the president might have the discretion to not do that, and Obama might have said,
Well, they
"You
impeached Trump for the same thing.
You represent me in that regard." So it's illegal for him to do that for the investigation. But like you guys are off into like a different point. The point you were making originally was that Hunter had never seen this clip, but you've seen the clip that they're referencing, right? Because he was making an echo chamber.
I've
point.
read about it, but I read.
Do you know
That's very interesting because that
She read about it, but she's never seen it.
clip was plastered all over.
No,
Are you familiar with Gazprom?
I mostly my workflow is I read like 50 pages of news before the show every day.
50 pages of news before the show every day. So you read 50 pages of your own damn bullshit, your own damn refuse, vomited all over the fucking place, and because 18 fucking places say the same goddamn shit, it must be true, right? Never mind the fact that they read each other's articles and just change the wording of everything, maybe adding a little bit here and there to make it not what is it? To not plagiarize. Maybe that's a fucking problem, right? No, you don't even fucking think about that. You read 50 fucking pages of news every day. By the way, 50 fucking pages. When you're on your phone, those 50 fucking pages could be one article, maybe two, maybe three, at most. The fuck are you talking about, bitch?
Honest question. Like, are you familiar with Gazprom?
No.
Are you familiar with the Qatar Turkey pipeline?
Nope.
Oh, sorry.
The Qatar Turkey pipeline.
Oh yeah.
You are?
Yeah, I've heard about it.
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with like U.S. Intelligence policy 2009 Syria and how this relates to Gazprom and Burisma and all this stuff?
I'm going to pretend like I do.
Vaguely.
I don't understand how, if you have an understanding of that, you would just be like, all of that's true, but the Joe Biden stuff's not true, because it doesn't make any sense as to why you would defend Joe Biden in that way.
I just think the investigation's largely BS. I'm not defending Joe Biden.
No, but I mean, like,
look into the investigation. If they want to do some sort of special counsel investigation.
it's largely BS because the motherfucker was on there saying, well, son of a bitch, the prosecutor was fired. While his son sat on the board of Burisma. While he was gaining money for something that he shouldn't have been fucking gaining money for because he has absolutely nothing to do with that. It's all fucking bullshit because the news tells me it's bullshit. Really?
Investigation outside of the political process where it's not a Republican witch hunt, I'm all for that.
But here's what I'm trying to understand. You think that the quid pro quo is not illegal. You think
It's not.
that
It was stated European policy by the government.
you,
And you're connecting it and saying it's a quid pro quo based on a variety of different assumptions that have not been able to be proven yet.
Not been able to be proven yet? Motherfucker, do you not know the Hunter Biden laptop story? Do you not know any of that? Shut the fuck up, you dumbass cunt.
The midst of the investigation
Well,
in the House.
this I can't understand, right? When Donald Trump called Ukraine, it was called a quid pro quo, whether it was U.S. policy or not. It was. The president sets the policy. So if the president calls Ukraine and says, I got this video of Joe Biden, I'd like someone to look into it, he's impeached under a quid pro quo, right? Whether it is or isn't.
Because he was withholding aid to Ukraine.
Just like Joe Biden tried to do, right?
This was
Right.
not. This was stated U.S. policy at
And
the
the
time.
president sets U.S. policy, right?
If it's quid pro quo, what was he getting in return?
Joe Biden?
Yes.
He said fire the president.
Everything that I just fucking said. But he misses the opportunity to go ahead and shove that in her fucking face, rub her fucking face in the goddamn coals. He misses the whole opportunity for it.
Prosecutor. The prosecutor had 12
presumably it would be the prosecutor that was investigating Burisma, but I do want
What was Biden getting in return?
But right. Okay, so I'll tell you.
Money, bitch!
The Victor Shokin had about a dozen plus open investigations into Mykola Zlochevsky, the founder of Burisma, and I believe into Burisma as an ancillary factor.
But I just want to say real quick, impeachment
And
doesn't
Shokin was not
10%.
investigating Burisma.
He was.
But
10% for the big guy. What was he gaining? Money, bitch. God damn.
It was not.
Yep. He. Okay, dude. Look, if you don't know about this, just don't say no. I can tell you definitively, he was. It was a huge issue. There are a dozen plus investigations open into Victor Michael Zlochevsky.
You're misrepresenting it.
Zlochevsky fled the country.
Look, I want to go ahead and say this. The Colin guy, back when, well, I may have to leave. You're about to lose 8% of your audience. That's a big hit to take. We are sitting at 26 now here on fucking Rumble. Go fuck yourself, Colin. Didn't work out in your favor, did it? But anyway.
Zlochevsky fled Ukraine amid these investigations. Upon Shokin's firing, returned to Ukraine. After Donald Trump then says, I want this looked into, Zlochevsky flees again.
Okay, but
It's
what was the
weird to me
quid
that
pro
you're
quo?
defending this.
What was Biden getting in return?
they presumably they would stop investigating Burisma, which is where his son
that's
worked
not
at.
it. The quid pro quo is fire the prosecutor or I will withhold aid. Okay? You can say it was...
That's not proven.
Hold on. I know in UK law, conflict of interest is clearly defined and declares that even an appearance that a conflict may exist must be avoided. You're correct. I'm not sure about UK law as far as that goes, but that is conflict of interest is a quid pro quo altogether. If a conflict of interest, in a conflict of interest, something like the Biden saying we're gonna take the $1 billion aid from you if you don't fire this prosecutor that's looking into the board that my son sits on, which he's gathering money for absolutely no reason other than the fact that his name is Biden. That is a quid pro quo.
But she's asking, no, he did say that, but she's saying it's
I'll be
not
right back.
proven that he did that for personal gain. She's saying,
Yes.
It doesn't matter.
where's
That's
the
not the
benefit for
question.
Biden?
Yes, but that's not illegal.
Can I clarify a legal
then
point
Trump's
real quick?
impeachment was not illegal either because what
But
was his intent?
That's the exact point I want to clarify. Impeachment is not actually a real legitimate criminal process. It is a political process.
I understand that.
So like him being impeached for this, like doesn't actually say anything to the legality.
Trump was not following United States policy. Biden
He
was.
sets the policy. He's the president.
Congress does.
No, they
We
don't.
have separations of
The
powers in this
president
country.
sets policy
Not
for the executive branch. Congress isn't the one making
not
calls to
for
foreign
not for
diplomats.
aid.
No,
Congress-
they allocate the aid, but he's able to pull it under certain circumstances.
It's not just that. Foreign policy is set by the president. Wars are
yeah,
declared by
a
Congress.
huge portion of it.
Right. Okay, nothing's absolute.
Yeah.
But the idea that we would elect a president to negotiate on our interests when it comes to the issues of military, and then we would be like, but in this one instance, he doesn't have the authority. What do you mean? He's the one who sets the policy.
No, he has the
It was
authority.
Barack. The argument is that Joe Biden wasn't engaging in a quid pro quo because it was a policy of our administration. Yeah, Obama had a policy.
A quid pro quo is when you get something personally in return.
So something for something is what it means.
Right, but the nature of the investigation
Something for something. Yes. You fire the prosecutors so that way we can continue to gain money through back channels that, what was it? We're going to jump through a whole bunch of fucking hoops so that way it takes 10 years to unravel all this shit for them to find it back to you. That way you're already fucking dead, even though it took 6 fucking months.
that they're looking into is they're trying to say that there was a
weird.
bribe via Hunter Biden, and there has been
Joe
no
and Hunter. They say both of them.
right, but there has been no actual evidence on that front.
No actual evidence. These motherfuckers were sharing a goddamn bank account. These motherfuckers were sharing a goddamn phone number. These motherfuckers were all in together. Do not sit there and say there is absolutely no evidence. There is an overwhelming amount of evidence, but because you're too goddamn stupid and you only read what only backs up your fucking claim, therefore there's no evidence. Which is a problem. Which is a fucking problem. Because if one side always says something and that's what you want to go off of, you're never going to read into another side making a claim in any way, shape, or form. So you're not going to look into that. Even though your side says, yeah, that existed, but hey, look at this. Yeah, that existed, but hey, how about this? Yeah, that existed. And that goes for both fucking sides. Both fucking sides of the media, left and right, do that shit. That's why you need to read sources and listen to every fucking person you can, because both sides lie through their fucking teeth.
Well, I'm not super concerned about what they may be investigating currently right now. I'm talking about it is the whole point of this was I can't believe we're even arguing it right now.
But
I don't understand why you, who's someone who has every reason to oppose Joe Biden, are like, he said it on camera, but you know what? It's fine. I don't get it. Like, just be like, yeah, sure, fine, I guess.
But she's making a very specific point that for it to be a quid pro quo, you have to explain how Biden benefited from this. So, like, it's not necessarily that she's disagreeing with what you're saying, although she's saying it's part of policy, but she's saying you have to actually, to complete this, like, basically you're 2/3 of the way there. That final third is
my
how
point
he
is,
benefited.
Biden was
I'm
not
not
in
talking about
opposition to
personal
congressional
benefits.
policy,
But that's what
and
she's
Trump
talking
was.
about. I just
I'm
wanna make
talking
that
about
clear.
Trump
Joe
was,
Biden
that's the
threatening
difference.
to withhold loan guarantees goes against,
Right.
it's not legal.
But you're talking past each other because she's saying like there's a reason for that and it's not corrupt related.
But that has nothing to do with what I'm saying, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I'm just clarifying where you guys are miscommunicating.
Here,
The
this
vice
is where
president-
I'll say I have differences with Joe Biden. First of all, I can't even like understand why he hasn't or didn't, when he had a House and a Senate that was Democratic, push for any kind of single payer or socialized healthcare. I wish that was happening.
What's that got to do with shit?
He's certainly to the right of me on the border. The fact that he broke the rail strike.
Certain to the right of you on the border. You mean we should allow it to be wide the fuck open so that anybody can cross and do whatever the fuck they want?
That's something that I'm deeply in opposition to, and I'm happy to discuss those kinds of things with you. But like,
I really want to get into the Burisma thing. It came up as like an example. I don't understand why, like,
I don't
there's
know
like a
what the fuck
tribal
I'm
need
talking
to
about.
defend Joe Biden.
it was the it's not tribal.
Oh, it's tribal
It was
as fuck,
U.S.
ho.
policy to get rid of corruption in Ukraine. Shokin was not investigating Burisma. Biden was in concert. He was continuing U.S. policy. Trump was in opposition to it. That is the difference in the
Biden was continuing U.S. policy to fire a fucking prosecutor that was looking into corruption on the board that his fucking son sat on for absolutely no goddamn reason. That's U.S. policy, ladies and gentlemen, according to Emma Vigeland.
the hypocrisy that you're trying to highlight here.
You guys are gonna go in circles on this, but
I
why
have
would
to
you?
pull it up.
Yes.
But, like,
What
we covered
about
this a long
me?
time ago. I didn't want to do the whole Burisma thing. But my point was simply that, like, having covered this to such extent.
And Trump was fucking impeached. The second impeachment was for that shit. Because he was looking into that shit. Yes, the quid pro quo was there.
It is confusing to me the need to defend the Bidens on this one. I just
criticized Biden in a bunch of different
But I don't understand
ways.
why you're saying there was no investigation.
I
Like, you're just
criticized
making that up.
Biden on
They're in
fucking
the middle of
superficial
investigation.
issues.
My
And that should
Kozlowski had
count.
12 to 14 open investigations. And I'm sorry, Shokin had a dozen plus investigations into Zlochevsky and Burisma.
Okay.
But I don't know why you're like, no, that's not true. I'm like, what? I don't know. It's been a couple of years since we covered this in depth and had all the articles pulled up, to be fair. But yeah, they did. Like, that's not even a question of the facts.
Okay.
The question is whether or not, like, they wanted someone else to do it.
I
guess.
feel I kind of delineated why it's different pretty
What's different?
succinctly.
Just
Trump was
Delineated because Trump was looking into something he shouldn't have been doing, but Joe Biden obfuscated the whole fucking fact that his son was on the board of Burisma and wanted a prosecutor that was fired that was looking into the board of Burisma.
in violation of U.S. policy set by Congress. Biden was not. That is the difference that we're laying out here. And you have been unable to establish how Biden benefits in a quid pro quo from this in any way.
Well, currently the argument is that, his son was on the board of Burisma. I mean, so that one's kind of obvious, as was a CIA director.
Yeah, I mean, totally.
So as a counterterrorism director of the CIA on the board of this company, and the so-called left is like, but it's fine. Like, what is going on?
Right?
I don't understand how
Well,
the
here,
left
Tim,
became
Tim.
pro-war, pro-med, pro-big pharma, like government.
Motherfucking U.S. officials are on the board of every fucking thing, including YouTube, including what used to be Twitter, including every fucking thing as far as the media is concerned. The government has its fucking hands in, they have their claws in, but somehow that's okay. Are you fucking kidding me?
Should be able to give multi-billion-dollar
Tim, I'm
no
against
bid
government
contracts to-
corruption. The idea that these fail,
But
that
vaccine
these fail
mandates, like,
sons,
I don't-
that these fail sons. What about vaccine mandates?
I said, I don't understand how the left became pro-big pharma,
It's not
pro-no bid,
pro-big
no.
pharma. I'm pro public health.
Pro Big Pharma. Brought to you by Pfizer was plastered every fucking where while you were screaming, if you don't take the vaccine, you're killing grandma. Pro Big Pharma. They were granted billion-dollar fucking contracts for absolutely fucking nothing. You can't even sue them because of it. And yes, that is Trump. That is that fat orange Cheeto fuck walking around touting like he's the best thing that ever fucking walked, like his shit don't stink. That was that motherfucker that did that. Pro Big Pharma, bitch, you called me a mass murderer because I wouldn't take a fucking vaccine. You told me that I must die because I didn't take a vaccine. You told me that everything that has come out to be fucking true was right-wing extremist propaganda. You told me that I was the dredge of society because everything that we have ever said was fucking true.
So you're in favor of no bid, no liability contracts for massive multinational pharmaceuticals.
No, I was literally just said earlier in the program that I wanted the state to own it since we gave our money to that and created life-saving vaccines with taxpayer money.
Right. So who gets the money?
The Big Pharma did. It's messed up. Yeah.
So who gets the money? Big Pharma did. It's messed up. Yeah. It was a Trump policy kind of situation, but yeah. You just fucking reversed everything that you just said in this argument.
Right.
We should have socialized healthcare in this country and be manufacturing it ourselves.
Even if the patents were released to the public, they still gave the billion-dollar production contracts
but that's
to Big Pharma.
But that is what we live in, unfortunately, right now. And we were in the middle of a global pandemic, and we needed vaccines immediately.
That's
not left. No, it is. It certainly is. I believe that in the immediate, that is
Hyper-centralized?
When was that ever a fucking left-wing policy in any goddamn way, shape, or form? Ten years ago, that would be right-wing authoritarian. 10 years ago, the same shit that they were pushing down your goddamn throat was right-wing authoritarian. But now, because they do it, mind you, the fact that every fucking politician that pushed it down your throat was the same politicians that were saying, I'm not going to take it because it's a Trump vaccine. Every single one of those motherfuckers, as soon as Biden hit office, mandate, you're gonna take it. Go fuck yourself if you don't want to.
Excuse me?
Hyper-centralized funding of massive multinational pharmaceuticals is not leftist.
Well, what would be the alternative, Tim, in the midst of a global pandemic?
Decentralized bid contracts with liability.
I literally just said earlier in the program that I was in favor and much closer. First, also, I'm surprised you're saying this because didn't you say that you were more close to Trump on vaccine policy? This is Trump's vaccine policy.
No, you were talking about that.
Okay, I am closer to him than that.
Yeah.
On that. I believe that when we did give investment into these companies, yes, they were going to make some sort of windfall, but then the vaccines themselves should be owned by the public since it was our money that was given into it. That's the practical realities of what we have to deal with today in a for-profit healthcare system. I'm hoping that we transition away from that and that we have socialized healthcare. So none of the things that you're talking
For-profit healthcare system, you mean like chopping off the dick and balls of a fucking little kid and creating an axe wound between their legs to where they have to stay on fucking hormones. They have to stay on medications so that way there is not an infection that can cause a life fucking threatening event between their fucking legs. Yeah, you're not in favor of any of that, right?
talking about have to happen anymore.
I don't think you need to give no bid, no liability contracts to massive pharmaceuticals to do what needed to be done. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's just that the government is crooked.
So you're closer to DeSantis on vaccine policy.
Probably neither. I don't know how it applies to what we're talking about. I'm saying.
So what's your alternative to producing the vaccine in the rapid way that the Operation Warp Speed did?
I want you all to notice after the whole your shows for not neo-Nazis, she's back to the combative shit. Y'all saw that, right? She's back to being combative. She's back to being contrarian. She's back to, no. Anything you say, absolutely fucking not. I'm going to argue in fact of that. But because of that neo-Nazi clip, I'm sorry, Sam. I didn't mean to trigger you. I didn't mean to trigger you. But after that's done, let's go back to trying to trigger you again.
Well, there are a lot of questions about whether or not it worked in any capacity, right?
No, but there's not.
What do you mean?
The vaccines were highly effective.
What does that mean?
The vaccines were highly effective. Hold on.
Originally at preventing death. Then, of course, there were different variants and disease continued to spread.
No, I'm saying like
but vaccines were immensely effective in preventing death, the mRNA vaccines.
Right. Well,
not
so
the Johnson
what I mean
Johnson
more so
one.
is like
the vaccines were immensely effective in preventing death. Oh. Just Google died suddenly. And I'm not talking about the fucking the documentary of that. Just Google died suddenly. The vaccines were immensely fucking effective, right? That's why these breakout cases, as they fucking said from the very beginning, played out, right? From the fact that it now our hospitals are filled for the vaccinated and the unvaccinated are fucking safe. Even Dr. Burks herself admitted We knew the shit wasn't going to stop transmission. But no. Let's not play into that, right?
Operation Warp Speed was predicated upon preventing the spread, which it didn't do, right?
Sorry?
Yeah, Operation Warp Speed was predicated upon, like...
Yes, it did. It helped prevent the spread.
It didn't.
Yes, it did.
It didn't.
Well, I mean...
No, it did
part
not.
Of the issue
It did not help prevent the spread because even Dr. Birx herself said, absolutely not. We knew it wasn't going to stop that.
That in red states there was no ability to actually
may have prevented death, but I think wasn't it like, oh yeah,
there was
it
no
doesn't actually stop
mass
spread?
mandates were immediately done away with in red states.
No. We're going to look this up. We're going to look this fucking up. We're going to hit videos.
Well, if you're across the South and you're in the middle of this wave, what's going to save you right now is Paxlovid. But once we get through this wave, during that lull, you should get vaccinated and boosted because we do believe it will protect you, particularly if you're over 70. I knew these vaccines were not going to protect against infection, and I think we overplayed the vaccines, and it made people then... I knew these vaccines were not going to protect against infection, and I think we overplayed the vaccines. And I knew these vaccines were not going to protect against infection, and I think we overplayed the vaccines, and it made people then... I knew these vaccines were not going to protect against infection, and I think we overplayed the vaccines, and it made people then worry that it's not going to protect against severe disease and hospitalization. It will, but...
Yeah. What?
They basically had no social distancing. That was much more of an effect, had much more of an effect on death in this country than like the inefficacy of vaccines. This has been borne out by data.
You mean the death of this country where the CDC admitted that 6% of the actual fucking cases were actually due to COVID? Everything else was due to comorbidities? Is that what you're talking about?
After data set. And then we have new variations of the vaccines, which have also helped.
Yeah, nothing was going to reduce the spread that much. It was like it was already one of the most contagious viruses, and then it mutated to become more contagious.
Well,
so.
it helped with
more
both
contagious,
transmissions and
less
severity.
deadly.
That's a fact. The mRNA vaccines.
More contagious, less deadly. That's what every fucking virus does. That's the only way it can exist. If you were to invade a fucking place and to kill off everything, and your survival depends on the place that you invade, your best bet is to not kill the population. That is how viruses fucking work, you dumb cunt.
Instead.
But I don't want to deviate too much. We were talking about
and it explodes spread, particularly with the
big
wild
pharmaceuticals. So my issue would be like, instead of having like 3 big companies, I think it was like 4 big companies, just do it, would be to have it decentralized amongst many different producers who are not centralized. And that can be done.
I just realized that
talking like a prize, like, hey, if you develop
warrior
this vaccine,
is misspelled.
whoever does it first, then you get the windfall.
Or even like a mandated
this?
coordination of production, but not have one company just be like, we're going to give $10 billion to company X. That's insane.
Didn't one of these companies refuse the money up front for fear of future ownership of it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, was that Moderna or something like that?
I don't remember which one.
I don't know. Anyway, my point was, there's that meme that Elon Musk made where like the left moves further and further left. I think that the left has actually gone right in a weird way.
How is preventing death in a global pandemic?
Well, like, are you in favor of...
How is preventing death in a global pandemic right wing? Oh my God. That's neither a left nor a right fucking argument, you stupid ass fucking bitch. How is preventing death in a global pandemic right wing? Was her fucking question. As if encouraging death in a global pandemic is right wing. It
Of the war in Ukraine? I'm
What
sorry,
does that mean?
I'll rephrase. Do you believe the U.S. should be involved in providing material support to the Ukrainians?
I have been in favor of it. Yes, I do think that there are legitimate concerns about the continuation of doing so without brokering a peace and it becoming some sort of proxy for U.S. like war criminals within the United States. But in terms of
How about the $200 billion that we have sent over there, where only 30% of that has reached the fucking front lines? The other 70% was spent on their parliament, giving themselves a 70% fucking raise. The other part of that was sent to our own politicians through the FTX fucking scandal. How about any of that? Does any of that ring a fucking bell? No? Well, you're too goddamn stupid to have this conversation.
like the Russian invasion, I am completely opposed and in support of the Ukrainian people.
Yeah, it's more a question of like, should we have given, what are we at, like 100 and 200 billion?
I don't know, because there's guarantees which have not been delivered, and it's in terms of weapons. So I don't know what's actually been delivered.
This is what I don't understand. Like, people I used to know from back during Occupy are like flying Ukrainian flags and being like, we got to support this. Hassan Piker criticized me for saying we shouldn't be involved. And
Yeah.
I'm
He
like,
also said the invasion wasn't going to happen for sure, like 100%.
Sure,
and then
sure.
it happened the next day.
but my
so-
position has always been 99% non-intervention. Like, I've not changed at all in that regard.
Okay.
And the left has become pro-intervention, moving
But we're
them
not.
right.
But the Ukraine is on the
but-
defense. They were invaded. This is not the
You
same
want to talk
thing.
about Kuwait and Iraq and
You
all
want
of
to talk?
You want to talk about the fact that Ukrainian citizens were shelling their own fucking people because they spoke Russian? You want to talk about the fact that these people, the Donbass region, as others that fucking Putin was talking about, should be part of Russia because they want to be part of Russia. They speak Russian and were being genocided by their own fucking government. You want to talk about that?
Talk about that. I'm in
Well, no,
favor.
I mean, look,
we were the equivalent of
let's talk
Russia
about-
in the case of Iraq. We invaded under completely false pretenses. We invaded under
Yeah,
illegal
what I'm saying is,
pretenses,
like, this just
and we
proves
killed
my
and
point.
decimated that country. Hundreds of thousands dead because of the
If the
US
left
empire.
position was only opposed to war because of the circumstances of the war, then I would say the left is more pro-war and to the right of me on war.
I'm completely anti-war, but the war happened because Russia invaded, and now Ukraine is trying to defend
So let's-
itself.
Right. So you're anti-war, you oppose war,
Yes.
but you're to the right of me when it comes to Ukraine.
I don't think so.
Do you believe that the U.S. should be supplying and aiding the Ukrainians?
I do believe so because
Right,
they're
who gets that
defending
money?
themselves.
Who gets that money?
The military.
But
they're defending
Raytheon,
themselves.
Northrop Grumman, Lockheed
Yeah,
Martin.
totally.
Yeah, I'm opposed to all of that.
I mean, look, if
You're to
you,
the right of me on
if
that
you
issue.
believe that Russia should be able to invade Ukraine and take territory without recourse, then I mean that's pro-imperialism. That's not, and that's still
No?
pro-war.
I seriously fucking hate this part of the argument. I really fucking do. Because somebody should walk in unimpeded and take shit. Yeah. You never fucking take into account anything that superseded this. You never fucking take into account that NATO, after the fall of the Soviet Union, said we'll never move another inch eastward and continued to move eastward to the whole point that they're talking about Ukraine, Finland, Poland being indoctrinated into the United Nations, putting them on the border of Russia. And I love this. If I were to take rocket launchers and set them up on the street right outside your house, how would you feel about that? Because that is what is happening right now with Russia. That's right. They're setting up missile launchers and weapons of fucking war outside the borders of fucking Russia. Who before Putin said, we won't move an inch eastward. You have our word. So yeah, if you set rocket launchers on the street outside my house, yes, you were not on my territory, but we got fucking problems.
No,
Yes, it
a lot of
is.
people around the world do a lot of bad things. I don't think the U.S. should be an empire going and funding wars all over the world.
We're not funding wars. We're funding the defense. I mean,
Like-
and there's something that
You're
you can be
funding
said where
fucking
should we
war,
draw
you
a certain
dumbass
line.
whore.
I have already conceded that strings should be attached and we should be involved in peace negotiations. But to flatten the power dynamics here, I mean, I would imagine this is like the same argument that you hear when it comes to Israel and Palestine, right? Where Palestinians are defending themselves, and then it's, oh my gosh, they are just it's completely symmetrical. Israel and Palestine. These are two actors just battling it out.
So you're in favor of intervention there?
I would love to fund Palestinians so that they were able to have a better
You are
life
to
for
the right of
themselves.
me on foreign policy.
Well, we already fund Israel, dude.
Yeah.
Are you against that?
That's a tougher question I don't have an answer to.
Then you're in favor of funding military. We fund
Because you don't have an answer to it, you're in favor of it. Because you don't have an answer to it, you are in favor of it.
the Iron
Me
Dome.
literally saying,
we fund
I
their
don't
military-industrial
know
complex.
anything enough about it.
Then if
and
it's
I
your
lean
principle
against
and you're
intervention?
anti-war, then you should be saying then we should cut Israel funding for
Or
Israeli
I can say
defense
simply,
right now.
I lean. I said that's why I said 99%. I'll say I absolutely lean against providing military aid to Israel. I just don't know. I will say a new war in Ukraine in a territory that we are not, the United States is not, doesn't mean that I'm as far left as possible on the question of imperialism. It means that you are to the right of me on that issue.
Yeah.
Like your position would provide funding for massive multinational military industrial complex corporations.
I mean, I think that's the fact that we do have
think they
those
should be
contracts is messed
dismantled,
up. I think the
splintered
United
to 1,000
I think
pieces and scattered to
sure.
the
I think
wind.
the United States should be more primarily. You want to nationalize the defense industry? You want to go for that? I'm down.
I don't know about nationalizing that. That empowers it, makes it permanent.
Well,
Right.
there's always going to be a weapons industry, and there's always
be
going to be. It
decentralized.
should be it should be severely cut into. But the United States, by the way, made a promise in 1993 to Ukraine that we would defend them if they denuclearized.
That's true.
So that is part of what we're doing in this instance.
That's true too, and I think that's an interesting question about upholding our obligations that I don't disagree with. That's it would be very difficult for us. Granted, the issue is I think I'm like a little kid. I'm like 7 years old when something like that happens, and now in my name, we engage in this conflict and war. I think it's fair to say that while I can understand that treaty exists, as a now adult who is paying tax into this, I have the right to object to past agreements that weren't made by me.
Right.
That being said, I just my point on this one was specifically.
In other words, what he's saying is the fact that your father said, I'm not going to do this thing, and I will be behind you 100% because your father said that. You must uphold that. You must go to war. You must die because your father said something. That's what he was alluring to in that whole thing. Because of something that had nothing to do with you. You must go to war and defend. Because your father said something. I mean, are we going back to feudalism times at this point in time? Because that's what you're advocating for.
I see all these Ukrainian flags and profiles. I make a comment in agreement with Hassan where I was like, he was right about Mr. Beast. And then I was talking about military intervention and how it's wrong. We're spending $100 billion on this war in Ukraine. We shouldn't be doing it. And then he laughed at me over it. And I'm just like, genuine question. When did it become, or maybe I was always wrong, when I was at like Occupy or doing these like anti-Iraq war protests back in the 2000s, I thought that it was the left position to oppose military expansion, military industrial complex. But today it's inverted. Strangely, it's the Trump supporters saying no war.
No,
and it's
because
the
they're in
liberals saying
favor of
pro-war.
Russian imperialism. That is your, again,
Oh, it's because we're in favor of Russian imperialism. Because of the Russia hoax. Because Hillary Clinton started, what is it, the Miller Report? Yeah, the Miller Report, that was the Russia hoax thing, saying that he's involved and Russia played a hand in electing him in 2016, and all that shit that came out about that proved every bit of that fucking wrong, including the Durham report that said every bit of that is fucking wrong, and our fucking government knew it from the very beginning. But there's nothing we should do as far as that's concerned. There's no reason we should switch gears or anything. Let's just continue to keep doing what we're doing. Huh?
and flattening power dynamics of who was the invader and who has been invaded.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm in favor of the United States abiding by the treaty that we promised Ukraine in 1993.
I'm not talking
where
about
we
any of
said
that. I'm
that we were
talking about
going
the
to
moral
defend
position
them
on
if
war.
they do
Right.
denuclearize. And by the way, why I'm
Yeah, I
more
oppose that.
pro-war than you, or anti-war, Jesus, anti-war than you, is that
Anti-war.
I'm in favor of broad denuclearization. And I think that we should continue to make our promises to countries that choose not to engage
make you
in
more-
making nuclear power.
How does that make you more than
or
me?
in nuclear weaponry?
I don't disagree on that at all.
Okay, then there you go.
You're
But
revolving.
I'm in favor of committing and making our and because they denuclearized and said that we're not going to create nuclear weaponry, I am in favor of keeping our promise on that front so that we are able to incentivize and keep our promises that we are going to back you up if you choose not to make nuclear weaponry.
Maybe it's not.
Back in the fucking day. Back in the fucking day. You don't create nuclear weapons, we'll back you up. Why the fuck should we send our men and women now? Why the fuck should we send our tax dollars now? And don't get it twisted. Do not get it twisted. We do have boots on the ground fighting in Ukraine. We have special forces motherfuckers over there fighting in Ukraine. We are at war right now because of Ukraine. Though it is not actually a formal declaration, which needs to be done by Congress, which hasn't been done since the Vietnam War, because everything is military police action now. We have boots on the fucking ground. Why should our citizens be dying because a puppet fucking president that we put in there to obfuscate a lot of the fucking money laundering that we have done, the gain of function research that has been done, including the SARS-CoV-2 that was done in Ukraine and then shipped over to fucking China to stay within regulations? Why should we be funding any of that?
Not a left or right thing. Maybe it's more of just like a libertarian thing.
I mean,
Libertarian versus authoritarian.
I think it's that first of all, anti-war is a dumb like position. I'm sorry. It's everybody's like anti-wars they don't like, but obviously like I can composite a scenario where you would support like an intervention. Like if you gave me time to like
That's
think
why I
about
say
it and all that,
99%,
right?
because nothing's absolute. Like if you were to tell me that Vladimir Putin he's live streaming himself about to launch a nuclear weapon at Washington D.C., I'd be like, okay, we got to do something about that.
But there's
You know what I mean?
something to what she's saying, where the Ukraine, after the fall of the Soviet Union, had the third largest nuclear weapon stockpile.
right.
And in exchange for giving it up, there were security guarantees. Now, if you're worried about nuclear proliferation in other countries that might lead to a nuclear war, protecting or making sure that they can maintain their territorial integrity, just as an example to other countries that might want to denuclearize in the future, is a worthwhile stake. And I think I understand that
Granted.
position. Like, it makes perfect sense in my opinion.
I understand it. I don't care though, right? So it's kind of like if some dude cut a deal with, like, someone in my family cut a deal with someone else, and then 30 years later they walk up and say, you know, your dad told me that if I ever had this problem, you're going to take care of me. I'd be like, I'm not my dad. I'm sorry. Like
Right.
governments change, policies change. And the idea that because 30 years ago, someone cut you a promise means that I now have to spend $200 billion defending you. The people of this generation who are inheriting this country did not agree to that. Now, it's fine.
So
if
what
you
does that
support it.
say to people who might be manufacturing their own nuclear weaponry? That it
Oh.
doesn't, that the promises made by the world superpower don't really matter. And
Yeah, I don't like the idea
you
of
shouldn't
America being
necessarily
this like,
trust it.
world superpower.
I
Like,
agree.
So what does that say? How about you're on your own, you fucking dumbass? How about I'm not going to send my kids into a fucking war for something that I promised to stop a war? Yes, it is kicking the can down the road. I get you. I understand that. I understand 100%. But I will not send a new generation into war where they could die for something the previous generation said. Absolutely fucking not.
My view is probably different from you in that regard. I'm more so like, I think it'd be great if we brought jobs back here, if we protected the middle class, maybe had stronger workers' rights.
100%.
Maybe-
You want to talk
maybe-
unions? I'm in favor of that.
Tariffs on imports for two reasons. The idea that we'd manufacture a car in China and then ship it on a boat over here just to waste energy because someone's willing to do it cheaper is nonsensical to me. Just buy American. So we need to build up the incentives for all the manufacturing to happen here in the United States to create good jobs, to protect the workers. Worry less about whether or not we're going to go blow up some foreign country, a bunch of kids in it or something like that.
But I think like there's like like you're not seeing this past like what's currently happening now, because I get it, right? And I was a big Ron Paul guy, and he didn't like the idea that one generation could promise the sons of a future generation.
That's exactly
And
right.
I understand that position, but if we don't want Saudi Arabia to nuclearize, we don't want Iran to nuclearize, and we're like, hey, like, you know, like, we got you, like, don't nuclearize. We're gonna try to, like, you know, be the 800-pound gorilla in the room so that you don't have problems. And then they look and say, well, you made that promise to Ukraine, and then 30 years later, they're invaded by Russia and completely
Why are we making
obliterated.
those promises?
Because
Because
that's the nature of a treaty.
No, you know, the idea
is
that
How could
we have-
how could any
we have-
treaty exist, Tim, if it's people had your position and just said, yeah, fuck it.
Well, guess what? All treaties are every treaty across the world, every treaty in every fucking time frame has ever been broken for the same fucking premise. So what is the nature of a treaty? Bullshit. You're bullshitting. That is the nature of a fucking treaty. You are bullshitting until it comes down to the point to where it is no longer viable for you to actually uphold that treaty. Then you break it. Every treaty that has ever been fucking written across human history has been broken. Why? Because why the fuck should I send my grandchildren into a fucking fight that I promised wouldn't happen?
people.
So that's
treaties-
anti-diplomacy,
any
and
treaty-
that's pro-war.
Any treaty. Oh, come on.
Being
Me literally being like, we
anti-diplomacy-
shouldn't go to war. Like, that's pro-war.
Well, being
the idea that
anti-diplomacy is
we can make a
pro-war.
treaty around, here's why we won't attack you. Totally fine. Here's a treaty around, I'm going to allow your citizens to cross my border with no visa and we'll reciprocate, like back and forth. And then having one being like, in 30 years, if anyone comes to fight you, we will fight on your behalf, despite the fact that you're not an allied nation or a bunch of other issues. I don't think at any point ever the U.S. should have been making these promises.
Right.
And then to come out and be like, but now Saudi Arabia is, oh, I'm sure every country is going to be upset if we don't fight on the behalf of some other country.
No, it's not. It's
There
not about.
are limitations. Look, nothing's absolute. I get it. We're in this position now. There's an interesting question of South Korea. People ask me, what if China invaded? And I'm like, well, we got a lot of troops there right now. So I understand the circumstances of today. But the issue is, you know, for one, we could have put a no-fly zone over Ukraine before the invasion started. That would have stopped Russia in its tracks. They
Well, a
couldn't
no-fly zone is a de facto declaration of war once the plane gets shot down, once the United States.
And that means Russia would have to have shot down, would have had to attack us.
I mean, either way, that the no-fly zone and us getting more directly involved in that way would be catastrophic potentially. War between two nuclear powers.
If agreed,
No
fair
shit.
point. I think my position is more so just this is a Russian border dispute over the Donbass region. The U.S.
It's an invasion, Tim.
Sure, I'm talking about the specifics of why they're doing it, right? They've invaded Ukraine because they want the land bridge into Crimea. Why do they want the land bridge into Crimea? Because Western forces were courting Ukraine. Ukraine was being courted to the Russian Trade Federation and to the European Union. Ukrainians wanted to join the European Union. It would be a massive boost to their economy, and they get access to the Schengen zone. It's wonderful. Russia didn't like that. So Russia tried to intervene. Yanukovych was ousted, fled the country. Russia then immediately got their troops outside of Sevastopol and said, we're claiming this, our warm water port in the Black Sea. And then we started to see the bubbling up of the Eastern conflict. Some people call it a civil war. And then
You're only looking at one side of this, and never mind the fact that all those regions that Russia was talking about were Russian fucking speaking people that wanted to be part of Russia that was being shelled by their own goddamn people. You're missing all of that. You're only looking at one side of this goddamn shit. But whatever.
And finally, when Russia was losing and said, if we cannot lose access to the Black Sea, they said, we're taking the Donbass. And this is
it's
where
a
we are.
territorial imperialism.
So why are we involved? Because of a treaty from 30 years ago.
Yeah, because
Right.
we made a
That
promise
I think
that,
we should not have made. And
so you think
but-
that they should not have gotten rid of their nuclear stockpile?
Who
You
said
think they
that?
should, because that was what the treaty was based on.
well, we could have offered them something else.
What?
But that's what they would.
A lot of things.
That's the
Money.
reason why they would keep them, is to protect themselves from Russian aggression.
Right.
Because Russia historically expands westward until they hit a stronger power. And this is because the geographical limitations to how Russia can develop have been the same for hundreds of years. So Russia always goes that direction. That's why Poland immediately, in the first opportunity, joins NATO, because Poland was called the Bloodlands in World War II because they had the unfortunate situation where two strong powers were attacking.
Wasn't there also a treaty that NATO wouldn't expand?
No, this is false.
There was never an agreement.
No, that wasn't
a misinterpretation that is often.
No. That was a thing. It was a verbal fucking contract. We will not expand eastward. It was a verbal contract. It was never written, but it was a thing that was stated. In more words than that, Sean, look it up.
Inflated, and Gorbachev has clarified this specifically. It's after the Berlin Wall fell, which the Soviet Union was still around. They said that they would not move their military forces within Berlin 1 inch eastward, right? This did not apply to Poland or any of these other countries because they were a part of the Soviet Union. And again, Gorbachev himself, who would have been the person in charge, has made this clear. So this is like weird propaganda that gets put out by.
What do you think happens if we let Russia take Ukraine?
I mean, I think they're going to try to expand their sphere of influence as far westward as they can possibly do, because that's what they do historically.
But this is completely denying the sovereignty of Ukrainians. I mean, what does Ukraine want? They want the ability to defend themselves, and the United States is providing them with that. And we can talk if we want to follow our treaties and give them the ability to defend themselves against imperialism.
Man,
imperialism is war.
I think also the point I was making earlier is not that Saudi Arabia cares about Ukraine, but when you're negotiating with somebody, right? Past behavior is the best predictor of future outcome. So when we're trying to negotiate denuclearization with any other country, and our example of what happened to somebody who agreed to give up their nuclear stockpile is Ukraine, which is currently now part of Russia, they're not going to want to negotiate with us. So it leads to potential problems down the line. Not to mention, historically, when conflict breaks out on the European continent, a lot of Americans eventually go over there and die in order to set things right. And I don't want a third world war.
I think this is what makes the Third World War.
I mean, could agree or disagree on that.
Russia could have taken the Donbass region, and we would have been like, wow, that was bad, that was horrible. And it would have been like Crimea. Crimea got taken, and it was a big news event. And then
but weren't they shelling the
years.
capital? Was it not beyond the Donbass region where they were attacking?
I'm pretty sure it was just the Donbass region.
I'm
No,
pretty sure
they
were
were
shelling the
they
capital.
were shelling Kyiv. They were shelling all over all over the country.
I mean, look,
mean-
let's be real. Russia claims the whole territory of the Ukraine and like their greater Russia as part of them. So like they may
there
be
we
saying
go.
there's
we
ethnic
found, we
Russians
found
right
some
now.
connections here. There we
Right.
go. That's beautiful.
Like there might be ethnic Russians in the Donbass.
Should we go to war with China?
Absolutely not.
Depends on for what.
We're not in war with Russia right now. So that's the difference. That's the real line that needs to be drawn, is making sure that this does not become a proxy battle. And there are forces that want to push for that. I mean, I think that, frankly, the Biden administration's been a bit more disciplined, and I'm happy, than I initially anticipated on this front. I remember when the initial invasion happened, Hillary Clinton went on cable news and said, well, this could be a real opportunity to weaken Putin. And we called that out in the Majority Report as an incredibly dangerous notion. So
She wanted war from the get-go back in 2016.
sure.
Yes,
I mean,
she did.
that's the kind of force within the Democratic Party I'm trying to beat back.
I think that America being a global hegemon is a good thing because those power vacuums will be filled when we leave. I want to not go to war, but I want countries to feel like we would go to war because I like deterrence as a policy. So, like, I
I
don't
hear it. It's tough because it's not working. And that's why I'm at the, my view is strengthen this country, shore up our defenses, focus on empowering our people with the ability to live, work, eat, sleep, Medicare.
What does that look like?
I'm not Medicare, medical care in
But
some capacity.
Medicare for all, potentially?
I don't, that's a specific thing. I
Social,
call
it's
it
public option. How about that?
I
Drive
call
down
it
healthcare
universal
prices.
basic health care.
What does that mean?
We provide basic health care to all people.
How so?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into the intricacies of it, I could ask you the same question. I'm saying that
Yeah, through taxation.
The average-
for me,
Through
I don't-
taxation.
creating a
Yes.
socialized healthcare system.
but I don't know if I would call it a
Through
socialized healthcare
taxation.
system.
Hold up. I love it. I love it. Here we in. All this fucking time, an hour and a half after, we need to tax you because healthcare for all. But yet, taxes raise the crime rate. You remember that argument? Yeah. Taxes raise the crime rate, but we need to tax you more so we can give you health care, ladies and gentlemen. We need to tax you into oblivion so you go into fucking poverty. Therefore, by her worldview, poverty creates crime. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious with this dumb shit?
Probably because I think you're going further than I'm going with it. I'm
Okay.
saying like,
How else do you raise money then to have like a
I'm not saying
government
not
option?
taxes. I'm saying
Okay.
like if my limit is usually like if someone's got some like rare degenerative genetic disorder that requires $20 billion to treat, like we have a limit. We can't do that. You know what I mean? That's why I say basic. There was a story about a kid in like, I think it was Louisiana, who had a genetic disorder. The treatment cost $1 million. And the family demanded the state cover it. The state said we can't afford to cover it. And they
But
were
why
like,
do you think that healthcare is so heavily inflated in terms of cost in this
well,
country?
for one, the insurance companies are all corrupt and broken.
Absolutely. In Germany and the UK, they spend half of what we do, and they have
didn't-
socialized healthcare, and they have better outcomes in terms of life expectancy, infant mortality.
Didn't
Canada
Trump
too.
do the
No,
thing
what-
with like cheaper insulin from Canada or something?
I think Biden might have done something to like
The insulin was a
Yeah, the whole thing. Trump did cap the insulin for certain people at $35, and then Biden reversed all that, and then put the same goddamn implementation into effect to claim that for himself. Yeah, that happened.
part of the negotiations in the Inflation Reduction Act.
But I just want to point out, like, those are horrible metrics, life expectancy and infant mortality, for two reasons. Number one, if you take out car accidents in the United States of America, our life expectancy shoots dramatically up. In Europe, a lot less people drive.
Yeah.
And considering we're talking about medical care, I think we should focus on things that describe the impact of medical care. As for infant mortality, this is one of the worst metrics, because if you are born at any point for a split second and you die, you go into our infant mortality statistics.
Right.
In France, for example, you have to have the pregnancy gestate for over 20 weeks and you have to be alive for a full 24 hours. So this is just not an apples
Look,
to apples comparison.
I think the doctors
right.
would disagree with your assessment that the infant mortality rates are overinflated, but I'll then just
They're
turn
just
to
measuring.
Yeah. The doctors would disagree. The whole appeal to authority kind of aspect, the doctors would disagree because we measure it in a different way than everybody else, but the doctors would disagree. Right? Even though Sean Fitzgerald is 100% correct in everything he's saying in this whole thought process and this whole segment here, he is 100% fucking right. But being the contrarian that she is, the doctors would disagree because they measure it differently.
Different things. They can disagree with that, but they would be incorrect, wrong,
but
not
how
even
about
close.
the cost element that I just mentioned?
Yeah, cost is definitely a huge problem. And I
That's
think
because
this
we
has
have
to do with third-party
privatized
payers.
healthcare. That's because we have privatized healthcare.
I would disagree.
It dominates.
I don't completely disagree.
No.
I got a kidney stone, and my bill was like 40
Hey,
grand.
so I've had a kidney stone before.
They charged me like 40 grand. And then because I was between jobs, I left Vice, and I was starting at Fusion, and I had this 1 week gap where I told the guys, I was like, give me a week to get to move my stuff, and then I'll start. And that week, all of a sudden, I'm like, like what's happening? It was crazy. People think that kidney stones are like you're going to the bathroom, and all of a sudden you're like, no, it's like in your body, up in your back, like in your gut. They thought it was appendicitis at first.
Yeah.
I went to the hospital for I think like 2 days, and they charged me something like 40 grand.
No insurance.
It was because I had just left. So they sent me a bill, and I'm like, holy crap. So I call, and I was like, I just left my job and I have a 1 week lapse in my insurance. And they went, oh, no problem. And then they emailed me the new bill, and it was $4 grand. And then I was like, now hold on there a minute. What happened?
There's definitely.
Fortunately, shout out to all the complaints I've had about Fusion. They said, don't worry, man, we're going to pay for it for you. That shouldn't have happened to you. And I said, thank you.
Yeah.
But like the idea that I went to the hospital for 2 days and they did nothing for me. Now, to be fair, I shouldn't say that. I got put in like a CAT scan or whatever. They were trying to figure out what it was. They thought I had appendicitis, and they're like, you may need to get surgery right away. And they were like, good news, it's a kidney stone. And I was like, that sounds like terrible. And it's like, well, you're not getting surgery. It just means go home.
Well, now you know, Tim, what it's like to have a baby. So.
Oh yeah, apparently.
That's apparently the equivalent pain.
Was it a viable stone though?
Was it what?
Was it a viable stone? Did you like keep it and raise it to be your own?
No. But the point is, all they did was give me painkillers and a diagnosis, and then told me to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And for that, it was like 40 grand. And I'm like, now wait a minute. Like I can understand.
But if that happened to you, by the way, in France or Germany, like
Nothing.
or Italy, you
It was
would go
like
in.
$20 or something.
It could be free.
Yeah. But so my question is, how did they drop it by 90%? And they didn't give me an answer. They're just like, oh, it's a discount. And I'm like, what's going on? Well, why are the costs this way? Now, look, I know the left often says the insurance companies are corrupt and they're driving it, but I can tell you this. They were trying to bill the insurance company 40 grand. And then when they found out I didn't have insurance, they said 4 grand.
Oh, no. Corporate hospital chains are really bad too. They're all a part of a sick system that needs to be dismantled and nationalized.
I guess
completely
the
agree.
their sick system.
That was
system's
not even
broken.
intentional.
Yeah, whole system's broken. I don't think I have the absolute answers. I don't know for sure. I just think like I see these stories. There was a kid who was like 15, got the flu and died. And I'm like, how does that happen? The mom was like, I couldn't afford Tamiflu. And I'm like, it's like $30. There was a horrible story of that guy who was diabetic, and then he couldn't afford the $50 for his insulin, and he dies.
All right, it just keeps going on with some bullshit here. But let's go into this one here. Now, this comes after the fact. From the Majority Report with Sam Cedar, Simple Meltdown when asked about influencing Texas shooter.
Because the funny thing is that your debate with Tim is probably going to have derailed both shows.
Yeah.
It's going to derail his show because he's going to be dealing with this.
By the way, that is a Shure microphone sitting right there in front of Sam. That is a Shure microphone sitting right there in front of Emma Vigland. So you have at least, there is the dude that's, I guess, producing the show behind the scenes that still has a microphone. So that is at least 3 microphones right there. You have to have a soundboard that can do.
I can do things like this.
Right? That is a 3 input, at least 4 input on a soundboard. But yeah, you don't have the capability to do what you were saying with the song. Shut the fuck up.
And mentally for a long time, and ours because we're not going to do anything other than play that soundtrack.
Because you're not having real conversations.
Try having real conversations, Emma. Try having real conversations, Emma, because you got fucking destroyed the entire goddamn time you were on that fucking show.
This is why we never get invited anywhere.
I know. I mean, like, all right, so let's play that clip before, you have to go, just to give people a teaser before we get into it, because...
All right, set it up.
This is obviously the thing that went viral, where I was probably around an hour and 15 into the 2-hour debate, and
we should say this, hold on.
Yeah.
You thought thought the thing was going to be pre-taped. Originally, we thought it was live,
yeah.
right?
But then he told me it was going to be. They told us he was going to be pre-taped, and then when I got there, he said, "Oh, we're going to do it live," and I was like, "Okay." I was expecting something like this
because you were expecting something like this because people know who the fuck you are and what the fuck you do.
I don't want like any sort of assistance or something like that. Like, what do you think?
Although, I don't know. I think it was really to get in my head about it. And
frankly, when you told me it wasn't going to be
knew
live,
what the fuck Same Cedar does.
Like the day before, I'm like, ooh, I
would no, because I thought about honestly recording it on my phone just to make sure they didn't edit anything out. So I was happier for it to be live because it meant that there was not the ability for them to hide anything embarrassing that happened. So,
What, you mean the embarrassing part of you getting your fucking asshole ripped open every fucking time you open your mouth?
I don't know what his mentality was when he switched up last minute, but whatever. It's just the kind of mind games that happen.
You were going to be on like a beanbag chair or something?
Well, it was the Culture War podcast thing, so I thought it was going to be more in the format of what he'd been doing with the Culture War show, because I checked out and he'd done one with.
By the way, no other fucking episode in that has ever shown beanbag chairs. They've always been on couches and everything. Yes, there is a beanbag chair in the background, but that is what she is. That is what she does.
Carrie Lake and Vivek Ramaswamy.
And put him on a beanbag?
Well, I saw the beanbag set on the other side of the room, but this was the normal set.
And those interviews with Carrie Lake and Vivek Ramaswamy he didn't have a little research assistant challenging them.
He did not. So
research assistant challenging them. You mean the son of a bitch who brought up the same thing that Tim had actually fucking done with the assistance rates? You mean the person that's pushing buttons behind the show, kind of like the dude that's actually talking in the background of yours to bring up shit like that? Is that what you're talking about? Wow, Emma, you're so fucking retarded. You can't even keep your shit straight.
That was something he brought in from, like, I guess, traditional Timcasts, which is they do have, like, when they had Lance or Binder on, multiple right-wingers.
So, apparently, somebody like Tim Pool, whose show is on a massive fucking scale, must do exactly what I'm doing when he's talking to this dumb fucking whore and push buttons and produce everything himself. He must do this. He must do this.
Bruh.
He must do this.
Everybody knows you never go full retard.
You dumb fucking bitch.
Now, why do they do that? Why does Tim do that? Does Tim do that to pretend like he's somehow in the center?
That's what he wants to do, I think, clearly.
But that...
No, he does that so he can focus on the fucking conversation while everybody else does everything in the background, just like you are doing right now.
Just as you were doing, Sam Cedar. Yeah. You remember this? Yeah. The Sam Cedar
fucking asshole. If I can do it from a goddamn shit sitting here in my fucking thing, don't even sit there and play like you can't do it with the fucking song with a soundboard that has at least 8 fucking inputs. Shut the fuck up.
That was what my goal was going into this. I wanted to nail him down on a few things. I wanted to see if he could expand on
He didn't
why
nail him
he
down
likes
on shit.
Trump over DeSantis for these incredibly specific reasons, like regarding AI usage, of images, which I find to be pedantic, which is kind of Tim's thing. Other things surrounding his past statements about the 10-year-old who had to get an abortion, and this, which I didn't expect that this would be the thing.
Oh no, you knew that this would be the thing, but let's talk about that 5-head you got going on right now. Like, why wasn't that a fucking mainstay in everything you're looking at, right, with the culture war? Why did your 5-head not show up in that, but your 5-head is showing up here?
That would get him to finally lose it, but I saw him getting more and more emotional as the debate was going on, because
you called him a fucking Nazi.
I am going to be as calm as possible, because what they want is to trigger a.
I love that. She said, I'm going to be as calm as possible. You were combative through the entire fucking thing. Everything but this clip. You were combative through the entire thing. You were trying so fucking hard to get an own throughout the entire thing. But in this segment, I'm sorry I triggered you, Tim.
Leftist and to get a meltdown. And instead we got Tim's meltdown.
Whoopsie.
So this was the moment where I knew
Why does the 5-head show here?
And honestly,
but the 5-head doesn't really show in the other clips.
About here?
Yeah, I mean the shooter who was a neo-Nazi with a swastika tattoo in Allen, Texas, had posted 4 screenshots of Tim's show on his social
with Elijah
media.
Schaefer, and I'll just say it's not a mystery why a neo-Nazi would be watching, particularly Elijah Schaefer.
Yeah,
Tim Pool can address it how
we should go into that a little bit more
tomorrow.
We're just doing the fun part today, but we'll go into some of the issues
this
a little
is
bit
a
more.
low-res scan.
Yeah,
the fun
so this
part.
was the big viral moment, though, and I we'll just go. Well, it speaks for itself.
Sizing race specifically. No, he's a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
Right, but Tim called it a false flag and then corrected himself the next day and then said he.
Notice how this clip is literally halfway into the fucking fight immediately, right? Notice how this is halfway into it immediately.
He thought it was.
Pause it. Let me just also just say I remember this moment, and I was like, why does this guy keep saying he is a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter?
Because half their
Because Nazis believe in the Aryan fucking race. If you were not blonde hair, blue eyed, you were not Aryan. You know this, Sam. You're just a dumbass piece of shit who likes to fucking grift and say some dumbass shit. Even Hitler himself was not blonde hair, blue eyed. Therefore, he was not of the Aryan race. You retarded fucking monkey.
Our audience thinks that's a complete paradox.
Yes.
Right. That you can't have. But
we should go back a little when I first bring it up to him.
So, white people who commit crimes against, I'm sorry, non-white people who commit crimes against non-white people is somehow Nazism. I mean, that's their argument. A Hispanic who is non-white committing crimes against other people who is non-white because he has a swastika tattoo is somehow Nazism. Is somehow of the belief that blonde hair, blue-eyed people are the superior race in this fucking country, in this world. But because you don't have blonde hair and blue eyes, you are not of the Aryan race. Therefore, you are inferior in every way. That is the whole belief behind that. But you're too goddamn stupid to put that together, and you're guaranteeing, you're betting on the fact that your viewers don't know that as well, because your viewers are of the cognitively impaired group. Yeah.
Thought that was
That's fine.
I thought that was an interesting sort of tick.
Okay.
That he really wanted what he would perceive as the race or the ethnicity to be mentioned about that. I thought that was an interesting tick that occurred to me.
Yes.
Yeah, very obvious too.
And all you can do is laugh and say,
No, it's because you get
some
specific
guy,
to obscure
some
the fact.
guy
You called it
posted
a
one thing one time, and that's the only argument you have.
Now, this is what I was talking about. Go back. She said an hour and 15 in, an hour 20 in.
It's a hypothetical. I can't talk about it as if you don't.
And this is a
Puberty.
No, you're.
No, you.
Philosophical, and this
morality.
What I'm saying is,
we should have social
to change the abortion.
I believe about
that wasn't wrong.
Watch your program. You called that a false flag
Because you don't even know anything about that story.
I do.
It was four clips of the episode, and you can see in the images he wasn't even subscribed to the.
He was highlighting specific, and I won't name the guest from the guest.
But he did watch your show.
Like this is
so
like
you're saying he watched an
nasty
episode?
smear.
Sure, but do you understand
come
why?
on.
And he posted
That
about
one.
it.
Who was
Why-
that one guy who
why
watched
do you
Majority
think-
Report and then commented on what Sam did?
Why do you think that? But no, this was a neo-Nazi. Why do you think your content appeals to neo-Nazis?
Are you kidding me right now?
No, I'm just wondering why you think that.
Okay, I'm gonna do something I don't normally do, but that was an egregious over the line statement where I don't know if you are intentionally trying to just generate clips that are nonsensical or you're just really that stupid.
Oh man.
The idea that because a Nazi watched your show appeals to Nazis is like, look, if you want to have a real conversation, we have a real conversation. If you want to come up here and do exactly what the majority, you want to do what the Majority Report does, and exactly why Sam isn't welcome on my and many other shows, feel free to do it, and I'm willing to have you on here. Did you know that? Like, I don't know about you specifically, but this is exactly why people don't like your show. Okay.
I think people like our show.
Yeah, maybe ask why some of these higher profile personalities and networks won't have Sam on anymore. And he can
They're afraid of
cry.
him.
Oh, they're afraid of him. How about it's because you just claimed that my show appeals to Nazis? Which it
He
clearly
watched your
doesn't.
show.
Because this show is predominantly like moderate libertarian leaning types.
No, you
but you don't
say
even
that,
watch
and
it.
that you say that because you're trying to draw a line and make the really far right people that watch your show feel like their positions are a little bit more close to the mainstream than they actually are.
Okay, let's say for
the exact quote in front. That is,
and you think that's an attack vector for something political. Let's
you
hear
made.
it. Let's hear it.
You go to the time codes. You go to the time. Yeah, so he's dead, so he can't tell us. But
shooters
there's a
talk
qualitative
about Sam
difference.
Cedar being so inspirational to them.
why did Gavin Law?
Where is it? First of all, now we can just go ahead and do this right here. It doesn't really fucking matter as far as the time code is concerned for any of this. You see the complexion on his face? Even right here. Why is he so red in this clip? Why is the chicken incredibly red in this clip? But in this one, it looks normal. Why does the guitar in this one look at his face? Look at his face. It's red. Chicken's incredibly red. The guitar looks purple. But you go back to this, the guitar looks a bluish purple. His face looks normal. The chicken looks normal. Huh? 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 Wait a minute. It's almost like even the fucking sword. You see that? That's almost a greenish color. In this one, it's a bronze color. The gun. Look at the gun. Bronze. This almost looks cherry fucking red. But in this one, it looks mahogany. The background itself, it's a grayed out kind of background. But in this one, it looks a darker gray. It's almost like they took the saturation and just Tim's part himself and up the saturation to bring out the red a little more. It's almost like the same thing they did with this song, except visual instead of audio. Huh? From, are you going to tell me there was a camera right on a TV and they were just projecting that from the TV itself because you don't have the ability to run video through your shit? Just like you said, you don't have the ability to run audio through your shit?
Did you go to the time codes that were in
Sean's normal
that episode? Because I did. I ran this down, and
there was a damn good cut in that. There was a lot that was cut out of that.
one of them was a clip of Elijah Schaefer, and like weirdly for this like neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter, he like it's Elijah saying that we shouldn't be
He has a
emphasizing
swastika
race
tattoo.
specifically. No, he's a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
Right, but Tim called it a false flag and then corrected himself the next day and then said he thought it was funny.
Yeah, before this, you remember when she said this? The whole lighting is so fucked up, and I don't even think that was in this clip. But during the conversation that they had before this, she was like, "Oh, the lighting's so horrible. It makes you look washed out and everything." So I guess for them to color correct for what they said, even though in this clip versus this clip, same color of cheeks, same color of flag in the background. Everything looks the same on you, and everything looks the same on Sean. But for some reason, for Tim, everything looks a little more red.
After a mass shooting.
I think that
people were calling him
to say.
Look at that. Look how red he is. Look how red the chicken is. Look how purple the guitar looks. Versus
No, he didn't. You're wrong.
versus that versus this. The saturation was taken up to an umpteenth fucking degree with Sam Cedar. He visually did the same shit with this that he did audibly wise with Tim's song.
Say this and you don't actually know what you're talking about.
I think that it's not shocking that you think that based on my judgment.
Okay, you're not saying anything anymore.
But like I screen grab because I do YouTube clips, so I will screen grab a time code so I know where to go later. So like when I saw
Everything
that,
else
I
is
knew,
perfect.
or I had a feeling because obviously he's dead. So or was he captured or was he killed?
I think he was killed.
Yeah, so he's dead, so he can't tell us. But like I think people
You know what's really
screenshot 'cause
funny about this too is that like neither one of them know and I'll be honest, I don't know I don't recall the details of this at all. I don't know this story. I was more or less hearing it for the first time, but
That's what somebody who told Emma to say all this would.
Yes.
well, yes.
Yes, it was something
strikes me,
that Emma was
it
told
also
because
sounds
she's
like I
too
also
fucking.
told
It was something that Emma was told because she's too goddamn brainless to come up with that her goddamn self. To sit there and say your show appeals to neo-Nazis is not what the fuck she would ever fucking say. That's something.
That is something Sam Cedar would say. Yeah? Yeah! That is something he would say.
You fucking piece of shit.
these two guys what to say because they don't know any of the details either.
But I just want to say the lighting in this studio, like no
here it
offense
is.
to the compound, but it's horrible. And we're super grayed out. Like you don't get a ton of color on your face. For Tim to be actually getting red on this camera
It's
lighting
so
setup.
blue.
Yes, I just want to
I
know
wonder if
how
he does that
he
on
looked
purpose.
more red in
Interesting.
person
I bet.
than even on camera.
Also, I think well,
Oh. Maybe it's because you turned up the saturation when it was him on camera. Like I can do in fucking Adobe Premiere. Maybe it's because of that. Maybe it's because the chicken in the background in that picture looks a lot more red. The guitar looks purple. The fucking sword itself, the bronze part of the sword looks green. And the gun behind him, that flintlock pistol, looks mahogany. Or, I'm sorry, looks cherry red instead of mahogany. Maybe that's the reason.
we'll get into this tomorrow, but I will say I watched the time codes from what that shooter memorialized in his social media page. Sean's wrong. It's not what. It's not. What
Oh,
it
he
is.
just wanted to characterize one
No,
of them.
Sean is
let's get-
Sean
let's
is
see
fucking
represented.
right.
We'll talk.
Sean is fucking right. That was Elijah Schaefer talking about how we shouldn't actually fucking prioritize race over anything. That is exactly what the fuck that was.
About that in more in depth tomorrow.
There we go.
I had a feeling because obviously he's dead. So, or was he captured or was he killed?
I think he was killed.
Yeah, so he's dead. So he can't tell us. But like, I think people screenshot.
We sat there for over 2 fucking hours watching this shit. Does any of this color look right?
And I ran down both of those time codes. Neither
look,
one.
I get it, but look, man, this is the majority report.
Neither one what?
Yeah, but
why-
it
this
is
is why-
it is a nasty smear. Like you're doing it on purpose
And
without
it's
running
not a
down the
political
content.
statement. It's not a political argument.
You're like, he
Argues
watched
nothing.
an episode of her show. I'm sorry, of his show. Like that's
There was that one guy who posted Sam Cedar a whole bunch. Remember the
is
guy
a
who
lie.
killed all those people at the bar in Ohio?
I don't remember that case
Why?
specifically.
Why did that guy watch Sam Cedar so much?
Why did Gavin?
Why does it in their clip he looks incredibly fucking red? Why is it only Tim looks incredibly red, but everybody else looks fucking normal?
Why do you guys appeal to mass
Is that
shooters?
positive? Is that a lie?
I don't know anything about
I mean,
that. I think he's just.
if someone has that information, send it to us. I'd like to. I'd be curious about it because I would find that rather disturbing. That if anything I said would in any way encourage that kind of thing, I would be rather disturbing about it. We would spend probably.
Guess what, Silent Fuck? It's true. Every bit of it.
Probably a show talking about it.
We wouldn't call it a psyop.
Now he's saying it as if it's a fact.
It is a fact.
I wonder if it is a fact because.
But this is
Why
a
would
fact.
it say? I mean, I can understand.
Yes.
Let me put it this way: there seems like
But you guys get it. You guys get it with that whole thing. As a matter of fact, he's just going to keep bullshitting and trying to deflect from the fact that his show actually did create that. There is more. Tim Pool struggles during military aid debate.
Tries to go on the offense after he lost it and said whoopsie about the music. That was the other completely high school thing he was focused on, us making fun of his music. So he knew.
Let's just admit right here, her face is a lot more fucking red. It's almost like they, on her screen, took the saturation beyond a reasonable fucking venture. Because now she looks like she's fucking sunburned, coming off a bad sunburn.
Knew that he got a little emotional and was a bit embarrassed about it, and so he's trying to go on the offensive later in the interview. Particularly this kind of half-baked gray zone-esque, Greenwald-esque conception of the left is now pro-war and the right is anti-war. And in my opinion, this was one of the more revealing moments in the debate.
Yeah.
Ukraine and take territory without recourse, then I mean that's pro-imperialism. That's not, and that's still pro-war.
No,
Yes, it
a lot of
is.
people around the world do a lot of bad
You love how the fact that that circle that came up was something different than YouTube, right?
Things. I don't think the U.S. should be an empire going and funding wars all over the world.
We're not funding wars. We're funding the defense. I mean,
Like-
and there's something that you can be said where should we draw a certain line? I have already conceded that strings should be attached and we should be involved in peace negotiations. But to flatten the power dynamics here, I mean, I would imagine this is like the same argument that you hear when it comes to Israel and Palestine, right? Where Palestinians are defending themselves, and then it's, oh my gosh, they are just it's completely symmetrical. Israel and Palestine, these are two actors just battling it out.
In favor of intervention there?
I would love to fund the Palestinians so that they were able to have a better
You are
life
to the
for
right
themselves.
of me on foreign policy.
Well, we already fund Israel, dude.
Yeah.
Are you against that?
That's a tougher question. I don't have an answer to.
Y'all notice there was a huge cut in that, right? Y'all notice there was a huge cut in that. Listen very closely.
They are just it's completely symmetrical. Israel and Palestine, these are two actors just battling it out.
Right there.
No,
favor of intervention there?
I would love to fund the Palestinians so that they were able to have a better
You are
life
to
for
the right
themselves.
That is absolutely, there was a good portion of that was cut out in this.
Me on foreign policy.
Well, we already fund Israel, dude.
Yeah.
Are you against that?
That's
Let's
a tougher
see
question.
if
I don't
you
have an
can
answer to.
catch more.
Okay, go back.
You're not going to make me.
Let's see if you can
address
catch more.
The recipient of the largest amount of military aid that we have given on a consistent basis for decades. You're not going to ask me to answer that question, are you?
And there was like a 2-minute lead up to this where he was like,
You're to the right of me.
You're to the right of me. You're to the right of me. And I was like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because I was in favor, because the weapons that are being created, that are being sent to Ukraine are made by the military industrial complex. And he didn't have much to say to that. So
what did he say after that? Is there any more to that
let's
clip?
keep
Oh my
going.
God, it is so hilarious. Why are you supporting DeSantis over Trump? Because of an act, AI ad, and his policies.
He's colossally stupid, though. Like, to follow up that question of, like, oh, you think we should intervene there? Like, that's such a, no, she's clearly talking about the amount of aid we
the
give
analysis.
Israel.
that we fund. Yeah,
No, of course he's not. I mean, he's not very bright.
Yes.
I mean, that's quite clear. But it's also funny how he thinks like I can avoid taking a position on any.
Now, I will say this. All right. For anybody that's done any kind of real editing or anything, for anybody that's done any kind of real jump cuts or anything, because there is something you need to take out that you have said in recording that doesn't need to be there because it may strike your channel or whatever the fuck the reason is. Most people do the same movements over and over again. And if you've been in this, like Sam, like Emma, like Tim, like everybody else, if you've been in this, you continue to do the same movements over and over again. So when those jump cuts happen, it doesn't look like I'm doing this. But yet she does that. If you notice throughout the entire thing, her exact movements, it's the whole head shake. It's all this. It's looking over to the side with a little nod. It's the same shape, same inflection, same everything. Because it's the same movement. So that way you can cut if I'm doing this, and then I cut to where John said this. It looks like it all runs together.
Issue that is actually the fundamental ones that may or may not alienate my audience.
not funding wars. We're funding the defense. I mean,
Like-
and there's something that you can be said where should we draw a certain line? I have already conceded that strings should be attached and we should be involved in peace negotiations. But to flatten the power dynamics here, I mean, I would imagine this is like the same argument that you hear when it comes to Israel and Palestine, right? Where Palestinians are defending themselves, and then it's, oh my gosh, they are just it's completely symmetrical. Israel and Palestine, these are two actors just battling it out.
In favor of intervention there?
I would love to fund the Palestinians so that they were able to have a better
You are
life
to
for
the right
themselves.
of me on foreign policy.
Well, we already fund Israel, dude.
Yeah.
Are you against that?
That's a tougher question I don't have an answer to.
Then you're in favor of funding military. We fund the Iron
Me
Dome.
literally saying
We fund
I
their military
don't
industrial
know
complex.
anything enough about it.
Then if
and
it's
I
your
lean
principle
against
and you're
intervention.
anti-war, then you should be saying that we should cut Israel funding for
Or
Israeli
I can say
defense right
simply,
now.
I lean. I said that's why I said 99%. I'll say I absolutely lean against providing military aid to Israel. I just don't know. I will say a new
really
war
engaged
in
in that.
Ukraine.
He's really engaged in it. We've only been doing that. It has only been the biggest recipient of our military aid for decades.
Yeah, it's only like one of the 3 foundational planks of foreign.
So because it's been done for decades, we can continue to keep doing it even if they do something that they shouldn't be doing, right? Right, Sam?
Right, Sam? Because we've been doing it forever. We should continue to do it forever. You fucking worthless piece of shit.
foreign policy that I think most people like to comment on there. But
the key third rail of Democrat primary politics often I'll brush up on that at some point.
Yeah, and I don't know if Tim has.
You haven't done deep dive into the latest crime situation that took place.
This Andy
black guy did.
A black
The white guy did once.
in Illinois. You don't know the details of that? Are you kidding me? But funding Israel, I haven't really looked into that.
I've gone in.
So because somebody pays attention to the homeland and not foreign affairs, somehow that's an insult. Hold on. Wait a minute. Say that again. So hazmat teams have cordoned off the White House because a package was found with cocaine hydro or something. Hold on a second. Trump, Melania, Trump. I put White House quarantine and everything is fucking Trump. U.S. Secret Service has just shut down access to area close 3 hours ago. Fox Live. U.S. Secret Service has just shut down access to areas close to White House hazmat incident. U.S. Secret Service has just shut down access to the Ellipse, Lafayette Park, 17th Street, and Pennsylvania Avenue. Reports of an unknown security incident. Other reports say potential hazmat incident. Reports like this, if matters worsen, can lead to risk of moves and bid for U.S. dollar. Yeah, what? What the fuck? Hold on. I'm not even going to take that shit because that makes absolutely no goddamn sense. Let's go to Fox News. The White House grounds evacuated after Secret Service delivers unknown item. U.S. White House grounds were evacuated Sunday after the U.S. Secret Service delivered an unknown item. U.S. Secret Service Uniform Division officers located an unknown item off the White House complex, a USS spokesperson told Fox News Digital. As a precaution, the White House grounds were evacuated and the D.C. Fire Department's hazmat team responded, the spokesperson said. A hazmat team was called out to the area of 18th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue. Secret Service units blocked off roads around the White House. USSS did not provide more details about the unknown item. All roads closed were later lifted. U.S. temporarily evacuated. Secret Service, which is responsible for White House Secret Service, the U.S. Secret Service Division unknown item of White House complex. As a precaution, the White House grounds were evacuated. D.C. fire departments were responded. The statement did not specify whether exactly the items were found or who may have left it there. It also did not reveal how much cocaine was detected or whether it was posed as a threat. Look at the top what? Cocaine hydrochloride, a highly addictive and illegal drug. Okay, so somebody dropped off coke. Fucking what? No. No. Hold up. So you're telling me that there is it is suspected that Hunter Biden is fucking living at the White House and somebody dropped off a bag of coke at the fucking White House and they shut the shit off. I don't, goddamn. How could this get even, like, this motherfucker's known for smoking crack. You know how crack is made? Through boiling down cocaine. So cocaine is found, dropped off at the fucking White House. And there's an international, I'm not going to say international, it's a national incident. They shut the shit down because they found a brick of fucking cocaine. Oh, goddamn. Oh. Oh. Somebody get the FBI on this shit, the CIA, the fucking DOJ, every fucking 3-letter agency on this shit. Where the fuck did it come from? It was Hunter Biden's fucking crack pipe stash. Holy shit, son. Oh, goddamn. There is absolutely no way in fuck any drug dealer is going to drop off cocaine at the fucking White House to shut it off like that shit. No way in hell. Nobody's taking that fucking loss. Hunter Biden is in the fucking White House. Hunter Biden is in the fucking White House diddling little fucking kids. Dick hanging out, flashing every fucking person. Oh my God. I don't even know what to fucking say about this. Hold on. The statement did not specify whether the exact items were found, who may have left it there. It also did not reveal how much cocaine was detected, whether it posed a threat to the president or his staff. The evacuation affected several areas around the White House, including the Ellipse, Lafayette Park, 17th Street, and Pennsylvania Avenue. The road closures caused traffic disruption and delays in the downtown area. According to eyewitnesses, hazmat crews were also entering the gate of the West Wing in the White House, where the president often... Wait a minute. According to eyewitnesses, hazmat crews were also seen entering the gate of the West Wing of the White House, where the president's office and residence are located. So hazmat crews for cocaine were entering the fucking West Wing, where Hunter Biden is hanging his hang dang out for everybody to see, fucking little kids, supposedly. Whatever with that. I don't care. Fucking little kids. This son of a bitch. Oh my God. Oh. don't even know what to say to this. I really fucking don't. Because drugs were dropped off for Hunter Biden's ass, they fucking shut down the entire West Wing. The incident raised questions about how a potentially dangerous substance could have made its way into the White House grounds and whether it was part of a deliberate attempt to harm or intimidate the president or his staff. No, it was Hunter Biden's crack ass. He wanted to make crack. He wanted to fucking... This motherfucker was tired of smoking Parmesan cheese. I'm so fucking done with society. I'm done with society. If you cannot put 2 and 2 together to make 4 and you want it to make 5 because you're obfuscating the fact that there is a crackhead living in the fucking White House and there is cocaine that is dropped off close to the fucking White House for said crackhead to pick up and boil down to make his own fucking crack. Every single fucking crackhead knows how to make crack out of cocaine. Every single fucking crackhead knows how to make crack. Don't play it like it's a fucking game. Don't play it like he don't fucking know. No, that son of a bitch. What up? My wife comes in with some fucking gold sometimes. This was an hour ago. This was reported on an hour ago. Apparently this happened. Yeah, a few hours. Hold on. While I'm laughing so much, let's listen.
The White House was temporarily evacuated on Monday after a suspicious package containing a white powder was found on the premises. The powder tested positive for cocaine hydrochloride, a highly addictive and illegal drug. The U.S. Secret Service, which is responsible for the security of the president and the White House, said in a statement that it discovered an unknown item on the complex and took precautionary measures to clear the area. U.S. Secret Service Uniform Division officers located an unknown item on the White House complex, the statement said. As a precaution, the White House grounds were evacuated, and the D.C. Fire Department's hazmat team responded. The statement did not specify where exactly the item was found or who may have left it there. It also did not reveal how much cocaine was detected or whether it posed any threat to the president or his staff.
Of course
The evacuation affected several areas around the White House, including the Ellipse, Lafayette Park, 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue. The road closures caused traffic disruptions and delays in the downtown area. According to eyewitnesses, hazmat crews were also seen entering the gate of the West Wing of the White House, where the president's office and residence are located. It is unclear whether the president was in the building at the time of the incident or whether he was notified of the situation. The West Wing is considered one of the most secure areas of the White House, with multiple layers of security and screening. It is also where some of the most sensitive and classified information and meetings take place. The incident raised questions about how a potentially dangerous substance could have made its way into the White House grounds and whether it was part of a deliberate attempt to harm or intimidate the president or his staff. The Secret Service said it was investigating the incident and working with other law enforcement agencies to determine the origin and nature of the item. It also said it lifted all road closures and resumed normal operations at the White House after ensuring that there was no further threat.
You're gonna tell me an unknown amount of cocaine was delivered to the fucking White House when it's suspected that a fucking crackhead is living in the White House, and you're gonna sit there and tell me that this shit happened? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to mute the mic on that one. Crack, which is it's created by boiling down cocaine. An unknown amount of cocaine has been delivered to the fucking White House. They shut it down. Hazmat teams come through. They're walking into the West Wing, which a crackhead supposedly fucking lives. Or maybe it was for Biden himself. That's how the motherfucker gets uppity with some of his shit. I don't fucking know. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? All right, that's it. That derailed half the shit that I was already fucking doing. I just can't stop. Thank you, baby, for that. That was fucking amazing. You're welcome. I'm trying so hard not to bring out the Joker laugh, but it is fucking needed right now. Y'all can't tell me that crackhead ain't living in the White House now. There is no way in fuck you can sit there and tell me that crackhead ain't living at the White House now. All right. Send me that shit. Click on it. No. Just click on the post altogether. Not the picture. At the back. Or close, yeah. Click on the words. Yeah. Now do the whole little yeah. this tab instead. Don Jr. was smoking crack in his car while driving. See, there's a picture uploaded by Marco Polo Marco to prove it. Okay, so that's a Porsche. That dashboard. Wait. Number one. How does this prove shit? Because you got a picture on one side of Don Jr. sitting in a car. And on the other side, you got a picture of a crack pipe. Hold up. You see the vent in the picture right here sitting on this fucking hood? Where is that in the Porsche? That vent right there, the ridge that goes down, the vent that incurs right here is not seen in his fucking Porsche. And this is why I'm so done with society. Y'all motherfuckers are way too goddamn stupid. Way too fucking stupid. Because this Jesus fucking Congress, whoever the fuck you are, running for U.S. Congress in 2025, you need to be thrown in goddamn prison, number one. I don't give a fuck if it's a troll account or not. The car is black. The Porsche is silver. The vent shows there is no vent here. But you're not supposed to look at that. What you're supposed to look is Don Jr.'s face and then the crack pipe. That's it. Never mind the fact that anything else in this car just doesn't look the same as what it's supposed to be for this vehicle. Are you going to share this? He was driving really fast too. But I'm not going to try and fool everyone by posting a photo of a different car's dashboard. You are just going to have to trust me on that one. Looks legit to me. That's because it is. She even calls out the bullshit. They couldn't even get the dashboard right to fake Hunter's pics. That's because it was a cover-up for Don Jr. Duh. I believe it. Good polar marker doesn't lie. I wonder if he's ever lied on a gun application. Not just once, 4 times. Those trees look more along the lines of East Coast than Piney, California or Desert, Nevada. That's because it's the real version. Polar Marco said so. If it's what I think it is, I love it. It is. The Hunter's, that's Hunter's crack pipe. Clearly not. It's true. I saw it on the internets. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. What the fuck is... Does the left even have a quasi-respectable publication tabloid like the New York Post? No, they don't. Once again, the burden of proof is disproportionately applied to one side of the political spectrum. The left has Marco Polo, proving Marco Polo is full of shit. Polo Marco, whatever. What the fuck is even happening here? What? What? What the fuck is this? I'm so fucking done with people. I am so fucking done with people. I can't even more. I broke all fucking. That just broke me. That just fucking broke me. White House on high alert as Secret Service investigate hazmat incident where cocaine was dropped off because everybody thought that crackhead ass motherfucker Hunter Biden was living in the fucking White House, and then all of a sudden, Don Jr. smokes crack. I don't even know what to say anymore, ladies and gentlemen. I don't even know what to say anymore to the goddamn dumb shit that's happening here. The message was retracted from what about me? It doesn't even show up in fucking StreamYard, so I can't see what she said in that. I don't. I don't even know what to say anymore. I really fucking don't. Like, you know, the whole saying, the difference between a conspiracy theory and fact is somewhere around 4 to 6 months. Well, now it's just what? A week or two? And that's it. Hold up. Now, to be fair, my wife found this on TikTok. All right. She found this information on TikTok. And y'all want to ban TikTok because we find out real information quicker than anything else, quicker than what fucking Twitter can deliver. Y'all want to ban TikTok? Well, the government wants to ban TikTok because this is how we are getting real information out to the people for them to understand. Because everybody is on TikTok, everybody is looking at TikTok, and the political side of TikTok has a lot of information left, right, and fucking center that tells the fucking truth. Now, granted, there are a lot of sons of bitches like Tizzy ENT, Obi-Wan Kenobi. What is that fat ass's fucking name? Ah, goddamn. I forget who he is. Kind of something Tom Powell Jr. Thomas the Villain Bishop. Thomas the Villain Bishop. The Harry Sisson brothers and all that. You can avoid those people. You can find real fucking news on TikTok. And that's the real reason they want to ban it. Because they can't hire all these people to do their fucking bidding. They can't hire hundreds of millions of people putting real fucking information out there. So they can't control it. Therefore, ban it. Why the fuck not, right? Yes, TikTok is a detriment to society with the whole transgenderism being pushed on little fucking kids. But this is the real reason you should not ban TikTok in any way, shape, or form. Because real information is getting fucking out there. I mean, that's how we found out about East Palestine. Y'all know that? Anything that came up about East Palestine came from TikTok. That was going to be memory hold quicker than shit until TikTok started coming up about it and everybody started raising a fucking fuss about it. And then it became something. And that's not just the only example out there. TikTok should not be banned because we are really spreading true information, true news that should be talked about, but could be obfuscated Like this shit. I guarantee you, had it not been for TikTok, my wife would have never found that. I would have never seen it. I would have never known anything about it. Therefore, nobody else would have ever known about it, because I guarantee you're going to hear a lot more about this. Fucking crackhead living in the fucking White House, and you're going to sit there and tell me that cocaine hydroxychlor... What is it? Cocaine hydrochloride? Let's see. No. Cocaine hydrochloride. Nasal routes. Nasal solution is numb the mucous membranes inside the nose. So it is pure cocaine. It is cocaine. It's not crack. It's cocaine. So... What? Oh my God. Hold on. You don't have to stay quiet, Bibbs. I'm sure people don't care about hearing a little bit of something in the background. Okay, so just a reminder, that Hunter is the smartest guy that Joe Biden knows. That is, Hunter Biden filmed himself smoking crack behind the wheel, driving at 172 miles an hour. Again. This is still fucked up because the Porsche, the hood of the Porsche does not match what's in that video or that picture above it with the crack pipe. I'd be more inclined to believe this, but again, none of that shit matches the fuck up. None of it matches the fuck up. Now, as far as the little Porsche thing with the dashboard included, as far as the black paint job, which does kind of match the black outline right there, which could be trim and that is concerned, but the black inside and everything like that is, as far as what his car is concerned, I'd be more inclined to believe that, except for the silver Porsche. Still not pinpointing to the right location with any of this, but kind of closer. I'd be more inclined to believe it because he is a crackhead. There's a crack pipe. We all know he's a fucking crackhead. We all know he smokes crack. But no, I don't believe it. Your husband was accused of abusing your son. Your oldest boy got a hit pregnant that was 15, and in Colorado that considered statutory rape. So what does that have to do with any of this, Jake Laney? Oh, no. You're just trying to go for political hit points. Love that the entire MAGA world is losing their shit over this. A guy who, one, who never occupied any public office, two, entered a plea deal after a couple of misdemeanor charges on his taxes and 4-year investigation by Trump-appointed Republican prosecutor is legally enjoying his life. Hold up. Hold the fuck up. Who never occupied any public office. No, he used his dad to gain fucking money. He was the bank account for his father to funnel fucking money, to launder fucking money. Entered a plea deal after a couple of misdemeanor charges on his taxes that would have sent any single one of us to prison for the rest of our lives. After a 4-year investigation by a Trump-appointed Republican prosecutor, like that has anything to fucking do with that. Like that has anything to do with it because he was a Republican prosecutor? Are you fucking jerking my fucking dick? You gotta be trying to jerk my fucking dick, you retarded asshole. But the same MAGA crowd is just fine with their lifelong criminal con who is spreading lies and holding hate rallies while being charged with Espionage Act, is facing 2 to 3 dozen criminal charges across the country after being found guilty of sexual abuse by a jury. Absolutely fucking not. He was found guilty of defamation. He was found guilty of libel. That was the only thing that motherfucker was found guilty of. And if you follow the case, TY22 at TY22 Best, you would have fucking known that the judge intervened with Joe Tacopina, trying to make a case several times, telling Joe Tacopina, the defense lawyer, to move on. You can't make your case. Move the fuck on. Now, I implore every single one of you, think of being in a court case. Doesn't matter if it's civil or criminal. And the judge telling your lawyer, you can't make your case, move on. How the fuck would you feel about any of that? But he wasn't found liable of fucking rape. He wasn't found guilty of rape, you stupid fucking piece of shit. God, this has turned out to be better than I fucking expected. You don't exactly have a stellar record, right, Robert? Pathetic how you keep attacking a private citizen every single day. If you can do this to him, you could do it to anyone. Well, I guess she should do it to you, T Majestic. Since you're so goddamn stupid, you don't understand half of what the fuck's happening. I guess she should do it to you, right? And it'd be fair game. Aren't you the twice cheating wife whose entire family did drugs and got pregnant? Glass house? You mean the wife of a husband who cheated twice? And let's be honest, who out there hasn't done fucking drugs? I'm sorry. Let's be honest. Who hasn't smoked weed? Who out there hasn't really done any fucking drugs? Because I will tip my hat to the motherfucker who hasn't. And by drugs, let's be honest, I do mean prescription that was abused. You got some pain pills. Oh, you just wanted to yeah, you might have broken your arm, but you just want to get high. Oh. And now you're a drug user. You smoke some weed. Oh. Now you're a drug user. You take mushrooms one time. Guess what? You're a drug user. Who hasn't done it? He's his son. You remnant of excrement. Your kid knocked up a 14-year-old and you support him. Should Biden be any different as a father? I mean, fair argument. Fair argument in that. There is a good fair argument in that, and I will give it to you, KD, whatever. There is a fair argument with that. However, this son of a bitch was in his 30s, 40s, and 50s fucking little old kids while smoking fucking crack. Lauren Boebert's son was not in his 30s, 40s, and 50s smoking crack fucking little old kids. Then again, she is the same mother who forced her traumatized kid to retract his statements to 9/11. She showed no sympathy, no love for her child, who was in tears and scared enough to call authorities. She was callous and cold. What? The same mother who forced her traumatized kid to retract his statements to not. What the fuck? I'm trying to rack my brain to figure out what the fuck this dumb bitch is talking about. I don't remember anything like that. Oh, you mean like Bill Clinton? I did smoke, but I did not inhale. I mean, that is the thing. Hold on. No. No. Hold on. That's right. That's right. That's oncoming traffic. That is the right side. That is America. Or at least in a country, what, 4 other countries around the world that drive the same way we do? Now, the steering wheel, you can't see where the steering wheel is. I'm going to take it that it is the driver's side because the hump in the dashboard is on the driver's side, but I can't really see a steering wheel, so I can't know if that's a steering wheel or not. Today I'm changing my vote. Not voting for Hunter Biden in 2024. I am voting Joe Biden in 2024. Well, that's just a dumb joke. When Donald Trump is convicted of a misdemeanor or felony in the state of New York, his DNA will be taken. How many rapes will that solve? Not as much rapes as you fucking your little daughter. But anyway, y'all realize that this shit still won't knock him out of the run for presidency, right? None of this shit, because there is absolutely nothing in these that stops him from running for president. Even found guilty, he can still run for president. Y'all are too goddamn dumb. But you're going to be all up in arms about a criminal in the fucking White House. Guess what? Every single fucking president we've had since at least World War II has been a goddamn criminal. It's obvious Bush was a fucking criminal. It's obvious George fucking Bush Jr. was a goddamn criminal. Did y'all know Dick Cheney, his fucking VP, shot a dude in the face with a shotgun on a hunting trip? So you're going to tell me somebody walking upright with an orange vest looks like a fucking deer? And he laughed about it. Y'all know that happened? Look it the fuck up. More successful than me, but again, I'm not fueled by crack either. You're also not a Biden. Hunter Biden didn't try to overthrow a government like you clowns. Oh, you talking about the 50 plus fucking Fed informants, that including Ray Epps, that were found to instigate January 6th, even though the motherfucker said, go home, be peaceful, we're not trying to do this. Is that what you're talking about, Ryan Sheed? Oh, no, you just listen to whatever the fuck you're told, you dumb bastard. You retarded, monkey-ass motherfucker. And I can get away with it because he's white. He's also not an elected official. No, he's the son of an elected official that actually fucking shared a bank account with an elected official. By the way, aka our fucking president of the United States shared a fucking cell phone number with the son of a bitch that got a lot of fucking kickbacks from the dealings that his son was doing in the form of 10% for the big guy. Plus more, not to mention $5 million from the Chinese fucking government when classified documents hit the Biden Penn Center in fucking Pennsylvania. Are we forgetting all that, Ryan Sheed? Oh, no, you're just a shithead that likes to talk fucking smack. Just a reminder, your husband exposed himself to minors and your 18-year-old kid knocked up a 15-year-old girl. Does that matter when a 40-year-old fucking crackhead is fucking little children? I wouldn't put any of that on a higher plane than a 40-year-old fucking little kids. Nice. I'll be sure to vote President Biden in 2024 because why? Because fucking why? Well, you're retarded. For the record, I wouldn't care if Joe Biden was caught snorting coke off a dead pirate's wooden leg in Motel 6. I'm still voting for. Well, you are fucking retarded. We are locked in the White House chain. Just a reminder, you relayed intel on January 6th to the insurrectionists. You shouldn't be talking about someone's intelligence or criminal record, Bobo. I've been arrested on multiple occasions and I can talk about somebody's criminal record or their intelligence. When you got the fucking president of the United States who can't walk up a flight of stairs, who trips over a fucking sandbag because his leg don't work, out there screaming sure not a shot of pressure and Batacalf care, while his son smokes crack and fucks little kids. But yeah, you want to talk about a little bit of criminal record about some shit that happened. Garbage clickbait you just shared. You were so bad at your job. 2 different vehicles, 2 different dashboards. Not identifiable proof other than an altered laptop. Altered lap. Oh. I love this argument. I love this fucking argument. An altered laptop. So the owner of the computer repair shop, right, finds this shit because after 90 days, per the contract, it is the property of the computer repair shop. He copies the hard drive as he's supposed to and sends the original to the FBI, who had it in 2019. And then all of a sudden, come roughly around October, they're going to big tech. Hey, this is going to be Russian disinformation. Look out for it. And then it drops and everything's fucking silenced about that. But somehow that's altered, right? Even though that hard drive was copied at least 6 times that we know of without alteration because all the metadata proves it. Yeah. But everything else, Joseph Shribs, you're correct. 2 different vehicles, 2 different dashboards. Yes. Did you film your husband showing his dong to minors at a bowling alley? Did you film your dong showing your dong to minors? Not in a bowling alley, but I'm pretty sure you flashed your dick to a minor. Law enforcement would just tell Hunter to smoke more and drive faster because, you know, he's a Biden. Your husband is a convicted sex offender who exposed himself to underage girls in a bowling alley, and one of them was you. What? Your husband is a convicted sex offender who exposed himself to underage girls in a bowling alley, and one of them was you. I don't think she was underage at that time, you dumbass. I don't know. I could be wrong on that. But maybe that's why they're getting a divorce. You ever think about that, Marla? You stupid fuck. Meanwhile, Marla has probably been in multiple domestic violence cases where she stayed because he loves me. More felonies dropping every day that passes by. That's not a felony because you can't prove any of that shit. Arizona ballot. You dumb fuck. Well, Joe Biden knows Trump. Trump knows Cruz, Gates, Jordan, McCarthy. I can keep going. Boebert opened the door to her gingerbread house. It is my fault that my first reaction to seeing a witch is to toss a pair of grenades. What? Note here. Attempted humor in the face of such hateful and corrupt individuals as Boebert. No, you added that note because that was you trying to say you wanted to explode a sitting member of Congress and to not face being banned. You added that. We all know what the fuck that is. That is all we need to know. Now we understand. Joe looks up to Hunter. Incredible depth of depravity. You looked in the mirror, right? The moment you realized Hunter Biden had nothing to do with that house falling on your sister. That's not even funny or witty. Hold on. You're trying to paint her as the White Witch. Not the Wicked Witch of the West. You're trying to paint her as the White Witch. You're trying to paint her as the good guy, you dumb son of... Trying to be nasty and snarky. This son of a bitch painted Lauren Boebert as the good guy. You see, this is why I'm on board with the whole Bill Gates thing. There are too many fucking stupid people in this world, and Zenderman fucking proves it. I got that still up on the screen, my bad. I've been looking at that. Hold on. Let's see if they got anything. This is going to be great. This is going to be great. Hold on.
Breaking news. The hazmat crew at the White House has discovered what the product is. You want to listen in on the audio? Hold up. Just listen. Hold up. It'll be on there in a second. Listen. We have a yellow bar stating cocaine, hydrochloride, pass number 53-21-4.
I mean, that was hard to say, but they were just like cocaine video.
So down there, guys. So we do have a situation. Apparently it's a hazmat on West Executive. There goes the Secret Service command vehicle. So down there, guys. There we go. That's West Executive. And the hazmat crew has deployed on West Executive. That is the road between the White House and the Eisenhower building. And that's where the hazmat team is deployed. Okay, so we have a full hazmat response going down West Executive. That's kind of rare, yeah. That's the road that's right next to the West Wing.
Let's just be fucking honest here. Why is a hazmat crew out there for cocaine? Now, I get it. Okay. White powder, anthrax. We know about that anthrax scare that was going around right after 9/11 and shit like that. But a hazmat fucking crew for cocaine? Hold on. Let's see the comments on this shit. Oh, we got no comments? Are you serious? Oh, no comments. DC's fire department says that they have found cocaine hydrochloride at the White House. A man was spotted running from the scene. Fire hazmat officials found Hoke near the White House. Shane wins the Chicago Street Court race in his Cup debut. Hunter Biden recorded himself driving 175 and smoking crack on his way to Vegas. Erica Marsh, who we did cover, was suspended from Twitter. Whoa! The bitch was suspended from Twitter? Nah. No. Son of a bitch! She fucking was! No, that's a parody. She was! Oh. Account suspended. Yeah. This was a bitch who said today's Supreme Court decision is a direct attack on black people. No black person will be able to succeed in a merit-based system, which is exactly why affirmative action-based programs were needed. Today's decision is a travesty. That comes directly after she tweets out in a 6-3 decision, 6 other fucking people. She tweets out a picture of Clarence Thomas and says, "Fuck you," because Clarence Thomas is a black man, and then says no black person will ever be able to succeed in the merit-based system without affirmative action. You racist fucking cunt. And she was suspended. That is fucking amazing. All right, let's go back. Rioters assault the home of a French mayor, including his wife and child. Hunter Biden joined his father on a weekend getaway at Camp David. Matt Rosendale introduced a bill to prohibit the IRS from purchasing guns. By the way, that was a thing. They spent damn near $1 billion on guns and ammunition right before they were saying, hey, 87,000 new IRS agents, armed IRS agents, are now joining the force. Europe's Space Telescope launches to target universe's dark mysteries. A new Japanese app is aimed at detecting cat pain, I guess, whatever. Bernhard Langer wins the 43rd U.S. Open Championship. Amazing things are happening, ladies and gentlemen. I wish I could be on fucking Twitter. I wish I could. But I would have to manually go searching for this kind of shit because I am permanently banned off Twitter for a hypothetical situation. Somebody asked if there was a burning building and there were adults in the building, there were children in the building, and there were embryos in the building, which would you save? I said I would use the adults as a human shield to save the children and the embryos. And somehow that's a bannable offense from Elon Musk. Not really directly from Elon Musk, but you get the goddamn point. A hypothetical situation is somehow inciting violence or something like that. But whatever. Breaking hazmat situation at the White House. Cocaine. Tisk Hunter, what did you do? They have found cocaine hydrochloroquine at the White House. I saw the West Wing. Who was it? Oh, we already know who it was. Hunter Biden to be literally hiding out at the White House to avoid being served papers by his baby mama because, of course, she's a stripper, as he refuses to support his out-of-wedlock crack cocaine-fueled conception of an innocent child is peak. What? What an absolute pile of flaming hot garbage of a human being this pud is. He's the smartest guy I know, Joe Biden. Oh, God. And you're going to sit there and tell me that cocaine being found outside the White House has nothing to do with Hunter Biden? Oh, yeah. Who had cocaine found at the White House on their bingo card? I damn sure didn't, Nightbreed. I damn sure did. Did someone OD at the White House? Seriously? First a body bag scene, then a hazmat that identified crack cocaine at the White House. Anybody? Wait, there was a body bag? No. Simple ways the U.S. could get a true crime podcast. Sell Mr. Beast to India. AOC only fans. Convert White House into multifamily. Legalize and tax cocaine. Don't buy Starbucks. Maybe coffee at home once in a while. McDonald's. Where was Hunter when this cocaine substance was found at the White House? The best part about Trump demanding that John Fetterman takes fentanyl, crystal meth, heroin, and cocaine is that the same speech Trump was tripping so bad he literally said Mark Zuckerberg came to see him at the White House last week. Bro, it's 2022. That didn't happen. What? The best part about Trump demanding that John Fetterman takes fentanyl, crystal meth, heroin, and cocaine is that in the same speech, Trump was tripping so bad, he literally said Mark Zuckerberg came to see him at the White House last week. Bro, it's 2022. That didn't happen. I mean, that's an old-ass tweet, but what the fuck? Okay, so we're getting into older shit now. Oh, no way, I was joking. They found cocaine at the White House.
We have a yellow bar stating cocaine, hydrochloride, gas number 53-21-4. Record has that.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. You know what? We're going to have to continue the rest because it is... Oh, god damn. It is 12 o'clock. I have gone so damn long. That was a perfect fucking ending of this. It really was, even though it sidetracked the fuck out of everything. We will have to continue a little bit more. I'm going to go ahead and save these videos and we'll continue with this dumb shit later on. Probably some more shit will come out tomorrow about this. We will follow up. I will be back on tomorrow. But for right now, ladies and gentlemen, that's great. Can the laptop evidence fall into statute of limitations? Oh, well, see, here's the thing with statute of limitations. Statute of limitations only begin once the crime is found. So if I commit a crime and 7 years later you find evidence of that crime, that's when statute of limitations begin. It doesn't begin as soon as the crime is committed. Statute of limitations happens once the crime is found. Can the laptop evidence fall into statute of limitations? I mean, you could argue if that's the case, since the FBI knew about it in late 2019, but it came out in late 2020, and the public knew about it in late 2020. Statute of limitations wouldn't have been up on that. Now, could it be now? That depends on the crime in question. The fact that he was doing everything that he was doing, and especially fucking underage kids, I don't think the statute of limitations is up on that. I'm not totally sure about that. I would have to look into that as far as that is concerned. But no, I don't think the statute of limitations is up on a lot of the shit that goes on, especially sedition, especially treason, especially the quid pro quo situation. That there is no statute of limitations on that. But other than that, there could be something to that. But, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night for the night. It is 12 o'clock. I got to go to work tomorrow, and then I'm off Tuesday. I will be back on tomorrow. We will finish up this bullshit between Tim Pool, Sean Fitzgerald, the Majority Report, and the Young Turks being brought into it as well, where the Young Turks just straight out flat fucking lie about every goddamn thing. And Sean Fitzgerald does call them the fuck out. Tomorrow we will be rolling up on this, and I will be definitely checking up on why the fuck cocaine was at the White House. But for right now, because I forget this shit, I've transferred it to a button here on my soundboard, like Emma Vigeland says they don't have the ability to use. Here you go. Ladies and gentlemen, the mainstream narrative has become cancerous to society. Currently, there is no known cure, but doses of other treatments have shown some promising results. Off-label use has been authorized. Yeah, you heard that. All right, everybody. Y'all have a good night. We'll see you again tomorrow. I gotta get my ass to bed. It's been interesting, enraging, and then finished off with a incredibly funny fucking report right there at the end. We will see y'all tomorrow. Take care. Have a good night.